We got a full house here today. We're episode 173 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We have no idea. Eric's here, unfortunately. Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Yannick is joining us. He's all about the vibes. We're going to talk a little Cards HQ, so his background gives you a little bit of a spoiler. We will chat on that here for a second. Brad Hartland, how are you?
Great, fellas. Busy day today, but feeling good. You get a little Wendy's Frosty to keep me going.
Oh man, Wendy's Frosty. Look at you. I'm going to grab a couple of comments here. What kind of Frosty you got there?
Chocolate.
There you go.
I don't
All
think
right, so I'm going to
flavors anymore.
Sorry. Do they? Well, they used to have. How many did they have before?
Just chocolate. And then they went to a milkshake, and then they kind of stopped. So it was only ever chocolate.
Really? I'm surprised they wouldn't have just done vanilla. It would have been simple enough. Wouldn't have been much of a stretch to put a vanilla one in there. Anyway, I'm going to read a couple of the comments here in a second. But before I do, since Brad, we're going to touch on briefly the trade night that happened at AMG. And that's a quick segue into the AMG Collectibles thing. Friend of the channel, friend of the podcast as well. By the way, next podcast, we are going to actually talk about something sports card related because the NFL season is winding down. Honestly, and I'll touch on that in a couple of minutes here. The Cards HQ thing is actually really helpful for this and a little bit of it. Card-wise, I got to be honest, I've been kind of bored with the stories. There really hasn't been much that really to sink my teeth into. Like, yeah, there's, but it's Eric's favorite, Brad's favorite, Tom Brady, the faux goat. Oh, he wasn't in a Montreal Expo uniform for real. Really?
No shit.
I know he was drafted by the team, but he never suited up for them at any point in time. How else did you think the card would exist? It's called Photoshop. Yes, I agree. But we were able to show examples of head swaps using the old school technology going back to the 60s and 70s. And really terrible,
airbrushing,
brushing over, airbrushing, fake the fake uniform, the fake LA Kings uniform is in a couple of examples I showed. Like, there's been much more egregious.
You know what's the best news of being the almost the Super Bowl? That means it's going to be baseball season, and Eric cannot wait to be there.
Well, the good news is that Eric can't be any worse at making baseball picks than he is at hockey picks, and his NFL picks are only men.
I would not stoop that low to make a baseball pick.
To actually talk about a real sport and not cyclocross, mountain biking.
Nope. I will spend the next 4 hours talking about cyclocross if that's where the chat
fitness.
I look forward to it, and I can think of nothing more that would be more exciting. And I look forward to when AMG Collectibles gets their case of upper deck cyclocross. I think that would be very exciting. That'll be another hot seller right off the bunch. Before I get to that, though, also want to mention amgcollectibles.ca and check out the social medias as well as the YouTube channel where we've got the weekly podcast where we do talk about things that people might be slightly more interested in. And I did get a little bit of a heads up of a couple of interesting items, and I think Sherry will have some explaining to do because there is some Pokemon related paraphernalia that was purchased in the store, and I have no idea what it is. So she needs to explain it to me and everybody else. Otherwise, we're not going to know what it is. But she will bring in the subject matter expertise.
Nice OPG wrapper too, the baseball wrapper.
Yeah, the
1937.
Yep.
That's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I have enjoyed that there's been quite a variety. The guys have been sending me the pictures every week, and I am finding they're doing a very good job of finding a nice mix of different things. And last week was really good. It was a nice mix of not just one thing. It wasn't just all hockey cars. No, it was all over the map. We had all kinds of stuff. It was good stuff.
Knickknacks and all. Holy jeez.
Whole bunch of stuff, Bobby. So first comment here was Autograph Curator. Haven't seen that one before, so good evening to you. Cards HQ shelf life 5 months. I think Geoff would keep it up longer than that just on principle, just because of the leases alone. So I think he'll hang in there a little longer than that. I'll go with the over. Paul here. What's up, fellas? Mr. Wrong eBay Store. Grr. There you go. Matt here says, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Perfect. So real quick, Brad, just to start off, I'll let you start us off here on this. Trade night, AMG. How was that?
It was awesome. I don't really, let's say 100, 150 people probably through the night, which was fantastic. Okay. A lot of, again, kids, older people, huge day for Pokemon. From the PSA side, I think I took in 100, 150 cards tonight, a bunch of Super Express. From the new game, I was going to say the one. There's a new TCG game. Oh, I should know the name of it. But we took in some super high-end cards from that. Cards, $4,000 or $5,000 cards for grading, which was great. Lots of young kids were submitting cards. It was, yeah, and just today was Pokemon release day for the newest Pokemon that came out. So I think AMG had a couple hundred ETBs, and I think we're almost sold out. Yeah, it was a fantastic day. It was great.
Nice, nice. And then tomorrow there is the card show. And one of the key pieces was there was a slight modification of the location, the old location. Obviously, you got to be local to really take advantage of it. But if you are, and I know some of the listeners are, there is a little carryover now. Some of them do come over occasionally and say hello, so I appreciate that. But if you are in the area and checking it out, then do check out some of the monthly card shows that AMG is hosting. This weekend is going to be a big one. I'll talk about it more later on here in a couple minutes. But AMG is going to be hosting the card show. That's coming off the heels of the trade night, so that's going to be good. And then the CSC show is happening over here. And I think we may get a little Brad Hartland appearance here on Sunday. But the Burrell and I for sure are going to be there on Saturday. My Saturday here is going to be booked solid.
Mhm.
I got a little CSC card show, chatting with the Burrell a little bit, hanging out, checking out the vibes, as they say. But
It's all
then
about
also I'll be checking out the Royal Rumble at the end. So I wanted to make sure this weekend's busy. And then on Sunday, regardless of what happens, whether I can pop into the CSC thing and say hello or not, then on Sunday night, we got the NFC Championship. And I might be doing another live stream for the NFC Championship.
Mm.
Maybe I will. By that, I mean I will. That will be
Yes.
happening. But busy weekend, man. Busy
Super
weekend.
Bowl champion Brock Purdy. It's got to be taking care of business.
Maybe
You
I should
better
just bring
tell
on
your
Eric
Brock
just so
Purdy
he could
right now,
talk
right?
up Brock Purdy. Maybe I should bring Eric on just so he could talk up Brock Purdy with all his
37-time
expertise.
Super Bowl. Name one other person who's won 37 Super Bowls. This kid is the GOAT.
Counting Brock Purdy? None.
That is
All
correct.
right. Bob Boozle here is first. I'm not shaving my chest until Cody Rhodes wins the WWE title or Geoff's store closes, whichever happens first. Well, Jeff, I think, is going to hold on to at least a year or two. And I'm not completely convinced Cody Rhodes ever wins the WWE championship. Yannick might win the WWE championship before Cody Rhodes finishes his story. So but it might be a long time, Bob Boozle. The
I'll
good
rock
news is
the
it's
polka
winter.
dot suits.
It's winter, so you might be warm at least for the remainder of the winter time. So there you go. Lorcana. That might be. Is that the one, the Disney one?
No, it's not Laura Canna. You know what? I'm going to find out.
All right. Good evening, Jeff. There you go. First came onto the channel after Chasing Cardboard Debacle. Been listening regular the last couple of weeks. You guys are great. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Timothy. Appreciate you. Have a good evening. Zach here says 23 people watching. In case you're new, hitting the like button is very important. It is. It is. Hold on,
No,
Eric.
it is.
Can you explain to them why hitting the like button is important?
That's not important. And
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Well, tell you what, since Eric, we can't hear Eric, unfortunately, but, to help you all out, we do charge Eric for every single like. Now, Eric here is a very stingy man. He saves his pennies, but when it comes to the like button, he will spare no expense. No cost is too great. He will personally finance. He will get us out of this recession through like button presses alone. So if you care about Canada, the United States, international, wherever you are, if you want to fix your economy, you need to hit that like button right now so this man will pay. And if you like Eric, it helps ease his pain. If you hate Eric, it makes his pain worse. Either way, it works, no matter what. We thank you for your consideration as always. Isn't that right, Eric? Total agreement from you. Silence is golden. We appreciate you.
I just saw Slab Strong is live in Atlanta. Everybody's in Atlanta now.
Well, it's the Culture Collision show. Like I said a moment ago, this weekend is very busy. Like for a lot of the shows, we got the CSC show here. We're just starting to build itself a little bit of momentum. It's starting to get a series of shows going. You've got, like I said, the show locally happening in Atlanta, Canada that is being run there with through AMG.
What's
But
the
then you've also
story
got
with the
Culture Collision.
Culture Collision? How long it's been
It-
running?
It's been a couple of years now. They started, I want to say they started probably just post-pandemic. It's the Prism God guy who does those.
This is like their fourth show.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It always looks
think-
good. Venue's nice and bright. They got like all
Nice room. Yeah.
sneakers, and then the basketball court. I think, yeah, it's. I've never been there, but it looks like a great venue. That's for sure.
Well, I think
Who's going?
the selling point is really is the that they're trying to make it different. That's the key, is that they're trying to sell the idea that it isn't just like every other. They're the ones who also did the basketball tournament in it. Like, if you guys remember the one with the basketball tournament in it, whether you like that idea or not, at least they're trying to go outside the box with it and try to do something else with
And
the
it's
space.
Dougie Gilmore too. Wow. There you go.
Well, that was a CSC show, but yes. Look, if they brought in Dougie Gilmore for Culture Collision, then Dougie's real busy.
No, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, Brad, who's showing up for PSA?
as our authorized dealers at the show. We have,
Katie?
yeah, KD will be there.
Okay.
Mint Ink is not there. Mint Ink is not there. I'm going to their store on Monday.
They had a lot of booths last time.
Yeah, we have a new dealer that just is going to be our authorized dealer. I don't know if it happened today officially or it's going to happen Monday, but Eric Maggiacoma, and he's been a bulk submitter for a while, so he's good. What's that?
What
You
did you
deserve
call me?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I just was like, I said his name right. I was just proud of myself for pronouncing that.
that's kind of good.
Yeah. So those will be there. I'm not sure if Adam Klausner is going to be there with Canada Grading, but he might be. So, yeah, well, they'll definitely have a great presence. That's for sure. Hopefully they all get lots of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I like it.
And me, if you got anything, Bobby, I would happily personally take anything if you ever want it done.
You may never see it again, but he'll be happy to take it.
Well, it's different than yours, Eric. Yours usually just goes into the trash receptacle directly after the shredder.
You do postcards?
Well, that's cool.
I'm pretty sure
Evan's
they do.
Field.
I'm pretty sure postcards do get graded. There is a thing for that.
But on the back is really the key.
Second here, I'll zoom in, Bobby. Just hang
get
on.
a zoom.
Yep, there you go.
I don't know if that helps.
Oh, that's
You
awesome.
can see it a little bit
Postcard
better.
Collectors Association.
Yeah,
show.
it looks like the 77 National, basically,
Yeah.
or like a precursor. Well, actually, 77 would be pre-national. So but it sounds familiar. The American Sports Card Collectors
That's very
Association show.
Yeah.
So that's like a pre-national show because I want to say the national started in the early 80s.
And a great Ebbets Field shot.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool looking card. That's a good piece.
That's a really I like this history part of the hobby. It's 25% off adult admission. Are we going to get that tomorrow? No, but you never know. Next show, 25th, 26th, 27th. That was the next show in 77. So that's November. So this was earlier in May. 3-day show. Very surprised. It's that 1977. Hard to believe.
Yeah, 3-day show. Man, that's awesome.
Yep. I
There you
collect
go.
those all day. I have a whole bunch of old price guides and information booklets from all the old collectors from way back. So I've been collecting that, and then I came across this, and I had to have it.
Very nice. I think just because of the baseball angle, I would be surprised if it wouldn't fall under one of the categories. Usually, I think a lot of that stuff does, because especially a lot of the sports related, because it has the sports angle to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool piece either way. Bob Oslo is trying to help Eric out a little bit. Brock Purdy once threw 4 touchdowns in one NFL game, something prep legend Al Bundy did in the 70s. These are facts.
I just wonder
After
how
all the
many's
Super
out
Bowls,
there.
we're going to need some stats from you, Eric, on the.
That's
We're going to need some stats on you as touchdowns.
3-day admission is $5 back then. That's a lot of money.
For 77, yeah.
I should use that tomorrow when the people complain about paying $2.
Yeah, check this out. I'll send it down. to you,
In
Brad.
1977, it was $5.
Exactly right.
Come on, man, leave us alone.
Yeah.
Did you see what AMG Steve bought? I don't know if he showed it on the 1937 O-Pee-Chee wrapper.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw it.
That was the last one we showed on the podcast episode.
Oh yeah. That was super cool. That was nice to see come through.
Well, in 36, 37, they did those die cut cards for hockey. And then in 37, the spring, right after, they did the baseball. Beautiful cards, like very tough to get the high grade because a lot of people bent them,
Right.
because they stood up. It was sort of a bend. Your face comes through and looks like a background. And it was kind of a really sharp way of doing things. The one thing about that, and that nobody really knows, no one ever even talked about. So we'll land it here first time, Carlos.
Yeah.
So there's a send away O-Pee-Chee game. There's a baseball send away on that wrapper. We have never seen that game ever. And to have one of those, that would be gold. No idea.
Interesting.
We've seen the hockey games, but not the baseball. So if you ever come across the baseball, it's worth its weight in gold.
I like it. Sounds good. So yeah, so I'll just recap really quickly. As I said, there's going to be the CSC show for folks on the Canadian side in Ontario. For folks over in Atlantic Canada, there's the show that AMG is hosting, and then Culture Collision in Atlanta, if that's your flavor. Now, I want to segue this out into kind of Yannick's background earlier on when we were looking at it. I wanted to mention this, so I'm going to read Josh's comment, and then I'm going to share with you because we're getting a couple of walkthroughs. So the Culture Collision show but also the Cards HQ kind of soft launch. So thank you, Yannick. Perfect. But we got a little bit of a Cards HQ soft launch kind of deal happening. And some folks have been doing some walkthroughs. So one of the ones that's on there is Michael Hamm. So folks that remember from the channel, Michael Hamm's been here a number of times. He did one walkthrough, and I'm actually going to play a little bit of it for you. And as we talk about it, I'll actually show it, and I'll pause a few times because he does stop and show off some of the new showcases that they've been talking about, and he actually does zoom in on some of the cards, including everyone's favorite Fish Boy. Now, there is a reason why I'm mentioning this. What I like about what Mike did, and like I said, I'm credit to him, and the link to the video is already in the description. It is in the description right now, so you can click on it and check it out if you wish, and then replay it'll be there for you. But so I'm giving credit where it's due, and I appreciate him sharing some of his findings there. But one of the key pieces that when I get a chance to show you is that with the video, you can actually look, because remember there was the whole controversy about Jeff Wilson's pricing strategy, where they were going to price it to comps and then not really move on the pricing unless the market had moved tremendously. Well, you get to see some cards with price tags on them, and you can do a quick check for yourself because it's pretty much contemporary. It's pretty much up to date, and you can take a look and see, well, is he way off? Are the prices pretty close? I can tell you, I checked 1 or 2 cards. Those ones seem to be pretty close. So they were pretty much within about 10, 15 bucks of about the right price on a $450 price tag. So 10, 15 bucks isn't wildly off. I would suspect that probably would be the price they'd stick with since it's close enough. I've seen a little lower and a little higher on eBay the last couple of days. So that's pretty close. So real quick, I'll read a couple of comments here. Josh says here, I saw on the interwebs, the Flyers and Bruins alumni are playing. And really lose, Hal Gill is not playing. Reggie Lemon is playing forward. Well, as I assume he played forward. I don't think he played any other position, as far as I'm aware.
I was watching all of that just before we came on.
And then Reggie Lemon laying a body check.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. A lot of body checks in the alumni games filled with 60-year-olds. So you got it.
Slap shots.
May I remind you, they're playing a non-sport. It's like being the senior tour. They can't swing a driver. Psh, get out of here. Bob Boozle says, my wife and I tried to get a family portrait at JCPenney, but Panini had blacked out the entire day to shoot 2023, 2024 Prism basketball cards. I see what you did. Carlos News contributor Michael Hamm. Don't screw this up, Hamm. I know. It's time. Thank you all for the comments. Appreciate you, Bob Boozle, and thank you, Josh.
Did you
Derek,
see the little cart with the cameras stuff? I'm disappointed. I thought it was a robot. But go ahead.
Exactly. All right, we're getting to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute the audio, but if you do want to check out the entirety, I do strongly recommend the link is in the description, so do check it out. But I want to show the video a little bit as we're talking about it, so that you guys can get a little bit of a taste of what it is. And you can check out Hamm's video for the entirety and get the whole experience. So I'm going to slow it down here. I'm not going to put it at like my 2x speed I normally do. I'll speed it up just a little bit, not all the way to 2x. So you can actually see they were invited to see a bit of a walkthrough. So you do actually get a chance to see a little bit of what's going on there before they fully assembled everything. By the way, you may notice a couple of influencers in the video if you pay attention. I know Carvin Chong, amongst others, was there. Great curator and a couple other folks, Merle World, and some other folks were in there. If you really have a sharp eye and you pay attention. But you can see they got the studio section with the whole on-air thing. You got that going on. And you got the little poker table thing they got zooming in there. So that's really kind of a bit of a walkthrough. I'll give him credit. Like I said, when Hamm said it was a walkthrough as he was doing it, he did, in fact, walk through the different sections and the categories. And then these are the infamous showcases that Geoff made so much about. Now, he does get to a couple of showcases that actually do have cards on them. I don't mind the showcase idea. I think that's fine. You can see the cards on them pretty clean, so that's fine conceptually. It is different than a lot of us are used to, but it's fine. I'm okay with it. I think it looks nice enough. I just obviously will have to see how it works in practice. You definitely had to put in a lot of work in order to be able to assemble all that. I just don't know. I think when I think of card shows, I like the experiential idea concept of it. The problem is when I go to a card shop, I kind of just am there to get what I'm going to get. I'm not necessarily worried about, the ambiance. But obviously, you want it to be nice enough so that you want it to be clean, so it's usable. That's really the key piece. Those are all your little breaker booths there that you got.
If you look to the right, and Hamm's going to show you all that. That's all from Tim because he's working. He's working for BCW now, and those two are all.
So here is the infamous. So here are the infamous showcases of some cards actually in them. So you can, if you watch the video, you can actually pause at different spots and check out the price tags. I'm going to do it when we get to a couple of the sports cards here, just so you can take a look. Here's the infamous rolling cart thing. This
Here's
is
the
supposed to be
machine.
that's supposed to be for the live selling deal. So I don't know how that's going to work in practice, but that's the machine. That's the deal with the cameras,
Really?
the computer. Yeah, it's a rolling cart that can show a camera onto the showcase. How
Thing
that's
should
going to
be
work in
remote
practice?
control.
No clue. There's
Wow.
the studio, the whole setup there, and it's obviously you got a glass opening, so you can see into it while you're there doing your thing. They can be hosting a show, and you can be the Total Request Live if anybody remembers that reference. So you can be the side of it. So there's a lot of that going on. Now what I'll do is I'll zoom in. Can we go over? I know he spends a little bit of time on the chairs and stuff like that, but let me see if I can zoom in here. Bring it over past the cards here. And then here. So I'm going to pause for a second. So there you go. Those are the price tags. That's the price tags in that. So you, in reality, if you go through, you can actually do it yourself, play a little game, because he says they're supposed to be near comps, somewhere within a certain range of comps. You can go check it out for yourself. So I'll spoil it. There was a 2011 Topps update Fish Boy card, the infamous Fish Boy, in a PSA 9. The price tag on it was $450. I went on Google and looked it up on Terapeak. I saw some selling for $420, $430. I saw some for $440, $460. One or two sold within the last week or two. So a little bit below, a couple below, some above, and some right at about $450 on the dot. So not too far off, not like ridiculously high or ridiculously low, just kind of right in that range. You got a little room both ways on it, but obviously you can play that game with a bunch of these other cards, especially the commonly available ones, and you can find it for yourself if the prices are good or bad. That's the part that I would I leave it to somebody else to play around, but you can audit this thing with some of the images. Hamm did a very good job in terms of walking around and at least giving us a taste of what was going on there. So
Mike Hamm for the Hall of Fame.
There you go. Exactly. So appreciate that. And that's on his channel. So if you do check it out, it's already got 1,500 views. So the video is doing well. People were curious. So obviously he's done well with the video, but if you do check it out, give him a thumbs up. Eric will pay for those too. He's very generous.
1,500 views, 40 customers.
I know. All right, real quick. I'll read through a couple of these comments here. I know you guys were posting some stuff. So Orlando here. Good evening. Good evening, Dufex. Got Mike Petty here as well. Boozle wanted to zoom in on the ladies. Hey, take it up with Hamm. Can't help you, buddy. All right, so real quick, I know you were chatting with yourselves, so I'll scroll through. Take us to the breaking cabanas. Yep, that was on there. Business use, better sell tons to pay for it. That's the kind of the concern. When you're talking 14,000 square feet, even if you get a pretty decent deal on the square footage, per square foot, you're still going to need to move a lot of material. You have no choice just to keep the lights on and to keep things going constantly. So we're definitely going to see. Yep, the branded shares. That's right. With 10 minutes, someone will lock a case at CVS to buy deodorant, getting similar customer service vibe in the setup. That's true. That'll be interesting to see, like in practice. All right, I see the card. I wish to purchase the card. Can someone now? My comp though, Dufex is right, but my comp is the old Best Buy thing, because that was one thing that was a pain in the ass. Like if I wanted to buy a camera or something, you can see the display or whatever, but the boxes were underneath in the lock cabinet.
Low key.
Yeah, and when the moment you actually want to buy something, it's like, excuse me,
where's the key guy?
Does anyone have a key? Can I want to actually pay and buy the thing. So we'll have to see. I think I think Jeff said he's going to have like 10 people on staff at the beginning during busier times. So in theory, you should have somebody that can come by and help you.
You better sell a trout every half hour.
He's going to need to.
Do they put the card in a little bag with a zipper and then the key, and then you got to go all the way to courtesy?
Nothing but the fanciest, Yannick. You'll see. The Cards HQ have flying cars before SGC, even though I was promised things. Zach here says, can't wait to have a card shop and lay on the ground to see cards from the bottom of the vertical shelves. There you go. I just wonder when they plan to make the 30-day self-imposed auction date, like 30, 60 or more. Yeah. So that was one of the things that in the interviews, Jeff says that their plan is to roll over the inventory a lot. So if the inventory has been sitting there for whatever period of time they designate, then it goes to auction just to sell it, just to get it out the door one way or the other and keep the inventory rotating.
Well, like they do at stores, the best before date, once it gets there, then they put it on that shelf. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the reality though, like from a practical perspective, Bobby, if you're trying to do the pricing from a comp model, you don't want to leave it there indefinitely or the comp will be out of date. Good, bad, or indifferent. It's guaranteed. You have, but if it's only there for 30 to 60 days and it's like a stable card, then you shouldn't have too much fluctuation. It's only if something weird happens up or down.
It's a smart way of doing it anyway. So
Yeah. And it also keeps the stuff from getting stale. Like if the card just sits there after a while, it's not going to move unless you just sell it at market rate, whatever that is at that moment.
Yeah, he should have really a video that he puts out every day and goes over the cards, and
I would be very shocked.
Probably.
I would be very shocked if it doesn't become a content machine and they don't roll out, because at first they said they're going to use the Sports Card Investor channel, but I would bet they're going to roll out daily videos of some kind from that location. You've got too many cameras and too much equipment. You've got to be using it constantly. There's no way.
I know AMG does that, I think.
There you go. Listen, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get us to iPhone go live.
That's it.
Step one. We go iPhone go live.
Just think of like right now the soft opening, but then every guy out there in the YouTube world's gonna make their trip like to the Mecca. And then they're gonna be having videos, and so we're gonna hear about it for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Renata says they need a lot of employees. Absolutely. Showcases give the place a blockbuster feel. See, I made that comp too. I was like, I'm feeling a little blockbustery. I did joke Dakota in the Discord. It's made the blockbuster overs. I go, hey, be careful. Yeah, you're going to confuse the youngins. They don't know about the blockbuster. What is that? From the olden days. Bob Boozle says, imagine Card Collector 2 picking out 200 different cards from showcases. Poor staffers. Yes. Somebody buying in volume would be a pain in the ass. Based on required inventory turnover, what safeguards are in place to avoid selling fake slabs? I would say what inventory safeguards are in place to avoid that. What inventory safeguards are in place? Look, we talked about it before. Security. You're going to need tons. You're going to have to consistently have security because there's so many things that can go wrong with that many moving parts. Even people just wanting, even legitimate customers wanting to buy a card or two from this, and then somebody else over there wants to buy something, and then somebody's buying online, and you've got all these, cabinets getting opened constantly all over the place.
Machine.
It's gonna be a problem. Like I can imagine it being, if it gets busy, I can imagine it being an issue.
I still think you should open it in Vegas.
There you go. Better rover than the US moon landing? Maybe. Mike Petty says 99% of trash in those shelves are a way to go. I didn't show you the vintage shelves. That's what he was referring to. Mike Petty hates vintage. He thinks it's trash. This whole business model relies, it's a little harsh, but it is what it is. This whole business model relies on steady and increasing demand for current product. Can't meet overhead needed for older cards like vintage. Yeah, they do have some vintage showcases. If you keep watching the video, Hamm does go through a couple. There's going to be some in there because there is still going to be a customer base for it. But like the majority, if you're doing fast turnover, the majority of it has to be more modern because it's not like you're trading in 54 tops commons every day.
No,
you're not getting a ton of people walking. Hey, I need that 54 K line, guys. Okay, and then 2 days later, hey guys, I need a 54 K line. Really? 2 of you in a week? Sure, you sure?
In Atlanta,
it's not the same guy? Yeah. Are you sure it's not the same guy? Yeah, reminds me of Best Buy. There you go. We're getting all the retail references here. I think they're open 24 hours, so that's what they're claiming. They're claiming there's going to be a 24-hour thing.
Really?
I would think it's going to be electronically open 24 hours,
maybe,
and not so much physically the door open. Because imagine 3 a.m. and somewhere in Atlanta, some guy walks in. It's like, listen, I worked at a pharmacy in a not great part of town, but it's still a Canadian not great part of town versus Atlanta, Georgia, not great part of town.
Oh yeah,
at 3 a.m, and we got unsavory characters in the mean streets of Oakville, Ontario. We got a couple of questionable. Look, we got people that almost look like Eric.
Almost.
These are people that you immediately call security. Like Zach says, I'm rooting for
them that only say sorry like 50 times a day instead of the preferred 100. I mean, there's some real animals there.
So Eric, look, some of them that do that, and then other ones are like yourself, and they're just sorry.
Sorry, sons of bitches.
I know. A lot of issues. So I'm saying. Zach here says, I'm rooting for him. I like to remind people that we have nothing to gain by Cards HQ failing, which is true. Like, here's the thing. I know there's some people who want to, like, I gain or lose for the content. I want Cards HQ to at least have a nice little run. Brad, selfishly, for no other reason, for the content gods, don't do it for me. Do it for the content gods. Because we can still have some fun and have something to talk about. It's an experiment, good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to learn something. Brad, we're going to learn something here. If it works, we're going to learn something. If it fails and crashes in a Hindenburg-like disaster, we're going to call it Boston Bruins Cards HQ. Like, we're going to learn something one way or the other. Yeah. One way or the other, we will learn something together.
I think they'll be on a chart in Las Vegas, and you can bet on it. See if it's gonna, you know.
Listen,
Okay.
we can bet on almost everyone.
If anyone wants to make me a wager, it's going to be there for a long time.
Define a long time, though. Define long time. What is a long time here for the purposes of this type of business?
5+ years.
Oh, 5+ years. That's a
If
pretty big
anyone
bet.
like to place a wager with me, I will take
Petty will probably make you that bet, Brad. I can almost guarantee that.
I'm in.
Do you want to bet those Manoas?
Yeah.
You'll be sitting.
Right?
If Brad bets the Alec
The
Manoas,
win-win.
what's going to happen is he's going to be like, "Yeah, I'll bet these Alec Manoas if I lose," and he's going to, "Listen, Geoff, I need you to go bankrupt like yesterday. Like yesterday, bro. I need to get rid of these things." Okay.
I don't know, but I
close
agree
the year,
with
everyone
Zach.
can make decent take turns laughing, but then what? No benefit from him failing? Sure, fair enough. Zach
I
here,
think
thank you.
I don't see how it's good for the hobby if this thing blows up in 6 months. I just think no,
His
I
lease is
hope,
longer than that.
I hope
he's going to at least hang in there for a lease period.
No, I hope he's successful. I've said that from the beginning. I think it's a fun destination place. I think baseball season, it'll be making plenty of money.
If we had that in Toronto, that'd be rocking, wouldn't it? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
I'll be honest. I think
we did really Legends, remember?
I was going to say Legends in its heyday, like the real heyday of Legends, Legends of displays and everything. I'd argue Legends was what Fanatics says they want today.
Got it. Yeah.
But that was back in the 90s. And the problem is it was too long. They were ahead of their time, unfortunately for them.
Yeah.
But you got to think too, from a business standpoint, he's got his studios there. He's got a lot of that.
Yes.
A lot of the overhead is going to be covered from stuff he was already paying for.
Yes.
And then the whole thing, it's a little bit like Burbank cards. If you look, he's going to be relying, he's going to have heavy allocations. Like if I'm Panini, if I'm Topps, if I'm Upper Deck, I'm giving him a ton of stuff. He's going to be selling that. He's going to make tons of money on wax. He's going to have a great deal with BCW, Ultra Pro, whoever he's using. He's going to make great money on supplies. The cards, I don't want to say individual cards are a lost leader, but it's about providing liquidity back into the hobby. And you need your big shots. Your big card shops have to be a place where people can go sell their cards. And on such a minor scale, like AMG's the same thing. It's like, you know what? You buy a card, it's selling for $100. You give them 80. After, if you sell it on eBay and you take off 15%, you make $5. If that card drops 10%, you're actually going to lose money on it. But it keeps that person coming back in. And Burbank does that so well. Like, I don't know how much money Burbank actually makes on the cards they're buying individually, but they're
in California, Brad. Not Atlanta.
Yeah, but he'll still sell enough wax. He's going to have an internet retailer license. He's got how many followers? Like
on the YouTube, 260,000, something thereabouts. Yeah.
Absolutely. His allocation that he's going to get from the big companies, and I agree with them. I'm like, you got to support him. You want him to be successful. He's going to get.
I know for a fact. Look, I have an in with Upper Deck, Brad, and I'm sure they've got like 1 tin of this cup allocated for this man. They're ready to go. A solid tin. And let me tell you, the ROI. By the way, we still got to talk about getting the video together for the sale, for the proceeds of the case. We will reconvene on this matter. We'll make sure we got that set up.
Getting impatient, Brad.
He's got to get the Excel spreadsheets and the tabulators going.
Oh, it's already done. Already done.
Maybe they'll bring back.
Then we'll chat about getting that recording set up. I'll read a couple here and get caught up. Customers in the place are going to be worse than Detroit Pawn Shop. Very possible. Paul here says, that's my thought. The vintage shelf Hamm showed. Are they really expecting to get sales consistently on less or more niche stuff? I think you can have a showcase or two of vintage is fine. But I think the majority will be your TCGs, your modern, and stuff that'll rotate through pretty quick. Rooting for Jeff is like rooting for Jinder Mahal. I like that you went the WWE route. I understand what you're saying. I get it. Throw in some sports memorabilia or something on the walls for decor. It looks like a weed dispensary than a hobby hangout. Hey, that might be appealing to some. That might increase sales. Just saying.
If the cards don't work out, just move the weed in and you're all good.
Look, you just make a couple of adjustments. All of a sudden, it's like, all right. It's like, so how's the Cards HQ going? We made like 80 million. 80 million profit. What? The weed dispensary corner was really great. It worked out amazing.
He's got enough room.
If 5+ years is a long time, I get that a lot of people are betting against him, but how many businesses are barely breaking even after 5 years? 5 years is going to be a good test. That'd be very interesting. He's going to have to get some of the deals that Brad's talking about. The other point that Brad mentioned that we did talk about is that because he puts the studio in there, and I think some of the offices, he was able to indirectly drop the lease on the studio space and then can kind of convert that into. So in reality, he's kind of combining multi-use purpose for the facility. So you're creating. So yeah, you've got this 14,000 square foot thing, but you're using some of that for a space you were going to use anyway. And instead of paying 2 leases, you're paying 1 lease, and you're kind of subleasing to yourself. So in a certain way, you can play some business shadow games with. I'm sure he's got a good accountant who can kind of make this work for his first purposes and how we're using the space.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Burbank for hillbillies. Live the dream. If I'm
Except
fanatics, I
Atlanta,
give an
no
exclusive
hillbillies.
broker license for all 368 types of cars. 368, 368 this year. Let's see here. Scrolling through 300K. I don't think it's gotten to that much yet. I know it was in the two. I felt like it was in 250s or 260s, but I could be wrong. Burbank makes so much in bulk collections. Yes. If you buy a tons, yes, that is true. The bulk is really key for that kind of business. You need to be. That's how you make money at scale. You're buying these bulk collections. It's like, oh, you're paying like 50 cents a card. Yeah, but there's like $5 cards here, $10 cards here, a couple here and there. And in the aggregate, you make your money. It's not 1 or 2 sales. Hope he's successful. Good marketing new collectors to the hobby. Fair enough, Orlando. Scroll through here. And also Donfield's Dreams. Good evening. Let's scroll here. Yep. Here we go. Let's make a strong one for the Hall of Fame, whether he wants to or not. I think my secret is the non-campaigning campaigning. Vote for me because everyone else sucks. That's my campaign. Zach says, I'm not convinced Geoff is more than a figurehead. Is he actually day-to-day running? Absolutely not. No. It would be with Jeff. Listen, with Jeff Wilson's buying record, if Jeff was the head buyer of Cards HQ, he'd have the greatest showcase of Desmond Ritter. And he would have spent the $3 million in Desmond Ritter, and then Brad would be able to get rid of his Alec Manoas to Mike Petty because he would have lost that bet and he'd be gone. And Mike Petty would be like, no.
If you were to pick a state, though, Atlanta would be in your top 10.
Well, he's based out of Atlanta. He wanted to go to state.
Regardless,
Sure.
Speaking of that, dude, I don't know if I've seen an old video today. Brock Lesnar moved to Winnipeg. Did you guys see this?
No, I think it was
He's
Saskatchewan.
well insulated.
I'm pretty sure it was Saskatchewan.
So. No, it's Winnipeg. He's at the Winnipeg. It's in Winnipeg for sure. Was that recent?
He's in Saskatchewan. He's on the Saskatchewan side.
He has a farm in Saskatchewan.
Yeah. He's I think he's got citizenship. We're about to.
Okay, well, maybe he just moved to Winnipeg because he was at the Jets game. He said he loves living in Winnipeg now.
Oh, he's had a lot of hits to the head. He doesn't know where he is.
He's well insulated.
Brock Lesnar has millions of dollars. He likes having a lot of space to himself, and he likes being a farmer. So he literally went and bought, like, I can buy a ton of land. That's basically what he did. Bought like a crap ton of land, and he's like, awesome. Yeah, that's all he wanted to do. That's what he wanted to do, and he had plenty of money, so he can do whatever he wants. So he's like, all right. So here it is. In 2013, Brock Lesnar said he wanted to become a Saskatchewan resident. He was learning more about the province before making the move. He grew up on a farm, which he credited with helping develop his work ethic. So the thing is, if you want space, Saskatchewan's got plenty.
Lots.
Oh yeah.
And in relative terms, it's cheap. You can get it by the acre.
Lands of the living skies.
Yeah. I hope you like wheat. There's plenty. So here we go. Let me finish here. How is he getting his cards? Watch CC2 at Dallas dropping $50K on $10 to $200 cards. Yeah, he's not going to do that. Carlos, be sure to personalize your Hall of Fame speech. Don't read directly off Chat GPT. I have my personal speechwriter, Bougie Eric, on the case.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
I'll just scratch off every time he says "Shut up, Josh," just randomly. It's like Tourette's. He just has these moments. He'll like say a sentence, and it'll be like "Shut up, Josh." I'm like, well, we'll just scratch that out. We'll replace that with another word.
The lady at CVS this afternoon did not understand it all.
Yeah, it was "Shut up, Josh" is every second sentence.
He's like, well, first, my name is Beth, and second, why are you being so rude? I'm just like, shut up, Josh. And I walked out.
It's true.
Done.
It's David here. Good evening, gents. Just got a Luis Arias PSA 10, tops rookie for Burbank today for $15 ship. They're all about moving stuff. Yeah. Burbank sells in volume. That's how they make their money. It's not holding stuff. They need to move it. All of them vote for Carlos, so vote for Eric. No doubt. Hit the like button. Truth. Thank you, Orlando. Have an interesting reception tomorrow night. Yes. Brock is included in the most recent McMahon lawsuit, apparently. Yes. I have the wrestling channel, and I read the news about the Vince McMahon thing, and I'm like, so you know the saying, I'm not touching this with a 50-foot pole. I'm not touching this with a 50-meter pole. I'm not touching this with a 50 furlong pole. I need as much distance between me. I was like, I can't even read the news article about it. Yep. I'm sure somehow I could read this on my channel that is not monetized, and somehow I would become demonetized just reading it. I was like, nope, I ain't reading that. And also, in a related note, that's still like maybe not even the top 20 most disgusting, vile, and possibly criminal things that Vince McMahon has done.
Not a swell guy.
No, well, here's the thing. I was about to make the joke. So I've discussed the not swell fella. We need like another tier.
Okay.
It's like the not swell fella. Like no.
Okay, so the next time we want to say that, why don't we just say Brad?
Interesting. You know, Brad, the next time there's a Reggie you guys could let me do next time. I want specific allowances to do some horrifically horrible things to
it. Yes, I like that.
We'll just make sure we got that covered, you know. But yes, if you guys are willing to go down a rabbit hole and use protected browsers, you can find out more about Vince McMahon's latest allegations. They ain't great. Moving on.
Carlos, can you give me, if you don't mind, maybe someone else, the YouTube Hall of Fame? I really haven't followed up on this whole thing. Can you give me a 30-second, like, it's real? Is it? It's
the Cliff Notes.
Not really.
No,
no, I can. No, I can. I can.
I don't really,
so basically, it's so in the olden day, old YouTube days for the sports card community, you used to have a lot of what they called contests. Like I'll give you a short version, but this will give you proper context.
Yeah,
they used to have what they called contests, and by that, what that meant really, and it could be a contest. It could be like a giveaway but they would give you like a video prompt. It was like, tell me about your favorite card, or whatever. Give me a story, whatever. And the idea was to foster a sense of community. This is the background. I'm just giving you the background here, and that used to happen all the time. And to this day, occasionally you'll still get some of those. It'll be VR, video response, and there'll be the odd one like that still. But it used to be old YouTube, you actually be able to do a direct video response to a video, and people could communicate that way. And that was one thing you could do back in ye old YouTube. Anyway, so the whole idea is it started off similar to one of those contests. The idea was Mike Baseball Collector, who's a big Hall of Fame, fanboy, huge to the Hall of Fame concept. He liked the idea of having a Hall of Fame for sports card YouTubers. Now, the problem is from day one, he didn't really set criteria, which left it wide open to the natural thing is, I'm just going to vote for my buddies. And then he made a little patch, like a real patch that had the little logo on it. And then every year it became increasingly absurd. And then right from the beginning, every year it sparked some kind of controversy for a made up Hall of Fame which you get nothing other than this little patch thing that he had made. They still do that to this day. And then at some point, Jake, Legends Never Die, took it over after Mike was, I think, tired of dealing with the yearly controversy related to it. And he goes, I'm going to separate myself from this crap so that you can yell at somebody else. So Jake has taken up that mantle. And every year I make fun of it because it amuses me. That's the short version. Does that help?
And how do you get in?
That's right.
So you get in by having people who have been making YouTube sports card videos for at least 1 year are the folks eligible to cast ballots. Those are the criteria for voters is you must be making YouTube sports card videos for at least 1 year.
1 year.
That's first criteria. And you can vote for somebody who's been making YouTube sports card videos for a minimum of 3. So you can vote for anyone that falls under that criteria, and you can do it because you like their logo. You can do it because you like the name of the channel. You can do it because you like the image they show on the screen, their cards, whatever.
You Make can be criteria. A goat in 3 years.
It's amazing. Basically, yes. Mm-hmm. And that's how you do it. So every year, some people get mad about the concept. Some people get mad because they think they should get votes because, well, I make really cool videos, and everybody else is like, well, if you did, then more people would like you and they'd vote for you. And then you got somebody like me who I'm like, fuck it, I'm just screwing around with this. I don't care one way or the other. And then I get votes, and then they get mad about that.
So are you in it now?
No.
He is, yeah.
No, I'm not.
He's not. He's in the competition for it. Yes.
Okay.
I'll be somewhere on the little list when it's said and done. We'll see what happens. I have no idea. It's gonna be the top 5.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the top 5. They add it up, so by the end of the month, all the votes will be tallied. So Jake runs around and watches all the videos and tallies all the votes. You can vote for up to 10 channels if you want. Again, whatever criteria suits you, as long as they meet the criteria, whatever suits your fancy.
Yeah.
And then the top 5 at the end of this round will end up in that for this year. And they created a website and everything. Bob Lewis is in it. That's all you got to know. The prestige that this Hall of Fame we covered. Bob Lewis is pretty much the poster of like the ultimate top tier of the Hall of Fame.
Gotcha. So if I could, like Eric, does it have to be on a main channel? Can Eric vote?
No.
Eric doesn't actually make video.
No.
Right. So it has to be like you on your channel.
Yeah, he'd actually have to make videos.
And I would just like to point out that anyone who is dumb enough to put me on their show does not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame of anything.
I do for my philanthropy, sir.
Yes.
I don't look after. No, hold on. I want to make sure we get this right. See, I'm not here looking for, Brad, this is important. And this is a key piece. I'm glad he brought this up. The key here is that I'm not here talking about my philanthropy towards the less fortunate. I'm giving my philanthropy towards the unfortunate. It doesn't get more unfortunate than that. Like, that's pretty unfortunate.
Eric might hurt you chances, actually, if there's
for everyone involved. Yeah. No, they're going to be like, my God, that man's a saint. Do you see what he does with that poor boy who got hit on his head cycle crossing somewhere? What's wrong with that guy? All he does is chalk and sticks, and he thinks this Boston Bruins is a real thing. Oh, that poor child. Oh my God.
Mother hears that a lot, actually.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so last thing before I get off this thing.
How did she deal with him? Yeah, my mother hears that a lot, actually.
Where do I go to see the members of the YouTube Sports Hall of Fame?
Oh, I'll give you the website. You can go. There's a website. They're there. I'll send you the link in 2 seconds.
www.thisisridiculous.com.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry to get on the topic. I just honestly didn't. I think there's a lot of people, I'm assuming like me, that had no idea really. Is this like a real thing? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's certainly not a real thing. It's definitely not a real thing.
It's real in a whatever.
It's real to somebody. It's real to somebody.
It would be real if the YouTube company did it, right? Because it's
they do have their own thing where they send you the placard,
and
right?
Maybe there'd be some type of financial thing, and there'd actually be very strict rules and criteria. But no, this is just a bunch of card collecting guys who thought it'd be fun to come up with something, and that's it.
We would be less than 0 in the community of YouTube. So
no, they'd have to break it down into categories. There's no way that, because we're
if it was sports, we'd still be less than 0 in that category. Yes.
Oh yeah,
100%.
We're like the size of a gnat on an elephant's back.
We already have a gnat, and he heads up Collectors Universe. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll read a couple of these comments here. So Wes says, "Go to hell, fella." Not a bad choice in terms of what we do with not swell fella. What's a tier worse? Brett Favre is even offended. Facts. The Hall of Fame is almost as cool as a Dungeons and Dragons meetup at a Pokemon store during a week-long Magic the Gathering sale.
Wow.
Not nearly that. It's not nearly that cool. Not nearly that cool. No, that's way cooler. Way cooler. Paul here says Vince just resigned all positions, as he should. Chairman of WWE and board of directors TKO, he's done. Yeah, he should be. We got Dan's vintage baseball PC. Good evening. Carlos, your video where you're into your votes was freaking hilarious. My long con, I appreciate you. Thank you. I vote for Carlos, but I never vote for anyone on the first ballot. Man, terrible. Well, it's not technically my first ballot, but yes, I get what you're saying. And good evening, Carla. Do you think anyone who entered 3 years ago, like Dustin or Neo, gets it? Well, if Dustin had done the campaign, like I laid out the path. All Dustin had to do was cheat.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact Neo doesn't give a shit. But all Dustin had to do was cheat, and apparently he refuses to cheat. So then no, then he's not. That takes care of that. And Wes here is clearly drunk. Wes, put the bottle down. You don't drink straight from the bottle, Wes. Not the big one.
He agrees that anyone
put it in a glass
enough to put me on their show doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
And I already explained to you why you're both wrong. You're both wrong. Taking care of the unfortunate. I already explained this. I'm basically a saint. Man of peace. Moving on. Orlando. I voted for Carlos. He's got a bunch of votes. Apparently, yeah. I get pinged on a couple of them, so there's definitely a few for sure. Carlos, like the Count Ripkus worship content creator. Hey, longest running episodic, whatever this is. So we definitely have a streak going. I also voted for Mike Hamm. There you go. It's true. Listen, intrepid reporter Mike Hamm.
Yeah, well,
we showed a video. We showed a video. He did a walkthrough. He gave us he praised the content gods, and we appreciate it. I got to thinking this live stream is content. It is. Eric should be eligible even though he's not on his channel. The problem, so here it was funny is I remember a discussion about this.
Yeah, don't encourage this.
So like the best supporting actor Hall of Fame kind of thing. Yeah.
Don't support this.
No, but here's the thing. The IRP guys, Bobby, we're talking about this. And technically, if you're co-hosting or on it, if you have multiple channels, you could do that. The problem is, obviously, since it's my channel, I use my vote.
Yes.
So you don't get 2 votes. But if like Eric had his own channel and he had a couple of videos on it, he could have a vote there, and then you could have another vote somewhere else. So you could do that.
I have a channel.
I have a channel.
Do you have videos on it the last 3 years?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh, there you go. Friars and Friday. Eric's as eligible as anyone else.
I'm voting.
Power to the people, Bobby.
Huh?
Power to the people, Bobby.
Yes,
Sachs.
Westergriff. He's first.
I just want to say something though. Like it or not, like it or not, I actually discovered 20 plus channels that didn't know. So that's already there. That's already like a good thing about.
It's like another world.
It's not like you don't have to like everyone and all be like, but there's different little pieces that you can like, wow, I didn't know about this person, and look at all the cool stuff he's got. So, and all the positivity or negativity, to me, that's one part that it's, and the rest I don't really care or not. Like, it's a cool thing, not a cool thing. Good for you.
There you go. Sistuke here. Good evening. Good evening. And I like this part. Scott, dumb. Where in the metaverse can I visit this hall? I'll put the link. I'll put the link in the chat for you guys, and I'll also give it to Brad so he can see it.
Perfect.
Good evening, Steve. Here you go. I like this analogy. Eric is the ugly girl. Pretty girls Carlos take to the club and make them look better. He makes us look all better by association. We have all never looked as good as we do right now simply by Eric being here.
You're welcome.
Take it away.
And that is why you, Eric, by periphery, perhaps one day may become a Hall of Famer. And with that, an increase in the like button fee, because Hall of Fame like button fees. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Let me tell you. Whoa.
Well, I'm good.
Yeah, I think you have videos too, right?
Okay,
so
perfect.
You could technically vote.
No,
yeah,
the
videos
the
videos Harold Baines of the YouTube Hall of Fame.
I'm trying to.
I still think the Harold Baines would be Bob Lewis. I think it just makes the most sense.
Gotta be.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense. Let's see. If you don't want to go with that
national
option
for free because you're on the Hall of Fame, do you get?
No, you get literally nothing. No, you get literally nothing.
Or a sticker.
Wonderful.
Hey, free stickers, man.
You get effectively nothing then.
I gave hats.
Well, a hat is at least usable. You can wear a hat.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So here we go.
Brad didn't get a hat, did he?
No, it won't fit my head.
You and
because your ego's too big.
Oh, jeez, I know.
No, it's because my melon is massive. I've never got a hat from anybody.
Give me a second. Maybe
I'm one of these guys.
If you maybe came out from the bunker in Toronto and came out and saw your friends maybe once or twice, maybe you would have got a freaking hat. But instead, nope, sorry, can't. It's like you were tied to a radiator or something, and you weren't. You were held hostage and you weren't allowed out.
I wasn't busy.
Well, there is mugs.
I drive 10 hours, and in 4 days, this is all I got from this scumbag.
Oh, Eric, that's way more than you deserved. Brad, the only part that I was offended by, the only thing I was offended by was that you did one live stream in that whole period. It was a CSC live stream. Lame, Brad. I think it might have cracked double-digit views. Maybe. You think? Did you get some family members to watch it? Did it crack double digits?
I don't know. I don't check that stuff. I do check. Sherry giving me the camel clutch though. My daughter had a YouTube channel that's still up there,
Okay.
and we're at like 20,000 views now.
Nice.
We did it like 10 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yep. I think we just
in the
heard
video,
Eric's
do you just
fantasy.
go like this?
No,
Maybe.
No. Oh, okay.
Yep. Good evening. It's cold in Canada. It is. Today was actually not too bad, but it's been cold a
No,
couple
it
of
was
couple
beautiful
days.
today. 4 degrees. Awesome.
Yeah. It was at least in the positives, so we consider that. We'll take it.
What do
the
you
water
mean
didn't
by
freeze on the
cold
ground
in
immediately.
Canada? There's a lot of different coldness in this country. Like cold here
we're at
doesn't
least
mean
cold
cold
here.
there. Like -5 here, you can go outside in a t-shirt.
Like
So-
I questioned the CSC show.
Yeah,
because
Yannick,
we had snow
you
last
can
time,
go
right?
outside in a t-shirt, but I don't want to hear one word of complaint when it gets to summertime and y'all are melting.
Mhm.
it's too hot.
Because that's when I have my time. I'm like, winter, y'all can have that shit. Summertime, then we'll talk. Oh, it's so hot.
And
It's like it's
and
12.
it's humidity here.
Carlos is pretty cocky about that. Now he has the heater and the air conditioning.
Yeah, he's
Mhm.
big time now.
I dealt with it for a decade, Bobby.
You did.
I think I put in my time,
Yes.
and it was hotter in here than it was out there.
Yes.
So I had a sauna in here, and I did that for a decade. I have earned it. I'm okay. I've done my time.
Mhm.
And I don't know
Josh
if,
here says, I'll
I
give
don't
Brad a
know if
compliment.
Charity
Matt from
is
PSA
still-
Canada is doing a great job.
I don't know if
Thank you,
Charity
Josh.
is still watching or not, but I just want you to know that we're putting some money together to send up to her so she can buy some T-shirts for Yannick that have sleeves on them.
Mhm.
I don't wear sleeves.
Yeah. So
So what you're
Charity,
gonna find
Sleeves in Quebec.
we're gonna get
kidding?
we're gonna get a pool together. We're gonna send you some money, because obviously things are tough up there right now, and we're gonna
I
make
can't
sure
hear her
that,
laughing now.
that you can buy him some T-shirts with some sleeves.
She's the one actually cutting him off.
GoFundMe page. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe page tonight for sleeves for Yannick.
I don't think you can
It
afford
has a
custom sleeves.
sympathetic tone to it. Yes, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds to me like, Brad, I could be mistaken. Eric sounds very concerned about Yannick's well-being. He's very worried about his lack of sleeves.
He thinks
Sleeves for
all men
Yannick.
are
It's almost like flowers for Algernon. It's like those things. Perfect.
The guy texts me like 20 times a day, man. I tell you.
Listen, I got to be honest, and I think I'm going to mute Eric for this because we don't need him disrupting a perfectly good conversation. For a man who complains as much as he does, I can't think of anyone. Like, he literally sends love letters to Josh every day. Josh sends me the screenshots. It's a little disturbing. Some of them are a little graphic, a little bit. That's a little too much, perhaps a little too much. But this is a man who sends Josh love letters all the time. He's worried about Yannick's well-being. Like, he's concerned. What if he gets pneumonia?
Yeah.
The beard, he knows his chin is warm, but what about his arms?
Yes.
What if his arms freeze? Like, that'd be terrible. He's worried. He's concerned about this. And all the time, literally, Eric does nothing more than send me text messages going like, hey, do you think Brad will come on the show? Do you think Brad will be my friend? It's like,
You think
it's
Brad
like,
will say hi to me at the next show?
yeah, like,
Easy,
you think Brad would give me a bro hug? Do you think, Carlos? And I'm like, stop talking to me. Lose my number. You needy fucker. What's wrong with you? God. Hey, Brad, it's too much. Brad, it's too much. Like, I don't know how much I can take of this, man. It's too much.
It's getting much.
It's a little
Thank,
bit.
that's
And-
not now you know why
such a
he's not
sweet
in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, like, listen, there's no one like. I talk about Emo Scott, but Emo Scott is like, like a 6 out of 10 on the scale. Eric's like a 14 and a half. It's madness. It's insanity.
I deny most of that.
That's right. Most at
You
best.
represent most of that remark. Yes.
Yep. Eric's heart is in the right place. There you go, Josh. There you
Yeah,
go.
it's right here, like everyone else's. Shut up, Josh.
There you go. Tourette's.
There you go. Breaking news. Brad inducted to become Carlos Sports Card Hall of Fame. Way more
Over
prestigious.
my
than
dead body.
Way more prestigious.
He'll be waving to you then.
I know exactly. He waved to you during the acceptance speech.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Oh yeah.
All right. So real quick. So we touched on it for a little bit. So I got a question. I got a question that we can move on and touch on some other stuff. So we talked a little bit about the Cards HQ thing. We did the walkthrough. We did all that. But so here's my question. Anyone have any thoughts on, I know it's not going to be from day one because this is kind of a soft launch. The whole culture collision thing is going to be a little bit of a soft launch situation for them. how long do you think it is before we actually start really seeing a ramp up in the live selling thing? Because you got to get the grand opening first. That's coming up shortly. But then there's going to be a little bit of streaming, I think, at first. But then I want to see when we get the real, like, you saw the little cart. I want to see when we start seeing the cart with the tech and everything. We got a chance to see it. I want to see that thing operational. I want to see what that looks like. That's what I'm curious about. Yeah, so any thoughts on timeline? If anybody was to guess, anybody want to take a stab in the dark?
30 days, maybe. Like we're at the end January, early February.
Sure. Okay.
Like they'll start maybe with like a couple a day, and then keep. I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, but
I think 30 days is not a terrible guess. Anybody else want to take a stab in the dark?
I think he's going to do it earlier than later. I think he's going to, he's paying for it. Get it done.
Right.
They're tech guys, right? Like that's what they can do. Like I feel, to me, it would be 2032. But with these guys, they got to be able to figure that out.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm surprised they don't have drones flying around in there.
That would actually be kind of amazing. I would actually kind of enjoy that.
You know what would be cool is the display cases if they had like kind of like a rotisserie type of thing. So like you go online, like like you want that code, the card kind of like start going down, the little arm comes out. Like a coffee machine.
They have a lot of vending machines in Quebec, guys. So
yeah. My card shop in 1990, I had one of those rotating. It was classic. It weighed 1 million pounds. But where you put the cards in,
it's the jewelry one.
Yeah, and then it's got the big
swivel
side. Yeah. I remember my dad opened it up. I was like, this thing. It kept screeching. He was like, I just got to oil it. I was like, yeah, oil it. And he opened up the side of it. I had no idea, but it had the big
chain.
Yeah. That it was rotating on the cards.
Like motorcycle chain.
It was hideous. It was absolutely the worst showcase I ever had.
But they're really cool because they do house so many cars that if you push that button to go, because it rotates, you can stop and go, hey, I like that one.
Concept.
So they had
I just had a shitty one.
Access sucks though.
It does, yeah. So like I said, when I was growing up, there were card shops, but a lot of them were a little out of the way. You had Legends, like I said, that was in downtown and stuff like that. So they did have some stuff there. But by the mid 90s, obviously things had quieted down and a lot of the shops had kind of gone away that they were there in the late 80s and early 90s. But the shop that I used to buy packs and things from was in a flea market. And it was a guy who had bought out a Sharup and he was running a couple of different booths, but he had the card thing and he had an account with Grosvenor. So he would order boxes and stuff like that and get new stuff in. But it was a flea market booth with the whole thing. And on each side of it, he had one of those showcases. With the chain and everything, you could push the button and it would rotate through the cards thing. And he had one on each end, and then like a showcase in the middle, shelving to hold the boxes and stuff like that. And then have the shoe boxes and 1,600 count boxes and 5,000 count.
It's fun pushing the button.
Yeah,
yeah. You can sit there and just do it. Yeah, you sit there and go
backwards.
Watch it for a while. I just missed one. Hold on, I got to back it up. Back it up.
And if you went too fast between the two and started rock, like you could try to rock.
Mm-hmm. That is right. Yep.
The guy in my flea market has that. He puts cards in there.
Buyback Rover. Some kid's going to break the prototype. That's why I said I'm curious. I want to see what happens here. Joel here says, good evening, Joel. Personally, I don't know why a lot of people have an issue with this pricing model. The problem with the hobby is everyone expects 20% of last sold so they can make their 10%. I agree. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, if you're someone who's trying to be a flipper, it isn't going to work. But you kind of already know that going in. So like it's been laid out for you. Hey, maybe this isn't the place for you. This is not going to make sense for you. You go to a card show. You
don't shop
go
at Jeff
make
Olson's
a deal
for flipper.
Yeah. Yeah. There's probably some better places for you. But a valid point here is as long as that's why I use the one example. As long as the price is in line. If I go to Terrapeak and I search, and this price is close to in line with it, if I had bought it on eBay, so I use that card. If on eBay it cost me $450 and it cost me $450 in Jeff's store, what's the difference?
I get it right now. Boom.
Exactly. That's the thing. You actually have the ability. So if it's a $5 or $10 off one way or the other, that's not really a deal breaker one way or the other. Because again, to Bobby's point, you get it right now. You get to have it and walk right out the door with it, and it's yours. You don't have to wait for somebody to ship it. You don't have to wait for other potential things to happen. Well, if you're there already, then there you go. But that's what I say. That like as long as the price is not way out of whack with it, and the whole point that they said is, well, if the price suddenly gets cut in half, well, then you can say, hey guys, the price is wrong. Can you reprice it?
Mm-hmm.
And then they would have to go do that. Yes, Eric.
So working in a card shop, and Brad will agree with this too, I'm sure, is that the prices. Shut up, Brad.
Sorry.
The prices at a brick and mortar have to be slightly more than what you can get on eBay or at a card or a card show. If you want to have a brick and mortar business in your neighborhood, you have to pay a little bit more. But like you guys were saying, you get to hold that thing in your hand. You get to eye it, decide whether or not it's the condition you want, and you get it today. You get that immediate satisfaction. And if you build up a relationship with your brick and mortar store, there are deals to be had. But if all the thing you want to do is get cheap stuff, then then you refuse to go to your brick and mortar and spend that money there, the brick and mortar is going to disappear. And you're going to go, what happened to the card store? I used to love going to that place. Right. You used to like going to that place. So
they were
you have to pay more or else it's going to disappear. Second, customers only like comps when it benefits them. You come into that card shop and there's a card listed for $50. And maybe it hasn't been checked in a while. Okay. It says $50. You take out your phone, you show the last comp is $20. And the shop owner goes, all right, fine, no problem, $20. You are as happy as a pig in mud to pay the $20 that is said on that phone for comps.
On that app.
Okay. You're all in. You think, hey, that's great. Now you switch the roles, you come in and you say, how much for that card? And we open up our phones and go, well, the last comp was $50. Well, can you do any better on that? Wait a minute. You're the same guy who last week looked at the same app, looked at a card, saw the top number, and was excited to pay that number. Now, same app, there's the number, you don't want to pay that number. So customers will only pay comps when they think it benefits them. It's amazing how it's okay one day and they're all off and shouldn't be looked at, and I need a deal on a different day.
You can't keep telling people that, Eric, because that's why they're not coming back.
Oh,
aren't you the same fucker who came in and did this? And
that's what I say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're learning a lot about Eric's customer service is what we're learning right now.
He set it up right there. It's all
Believe it or not, I'm the nicest person in the store.
Shut up.
You should see the
I can vouch for this. I've been to it. Eric, yeah.
What do the other ones do? Pull out a revolver and shoot you 5 times when you walk in?
I'm kind of close to that.
It's been done.
Yeah.
So, Brad, let's be serious for a couple of seconds. Do you agree with mostly what I said?
No, absolutely, 100%. I sincerely do, and it's more about. And you're also going to a local shop for the experience, and it's fun. Baubles, I remember Baubles did a video about him Christmas shopping, and he goes, "I can just buy it online." But him and his wife went out, and it's fun. Like it's an adventure. Like all those people that were at trade night tonight at AMG and drop it off. Like it's an experience, and you listen to stories. Eric, when I was at your shop, like you go in there and you're listening to the stories, you're laughing, you're having a great time. If you're antisocial or if you don't want to be around people and you don't enjoy the space, obviously it's not for you. But AMG, just like your shop, it's therapy for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Yeah. Come in and hang out and vent about your kids and complain about this, and it's fun. And then you get to buy your
like-minded collectors who actually want to sit there and talk to you about cards. My wife will listen, but I know there's nothing going on while I'm talking.
Yeah.
She does not care, but she's my wife. She loves me. She'll sit there and go, Yeah. You can actually go to your local card shop, and when you say, hey, I got this great deal, look at this card, someone's going to go, oh man, that's fantastic. And they honestly think that. They're 100% interested in everything you have to say about the card. It's where you got it, how much you paid, the story behind it. They're all in. Where else are you going to get that?
No, it's
Your
true.
wife is going to ask you how much did you pay. Don't you worry.
I bought a guy had this tonight at trade night.
All right, hold on. Go ahead.
My light's really bad there. It's a Emmett Smith.
I'm guessing that's a gold prism is what it looks like.
Yeah, gold prism out of 10.
Yeah.
And so he said, "Yeah, do you want to buy anything?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll take a look." So I was going through and I said, "Oh, that's an awesome looking card." He goes, I said, "How much do you want for it?" He goes, "Well, let me just check on the comps." He goes, I said, "Well, honestly, what do you think it's worth?" He goes, "Well, I think I probably $40." He goes, "But do you want me to check for you?" I said, "No, here's your $40. Perfect." I didn't care if it comps at 30 or 20 or like for $40 a gold Emmett Smith prism card. It's beautiful. I was psyched. But that's what you talk about. Sometimes you just don't. If you're collecting, you don't want to get hosed, but you don't have to check comps on everything.
Yeah, we're talking under $50 here.
That's what I mean.
It's not like 400.
A difference, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think also the other side of it that a lot of people don't play into it all the time is that, again, it depends on what type of experience you're trying to have. The one point that I think, look, Geoff will get a million tons of flack for a lot of stuff. And honestly, a lot of it he's earned because he'll say some really dumb things. And he said really dumb things on the record that we can replay anytime we want and meme it until the cows come home. However, one of the points he made in the argument when he was doing that discussion on the show with Dustin, Neo, and Steve, Flip and Steve, is he was talking about the less experienced person. So we can talk about the person that checks Terra Peak, looks up comps and does whatever, but what about the person who comes in with their kid? They have no idea how to look up comps. They don't have the first clue. And again, as long as the price is somewhere in line with where the comps have been, it's a retail price. That's basically a retail price. Yes, I might have a little bit more knowledge, a little more understanding, and be able to say, okay, you know what? Yes, that's what the last comp went for, but that was a jersey or patch card, and that was a really nice patch. So actually, that one sold for more than what it would. And I can have this debate, this argument with the dealer, and maybe they agree with me, maybe they don't. But I can add that extra layer of sophistication to the argument to be able to put it together. Or it can be a case of, you know what, maybe I don't have a good comp. None of us have a good comp. We're kind of going around in the dark. And then it's just knowing what a good price sounds like. Kind of the Brad story. That's what happened with the Boubior card at that CSC show. The guy said the price. I didn't need to look up 15 comps. I knew what the card was. So I was like, here's the money. Have a good day.
The CSC show, there you go. Like, how many booths do you think really appeal to me at the CSC show?
7.
No, there's barely 7 there.
Well, now there's Don Diego, so we can add 1.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going for
1.
Whatever. Just the atmosphere, being around, being
the
with
vibes.
the guys, hanging out. You never know what you'll find, kind of thing. It never leaves you, even when you're going to a show that's more modern than it is vintage that you're into. So.
And like I said, it said in the video.
It's not like it's close either. It's the other end of town.
But what I'll say is this, though, kind of to Bobby's point. I have, for many years, I didn't attend any card shows other than the Expo. And obviously the Expo is a very large show, biggest one we got here. But for many years, it was like, so I'm going to like a 400 or 500 table show plus, for many, many years. To see the smaller shows really didn't appeal to me. I have enjoyed going to the CSC show. And you know what? Even though I haven't gone in there and spent thousands of dollars or whatever, I have literally found something at every single one of those CSC shows I've attended. Even if it's like a couple of cards here and there, and maybe I found a card or two that I flipped, and I got that 92 O-Pee-Chee box that I opened during the holiday show, and I got to have some fun opening it. Relatively cheap box. I knew who the players were. I was able to flip through it. Still, I was able to find something that at least I was able to get some entertainment out of.
Yeah, me too. Well, I found that baseball stuff I bought for $75.
Yep.
There was 2 autographs in there. I got $500 for. It's just
But is that like, does that make it like a destination show? Oh my God. No, absolutely not. No. But for an afternoon, for a morning and afternoon, for a couple hours, just looking around a little bit, maybe I see something, maybe I don't. That's fine. That's fine. Plus I got to go to the German Haas.
And
German Haas.
Kurt Card Care. You can always pick up a package from him.
There you go. So Dan's vintage baseball PC here says Jeff's store is not for cranky old men like me. I doubt it is. Yeah, it's for the kids. True. When I saw him in Philly with the Cards HQ booth, it was a line of kids. I believe that. I believe that. That's fair, Dan. Less experienced person. That's like the pod calling Geoff's tight shirt black. Yes, there you go. I sit at our LCS doing PSA submissions every Monday, Tuesday night. Kids and their parents don't know anything about comps. By far the most common visitor. Yes. So at that point, though, you can, if you're hanging in at around what the market going rate. If I go on eBay and it's around the market going rate, then you're not necessarily ripping somebody off because if you hit the buy it now, it'd be the same price, and you got to wait for shipping. So as long as you're staying somewhere in that range for the retail customer that has no additional effort they're going to put into it, just don't charge them $100 for something that's going for $40 on eBay all day long. Just don't do that. And if you can not do that, then at least you've done okay by them. Yes, some of the other folks are going to be like, oh, but I could probably squeeze 30 or 25 out of it if I like really negotiate and finagle. It's like, well, then maybe this is not the shop for you. And that's fine. And go to one of the other shops. You got baseball cards down the road, right? You got baseball cards somewhere down there, and they're run like a more conventional shop. I'm sure they'll negotiate with. The good news for them, we people talked about is like, well, what do the got baseball card guys have to say about this? Well, here's the thing: if the got baseball card guys are willing to negotiate on cards, all of a sudden that makes them even more attractive. Mm-hmm. They can offer a counterbalance to that, and maybe it drives more business their way, and they're not going to complain about that. And then Jeff will get the business that he gets, and he's not going to complain about that. So maybe they can both live in the ecosystem because they can both offer something slightly different.
It's not like the old days where actually even pre-eBay or just early eBay, you couldn't really check anything. When you went to a show, like you were at the mercy of whatever the guys wanted to sell it for. You were kind of stuck. So at least we have that as an equalizer today.
You think when you go in there, he filters the Wi-Fi that you can only get a sports market mover?
Maybe.
Yeah, no card ladder won't come in.
No, like you can't get card ladder, no eBay, just card movers.
Doesn't work.
What they do is they do an adjustment to the price point. Oh, what does card ladder say? $100? Yeah, most I can give you is like $150. It's like that's it. It's like you're like 1.5% of comps.
Damn.
And then if you're selling, it's like, oh no, that's at least a $500 card. It's like, what is this 100? Nope, no idea what you're talking about. I was in an LCS in Oklahoma. Owner uses market movers on a 55-inch TV to look up comps. Said he met Joff and got set up. Actually, a point though, what you guys are saying also that also I would think about, and it's not something we saw in the walkthrough, but I would expect it. Since Cards HQ obviously is a sports card investor, branded so effectively, I would wager that they're going to have a kiosk to sign up for market movers right on the spot. I guarantee, like every square inch will be used in a way to monetize. They'll have the little QR code. Hey, download the Market Movers app. You can look up comps right on the spot. And hey, by the way, if you do the paid version, then you get blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure someone will say, and they make like a $20 sale, but they get a $10 a month membership to Market Movers. And he makes money on that side of it after they leave the store. And he can still be making money on monetizing that person who came in and got the spiel.
Yeah. If you call in the next 20 minutes, we'll double the offer.
Yeah, this is where we
13
need it. This is
easy payments of $2.95.
Yeah, so we need the QVC folks out there. I agree with the no haggle because kid with his mom example. Yeah, in that example, the mom is not going to necessarily have the reference point, or even the dad. What if the dad doesn't care about cards? My dad didn't collect baseball cards. He didn't care. So how would he have negotiated? What would be the basis of his negotiation?
There was great baseball cards in South America. Wow. That's where all the money cards are, now.
Well, my grandfather on my dad's side is the one who collected.
Oh.
My dad wasn't into it. Yeah. Unfortunately, because they didn't take care of things, he kind of left things haphazard. But my dad remembered some of the cards. His memory for stuff like that is actually quite good. Because a lot of times he'll be like, yeah, whatever. But then he'll find a photo and locate, visual evidence of the memory he had. It's like, oh, okay. So it was what you said. Fair enough. But he remembered that my grandfather actually collected a lot of the tobacco cards in those cards. So, and because he was a smoker, so he had tobacco cards and those things, but he collected them. He accumulated them. So it stands to reason that he probably had himself a nice little collection that would be fun to leaf through today. Unfortunately, obviously long gone to the sands of time. Yeah. Yeah. So it is what it is. You can't do anything about it. Zach here says, I agree with the no haggle kid because mom example. What happens when you go to card shows? Dealers feel the need to overprice everything because everybody offers 50% off. Yeah. And that was kind of the argument he's using, go a little bit higher. Then the people who you don't know can haggle, get frustrated and think everything's overpriced. Yep. That's fair. If I can find it on eBay or Comsy for cheaper, then maybe I'll buy it. And I think that's completely fair. I think if you are a more savvy buyer and you really want to hold out for the price you want, take a look at. That's why I said use the example. Go look at the Hamm video, pause it on some of the stuff, and do some comparisons to some of them. And if you find that most of them are close to comps, then you can make a decision from there. Now you know what the pricing model is. Now we all know what the pricing model is. Either it works for you or it doesn't. It's easy. If it doesn't work for you, then don't go. Or show up, take a couple of pictures, be a YouTuber, take a couple of videos, and be on your way.
Yeah.
I hope everything is right at there, and I'm sure it will, and they'll keep an eye on it, because we all know if next week they find 2 cards that they're double the price, and then this thing's gonna blow out of proportion.
Yeah, then Jeff's.
I'm guessing he's got tons of people to make
every misprice. Every misprice that store has, we will hear about on social media in triplicate.
Oh
yeah,
I guarantee it. He's
got way more people cheering against him than for him. Unfortunately,
we just hear the people that are cheering against him.
Yeah,
he has so many people cheering for him that we just don't.
I hope so.
The problem is Eric is not loud enough. Eric will yell on here, but as soon as it comes time to be like cheer on, G off, he's at home, he's having his chocolates. He goes, "Go Jeff, go Jeff, good luck, Jeff."
Yeah,
he just quietly into the chocolate stick, speaking into it. And then he starts eating.
He's probably screaming out loud, "Screw you, Jeff!"
No, he's usually yelling at Josh, and and that's the part we hear this really loud.
I am supportive of this. I hope it works. I hope it's successful, and I hope it's around for a long time. The economy is going to play a huge part of it. Where the hobby's going is going to play a large part in it, and we'll see. But I hope it works out. I have a couple of questions though. From watching
only a couple.
What?
Only a couple?
Yeah. I'm not small enough to have more than that.
Go on.
So are they, and maybe you guys know, maybe the chat knows, maybe nobody knows. Are they only going to sell graded cards? Because if so, I think they are really limiting themselves, and that's just not going to work out. They have
my understanding is no, but I think the showcases will feature them predominantly.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's going to look great, but not everybody wants to go in to their local shop and buy a $400 card.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they are going to have. So the showcases, you're going to see predominantly graded cards. That was what my recollection from what he said. And then, but I think they're going to have some bargain boxes, some like $5, $10 boxes or dollar boxes or whatever that you can go and leaf through. Those are not going to be graded cards, obviously. They'll be in a shoebox or whatever, so that you can go through them.
Jeff has so much space that with Beckett doing so bad, I'm sure they're going to move into a corner.
That might help their business. I doubt it, but maybe.
Grading on site.
Yeah, it's fair. It's true. So I also want to include Wes's comment here. The prices in Hamm's video weren't terrible, but that's why I recommend. So thank you, Wes. But that's why I recommended that. I said no. Here's the thing: because Hamm went to the showcases. If you guys are curious, you could do a quick fact checking. You can see exactly what the card is. You can see what the price is. You could fire it up, take a quick peek at it for yourself, and use your price app of choice, or go to Terra Peak, whatever. It's free again. The eBay one's free. You can just go in and look it up, and check out what the last 10 of them is sold for, and see if it's off, see if it's way high, way low, or pretty close to the examples that I looked at seem to be about 10 or 15 bucks maximum off, because again, stuff will vary a little bit. But it was close enough that I was like, nah, I'm not morally offended by the price he came up with. It didn't seem ridiculous. It was within range.
Joff is off.
The video today said TCG would be up front. That's right. They'll have bargain boxes and slabs and showcase near the back. Makes sense. 540 flips here. Boston Bruins cards will be in the bathroom of the dispenser machine hanging on a wall for 25 cents. Ooh.
Probably.
That sounds overpriced to me. 25 cents?
This guy hasn't been around in several weeks. I have had to listen to his crap.
I like it.
I thought he died. All right.
He's only dead on the inside. Only on the inside.
I am. Oh God.
What like? The glow in the dark rubber, the Boston Bruins card.
Duvex here says they'll be selling weekend seminars on how to start your breaker business and card cleaning 101. Dude, that'd be amazing. Seminars would be great. I would love that. That'd be incredible. Sensational. Jeff should hold a vintage night. Invite Kurt's Car Care as a speaker. That should piss them off. Yes. Do it. Look, you guys think I'm in favor of all of these things. The content, Brad, the content. I'm in favor of all of these things. These are things I want. Yep, runs rubber cards. How long of time to pass before a comp isn't relevant? Like low popped rare cards. This is a good question. Because when we talk about like, the infamous Luca Prisms and all that, they sell every 5 minutes. So comps, you can constantly get refreshment on comps. And like I said, if they're going up or down, you'll know. If they're staying stable, you'll know. But yeah, what happens when a comp gets further and further away? I'm going to say if it's a card rare enough that it doesn't sell all the time. I don't really consider it relevant anymore more than about 6 months. Because after 6 months, we've had enough time for the market to possibly have a shift and correction. Because again, if the market's shifting down or the market's shifting up, similar cards may. So in that situation, we may not have a comp for that card, but we might have a comp for another card from that set. Like if it's a parallel or an insert or whatever, and suddenly those are trending upward, the set, then you have potentially set collectors, you have player collectors, you have stuff like that could kick in for you. Again, this is a lower pop, rarer card, so it doesn't sell every weekend. It gets harder and harder to price. So this is kind of, Brad, a question that I sometimes ask Steve, because I enjoy getting the insight. And this is something we'll talk about more down the road, because I think it's good to get into the mind of somebody who's doing the buying. Your job as the buyer is to figure out a price that the customer can be happy, but at the same time, you also got to sell the card. So you got to have a price that you can eventually sell it, hopefully for profit. But what happens if the comps are hard to find? Because now we don't have a sale in the last 5 or 6 months or the last year. How do we come up with a number that makes sense so that we're not insulting and we're also not ripping ourselves off? How do we come up with that balance? But it's a good question. This is true. I don't care about comps for my players. Fair. I think, though, to be fair, like truthfully, with Bob Boozle, I don't think you have to care about comps for your players, and I agree with that. As a player collector, I'm not sitting there slaving over every cent of every comp, but I'm also not in the business of trying to pay $100 for $10 cards either. So I don't need to be sitting there to the penny trying to figure out a comp. But if it's a $10 card and I accidentally buy it for $15, I'm not going to lose my mind. $5, one way or the other, is not going to change my life. But I'm going to try to the best of my ability to pay $10 or $8 if I can. I would prefer that, but I'm not going to worry about it if I genuinely am having some tough time finding it and somebody says, yeah, $14 is the best I can do, and I really want the card, then I'll pay the $14 even though it's over comps.
Yeah.
So I gotta gauge it for myself, right? It depends on how much I want
it. Yeah, comps, it just gives you it gives you a basis to go off of.
Yeah.
This is great. It's kind of like Beckett. Like whenever we all use Beckett for so many years.
Oh,
you're like, oh, well,
Eric's still listening to this very day.
Yeah, there you
he
go.
tries to absorb the Beckett's through osmosis. He literally wraps himself in them like a mummy.
I did just renew my membership, actually. So for Beckett Online.
Eric will personally approve your payment through. Yes, I get paid this week. Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of people asking me all the time, Eric, why do you hate Brad? He's such a nice guy. Why do you always give him a hard time? Why are you so mean to him? This is
why do you always want to give him bro hugs and send me, Carlos, endless text messages about it? I know these are questions.
No, like it's great. Beckett Online is fantastic.
Are you drunk right now?
You know, why don't you like it?
Oh,
have you ever used it? No,
yes.
Yannick, this is content. This is some proper content right now. Is about to happen.
If you're
he's trying to kill Eric right now.
I'm calling Sherry. I'm gonna tell her that you're in the middle of having a stroke and they need to be brought to the hospital.
Okay, like if you want to know how many cards Hal Gill has, where do you go to find that out? If I go in Beckett Online, I put Hal Gill.
I go to TCB, whatever.
It's trading card database. Use the first letter. Trading card database.
Yeah. Right.
So you think that trading card database is better than the Beckett Online?
It's been awesome. It doesn't give you prices. It gives you lists of what that player has.
It doesn't give you prices, so you can see that doesn't. Okay, there's that's one downfall for a price guide. It doesn't give you prices.
It isn't a price guide, jackass.
Just your database.
It's a database.
So remember what I wanted to say? What the most expensive Hal Gill card was? I just went to Beckett Online, punched in Hal Gill, boom. and I told you it was $40.
Did you say you punched Algil?
Yeah, trading card database is just basically it's a database. There's actually very little write-ups. There's very little information that you can
It's
find.
crowdsourced. Like you're
Lots of
basically
pictures. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty much crowdsourced. I think it does
It
its
is.
job. It really what it comes down to. What I'll say is this: I use for my player collections. I will still use Beckett because I like the format works well enough. I can find the items that I want and add them in and have a list. But I will say this, and I said this years ago, and I stand by it. They needed years ago to redo the database, the way this formatted, because if you look at the way the year set, subset, insert set, the way it's structured, they get stuck. So that if you're looking at a player, you'll wind up with this really wonky thing where I'll give you a silly example, 1999 finest, Topps finest, whatever. So you'll be looking up this player, 1999 Topps finest, and you got a refractor, an atomic refractor, whatever. And suddenly it'll go into this weird alphabetical where you'll have like the atomic refractor up top, and then like another type of refractor lower, and other stuff in between that isn't finest because of the way they structured their database. It's messy. Which is something that unfortunately you literally have to fix. You have to completely overhaul the entire back end database to fix it.
And their app is horrid. It's like a 2.
Oh, app is actual garbage.
I've never used the app, but
it's
if
trash.
I want to go on and say I want to find out what I used it a lot for PSA submissions. So if someone send me and I'm looking at the card, I don't know if it's a lava green neon something, and I'm looking, but if it's numbered out, it's numbered out to 49. If you can go onto that database and you'll just scroll down the cards, like every Luka Doncic from 2018 Prism, and it gives you the serial number next to it, which allows you to have the proper name of the card, which helped me a lot. So it was great to do. So.
Beckett, if they would fix their holders, buy my app, they'll be rocking.
Perfect.
Simple.
Sure, you'll let Beckett have your app, but not me. All right.
They pay the bills. Yeah, it's big money.
Not wearing this stupid hat anymore.
Yeah, it was free. What do you want?
What the app?
You got a mug. Nobody else did.
I did get a mug. It's not all my M&Ms are gone because I ate them. Can you send some more?
He doesn't drink coffee. Kind of unusual. Eating habits.
I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Never had a cup of coffee in his life. Okay.
No. You could ask.
It's the first time for everything, Eric.
With his own. I don't. There's none in my house. Yannick had to bring his own with him.
Your wife
did.
Nobody drinks coffee there.
Thank you, Joe. I forgot that I have a button on front.
I even had to bring in my coffee machine from the van, man.
Holy moly!
Yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it. Relax, guys. I fixed it. I have a button on the front instead of using the StreamYard mute. Let me scroll here. SCV bashed Beckett hard the other day. Eric would appreciate the video, probably. I use Beckett to log my collection, but I have trading card database as a backup. You never know when Beckett will fold. That is true. It's good to have a backup. It would be hard for me to start over again, though.
Never know when
that would be
Beckett will fold.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of right there. TCBY yoga. That's what I was thinking about.
Oh,
that was actually pretty good. I remember it. Brad's got him stuttering his words. Keep going. Brad, finish him. Man, 540 flips is going.
Got him down.
If I ever get my hands on you, I am gonna wring your neck. I swear to God. If I find this guy, he is done.
Let's go. Okay.
I don't know. Eric's talking
Brad's
a big
eating
game.
his frosty.
I don't know if I believe him.
That was long gone. That was so good. I polished that.
Melted by now.
Oh yeah, it was so good.
Just want to see here. All right, so Bob Jackson says, does Beckett still list the 97-88 Revolution Reds? Yes, they do.
And their write-ups are bad too, though. They need a lot of fixing on just the hockey. I can imagine all the other sports.
Yeah, their pricing is completely. My uncle, I think I talked about him many times on the show, but like lifelong collector and very like the pricing. He loves Beckett. That's one of the reasons I have it too, because he loves going on, so he gets to use it. And the pricing on things that like there's things that are completely backwards. Like he texted me today about a Beckett price that it's driving him insane. I should find it. I think it is. Where is it? I'll have to come back to it. It's somebody.
If you want to laugh, Go look up some of the '90s inserts, and they're all completely out of date as far as like pricing. Because every time they list the price on a lot of that stuff, I'm like, yeah, I would happily pay that price. Hell, I'll pay double that price. It's gonna cost me more than that.
It's hard to keep up on all the prices, I'll tell you.
But some things are just like, it's not that difficult. Yeah, they have Jack Campbell in back. It's still listed at $100. Like, why is Jack Campbell's young gun $100? Like, he should be $20.
It says,
right?
Sean Red says no coffee here either. Dufek says never had coffee. That explains a lot. He's a complex individual. Yep. Is Hal get listed in Market Movers? He should be. I coupled a list together for myself in Excel. Going old school. I like it. Does Eric threaten violence to everyone around him all the time? Yes. Yes, he does.
Mostly.
And it should be indicative that basically, like, he literally threatens violence to like randos on the street.
Mm-hmm.
Just all the time. He goes, I'm going to punch you in the face. And then everybody's like, shut up, Eric. The reason he does it to Josh is because he's used to getting it from everyone else. Literally, when you go walking down the mean streets of Peabody, and you're walking down, because again, there's only a handful of places in Massachusetts. Eric keeps talking about other places. No. Peabody, Salem, and Worcestershire. All the rest of it's a lie. But you walk down the mean streets of Peabody. Eric's walking down, and he starts babbling, trying to threaten violence to somebody. And literally, everybody in the street turns all at once, in unison. Shut up, Eric! Everybody knows him.
And shut up, Josh is just a metaphor for him.
I do have a reputation. I'll give you that.
Just say it. Bob Jackson says, I heard the 540 guy is named that due to his age. Respect your Revolutionary War veterans, Eric.
He seems old.
Luca dropped 73. Nice. Well, wasn't there I could be mistaken, but wasn't there someone else? I want to say Joel Embiid who scored 70 or whatever just the other day. Like it was just like a day or two ago or yesterday or something.
Yeah.
Watch out, Will.
Ruben was like sitting on the bench with him while he was doing it, and then he walks out with him. I don't know, there's something that's a weird one.
It's weird because I feel like sometimes, like I said, I don't watch the NBA. I full disclosure. I've mentioned this before. I'll watch a little bit in the playoffs, but that's as much as I know. But I'll watch like the highlights, or I'll catch a little bit here and there. But I feel like the NBA has these spurts where suddenly a couple of guys will go for like 65 points or 70 points, like in a little quick brief run, and then it'll go quiet for a little bit, and then there'll be a little mini run suddenly all at once, and I don't know, or maybe they stop playing defense. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know.
NBA defense isn't allowed.
Yeah, Beckett should at least have fixed a cardboard for 89 back. It would be nice. Limping down the mean streets of Peabody with a hot dog with mayo. Thanks.
Oh, God.
Embiid. Okay, perfect. So it was Embiid. Good. Here you go. So Stuke says Embiid 72 and Towns 62 in the same night, different games. Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like there'll be like little clusters of like these crazy games all at once, and then it'll go quiet for a little bit, and then again, maybe in a month or two, you'll get another little cluster of a couple of nice games like that all at once. It's good for the fans, though.
I got to take off, but I want to ask one question before I go, because a guy asked me this Wednesday night. We were at my nephew's hockey game, and I think it was a real eye opener for us. Not Eric, but for us Canadians. So maybe we can go around the board. It's a good one. If you were the general manager, this is just not really realistic. If you're a general manager of Team Canada and the Olympics are playing in July this year, and you have to pick 3 goalies, who are your 3 goalies? Like this used to be a very easy question 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, but and it caught me off guard. I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll take."
So I got
to really in a decade, so I'm out. Sorry.
Given how casual I am at this, yeah, Patrick Waugh, exactly from the Islanders bench. So no, you know what? I'm going to say this to Brad's point again. Like I'm super casual. I've got the package, so I'll watch some Stars games and whatever. But here's my problem: even if I name goalies, I couldn't tell you which one of them are Canadian.
Yeah,
that's the part. That's the first struggle I would have. I'd be like, there's a lot of good goalies, and I might be able to get my head around thinking of a couple, but I'm like, yeah, not Canadian. That was not Canadian.
I know it's a great question, and when you put it up there, so here's where I thought about it. It's completely stumped me when they just asked it out of the blue. Eric, you might even be able to get a few of these guys.
Ottinger's from Minnesota. That doesn't work.
I'd start off with Flower and go from there.
So you have Fleur. So here's a list of Canadian-born goalies in the NHL right now. You have Fleury.
It's getting old.
Hellebuck.
Yeah, Hellebuck is Canadian, isn't he?
Okay.
So he's the fifth one. But you got Fleury, Aiden Hill. Yeah, we don't mention him, Sean.
There you go.
Stuart Skinner's playing good right now, but Aiden Hill, Stuart Skinner, Fleury, the multiple, how do you say for the Canadians? Their goalie is a French guy. And yeah, Aiden Hill and Jordan Binnington. Like that's it. That's our goalies, right?
Hellebuck's American.
Hellebuck's American.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
So Swayman's American. Thatcher Demko's American. Like the Americans, are taking over the hockey world, and us Canadians, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough.
Well, Eric can't speak to that. Massachusetts is a Canadian protectorate, so he's a man with no country.
Well, I mean,
so
the United States just won World Juniors, so and they did it pretty dominantly. So I think the future is looking good for USA hockey.
I agree with you 100%.
Bobby's all in on the Austin Matthews. That's what he cares about.
Yeah, Connor Ingram might be. He's having a hell of a year. Let me see if he is.
But I will say though, Brad, to your point, I think you did raise a valid point that years ago it would have been a piece of cake.
Yeah.
You know, like back in the heyday, like obviously in the heyday of
years
the 90s
ago, you would have said who are you not picking?
Who are you not?
Like Wabberder, just to start.
Yeah,
Luongo.
Carey Price was there forever, and Luongo. It was just, it was. The question was, who were you not taking? Now it's like, it's a big eye opener. It was a big eye opener.
And even if you wanted to go like second tier, you could have a little bit of fun because there were still plenty of good goaltenders that would qualify. You didn't necessarily need.
At some point, a Flower wouldn't even make the list. Who he would have been number 4, number 5. You know, like at the beginning of his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because even back then, even if you wanted to have a little bit of fun, you could have gone Belfour, and you just named 3 goaltenders that won Stanley Cups. So like, and this is the level of depth that you would have. You'd be like, that's not a bad answer. And there were other good answers beyond that. Luongo would have been a good answer for a long time. Like there were plenty of
Tony Esposito.
Yes,
there you go. But yeah, you're right. Today it's not as clear cut.
Reggie Lumlin could have been on Team Canada.
He was.
There's your answer right there, Brad. And
I so wanted to call you out on that, but I know that's correct, or you wouldn't have said it. When was he on Team Canada?
He played for Team Canada at one point in the Canadian Canada Cup. I think it was 84. I think
the Spangler Cup.
In the stands. He's at the game. His friends were playing.
You got the Google box. Look it up. I think it was 1984.
Are you sure? Am I going to go to the Google machine? I'm going to see Scarborough Beer League. Is that what I what I see? Are you sure?
I'm giving you your moment, Eric. I'm just going with it. I trust your Reggie Lemelin. Sorry, Carlos, I couldn't do it like you.
I was going to say, we need like 6 more syllables, man. Like, what am I hearing on this?
Is Eric's doubting himself. Look at him.
No, I'm going to prove to you guys that he was on he was on Team Canada.
Look, he's double checking himself.
So Brad, going back to Eric's facade breaking down, I'm deeply disturbed by his favorite player, being a Canadian. And he's like, Eric's probably has had this internal conflict this whole time. He goes, I'm trying to project hatred for the Canadians, but I'm basically a protectorate. So I need them to protect me for the people of Peabody who are going to come and get me.
That's it.
I understand. There's a lot of internal conflict in you. I get it. It's complicated.
Come on, Eric.
Makes sense.
Hurry up.
He's not finding anything on the old Wikipedia right now because there's nothing there. I'm trying to find it.
He's looking for the Google machine. All right. So while we're chatting on that, so we touched on the Cards HQ. So we're going to move on here for a minute. So I want to take a couple of minutes real quick. And I'm curious, since we have a bunch of folks here, I'm curious if y'all got picks for the conference championship games this weekend. Because we got the 2 games going on. And we're down to the final 4. So you only got 2 picks to make, and then it's the big game at the end of the season and a couple of weeks after that. So we're approaching the end times here. So any thoughts, Brad, before you do take off, give us your picks. AFC, NFC, who you got? Who's in the Super Bowl?
You know what? I don't know. Honestly, I can't.
We got a 50-50 chance, Brad. You got a 50-50 chance.
I don't have a say. I don't know. I'm 0 for 8 in the last 8 games. So
Ooh, you're
So
bougie
pick the
Eric
other
this thing.
I picked the other. I'm actually 0 for 8, and that's the truth.
Brad, then it's even more important that you give us a pick because now I'm going to go make a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Fade the Brad Harlan picks. Let's go.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to go Chiefs Niners.
Oh, the Baltimore-Detroit Super Bowl will be amazing. Book it, Eric. The people of Detroit can have a celebratory riot once more. So Joel here is San Francisco and KC. Can't bet against Mahomes to loses. Fair. Andrew here's got Ravens. Bob Boozle's got Chiefs 49ers as well. Josh has got Chiefs 49ers. Taylor Swift wins. Man. Does Taylor Swift make it onto the halftime show? Does she randomly join in? Because she might.
She might.
Just saying.
Yeah, goaltenders, 84 Canada Cup, Grant Fuhr, Reggie Lumlin, Pete Peters. Two Bruins and an Oiler.
So you warm up the bench.
Yes.
Well, somebody had to get the water. Pete Peters needs his water.
Someone had to open the door. Someone has to open the door.
It's never good enough. It's never good enough. All right.
Just not.
Oh, screw.
Stuke's got Ravens Lions. He's going the other way. There you go. We're going the anti-Brad Harlan Bowl. There you go. I like it. Respect. I don't know. I'm liking these odds. It's like Brad. It's like Brad. I got good news. I can buy the rest of your AEW. Wow, your picks were great, Brad. Great. I made a fortune. I bet all of Eric's allowance, and now I'm rich.
I'm all in on Detroit.
There you go.
Buccaneers faded out for me. So,
all right. Jeff here says 84 Team Canada. There you go. P&P Peters. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Anyone else got some picks? So we got some picks here from some folks. I want to get your thoughts on that. And like I said, for the NFC Championship one, the later game on Sunday, I'll do a little live stream. We'll do a little watch along. Those have been fun to do. I don't know. Did you catch any of those watch alongs? I had a lot of fun on the one.
Yeah.
It became a separate. There was a second stream to the stream. It was its own thing.
Eric, in your Lumberling collection, does he have, I feel like the 84 Team Canada ones, or was that 83 with Lemieux and Iserman? Yeah, Lumberling wasn't in that. Does he have a card in 84, like a postcard? You know?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Maybe.
There you go. Jeff's got Lions and Chiefs. There you go. With the Avatar Lions, I figured to go the Lions angle. Jeff, I get it. I understand. And Justin, if you're here in that case, I want a Super Bowl pick from you. So you got to pick AFC, NFC. I need to know who's going to be in the Super Bowl. So make a pick.
Oh, Brad, are you talking about those postcard sets that they put out?
That was World Juniors, wasn't it? 83.
Yeah, those are cool because I know the Lemieux gets good money.
Big time, yeah, and they're super tough. They're because of the red borders, right?
I had the full pack. It was shrink wrapped. It was like the full set. I had like 5 or 6 of them. I got like $250 each. It was crazy. Sealed.
Nice. So that's good. So we'll take in some more picks here while you guys are doing that. So I'll kind of open it up. So like I said, Brad, appreciate you hopping in as always. Folks who are over in Atlanta, Canada, because again, some of them do watch. So feel free to go check out. Brad will be over at the card show tomorrow morning. So that'll be going. Brad, do you know the address offhand? I couldn't remember what it was. I could try to find it on the social media, but I forget.
No, it's Chubbucto Road. It's the old Sears bargain basement that they had. Everyone kind of in Halifax knows it, but it's we have it on the. I don't know the physical address. It's Chubbucto.
All right, here I got it. I think Sherry said that the number is not correct, but that's okay. You'll still get
7071.
There was an issue with the numbering, but if you follow that's the date and time. The date and time is correct. Yeah. And if you go there where it says Old Sears Outlet, if you're local, you'll know. If you're local, you'll get it.
Shit.
Yeah, 100%. Or message anyone, and we'll make sure it's directions. So that'll be awesome. And then I think
it's going to take me about 10 hours to get there, but I'm going to leave really early because I want to make sure I don't want to miss this.
Well, you know, you're going to miss me because my flight's at 1:00. So I'll be leaving at 1 p.m. So I'll land in Toronto, 2:30? 2:30, and then if I go to the show, so I might be at the show there at like 3:30.
Mm.
Yeah.
So you're
probably
talking about you, Brad. So were you coming on Saturday or Sunday?
I'm coming on Saturday.
And
Yeah,
Sunday.
Oh, okay.
but I'll be there. But I'll probably be there. I was going to go to the hotel first. But
Gotcha.
yeah, maybe 3:30. So I'll let you guys. I'll text you anyways to see if my flight's on time. I'll let you know what time.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be there Saturday late in the day.
Yeah, don't get too excited, guys. He says he'll be there, but then all you're gonna get is a.
Well, Eric, in fairness, every time we've ever, for the most part, we've pretty much always seen Brad.
100%. We go for dinner.
Like he just doesn't like you, like everyone else. He doesn't like you. We don't have this issue. I literally hung out with Brad. We had breakfast.
That does make sense.
We had breakfast.
Brad was shocked. I got up in the morning.
We had chicken wings the night before. We sat at the bar, watched the game, hung out.
Yeah, just chill out watching the game. Like it was. We got this, and then we got like words, and yeah.
Hmm?
Sorry, Eric.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. And Eric,
Have a good night, Brad. Take it easy.
I never get invited anywhere.
Thanks, guys. See us.
Take it easy,
Brad.
Brad.
Later, Brad.
Dude, even when we invite you and give you the address, you go to the wrong address. So
Yeah, you couldn't make it to Chopped, could you?
I made it to.
You never lived that
times
down.
this year. You're talking about 3 years ago. Now I know
It could
the
be
area.
30 years ago, and you will never live.
you needed your wife the second time to make it safe.
Yeah. We know what happened.
Well, no. See, I'm
Just nod.
yes. My wife had to go and got there before me. I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg. I will not apologize for that. You can eat it.
Sorry, Ray Bork. Yeah.
Yeah,
Peter
the problem
Forsberg.
is you keep telling us, yeah, I was hanging out with Peter Forsberg. It turns out it was AI Peter Griffin, and that's
Probably.
actually what happened. Like that's all I saw. You're like, oh, but here's a picture. Yeah. I got a picture. Listen, I got a picture with Boubior. I got a picture with Gordie Howe, and we took it at the same time after Gordie Howe was dead. It's called AI, Eric. It's called AI.
AI.
You can AI this.
Yeah, like I got Boubior here, and then I got Abraham Lincoln, and we took a group shot. It was great. It was awesome.
That's AL, Abraham Lincoln. Anyways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was late because I was with Peter Forsberg, and my wife thankfully agreed to get an Uber to the restaurant to hang out with you guys and keep you guys in line so you didn't cause any trouble before I got there, so I could supervise the children.
Interesting. So we'll double your mayonnaise order next time. I hear what you're saying. I hear your words.
You guys put that in front of me again, I'm starting a food fight next time.
It was in the sandwich. You never tasted it.
Yes.
Now, what's gonna happen is Yannick is gonna go by and it's like, so guys, I found out that the super soakers can be modified.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Eric. Those guns are illegal in Canada.
You guys are sick people.
These are facts.
Well,
Perfect.
again,
So
I
thank you
will
all.
not apologize for being late. I had better people to hang out with. Ray Bork and Peter Forsberg are way cooler than you guys.
All right. So when are you going to name the better person? I'm waiting. No, that's it. That's all you got. Okay. Anyway, so thank you all for the Super Bowl picks. That's some good stuff. We'll see. I'm hoping for good games as usual. That's kind of the deal. Once my team is out, I'm kind of rooting for narrative and good game. That's kind of what I want to see. I think it'll be fun. And that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. So we're going to have the 2 games this weekend, and then we got one more game after that, and football season's over. And that's on everything else. Yannick will start counting to pitchers and catchers. He'll start the countdown timer.
Yeah,
and so will Eric secretly. So will Eric secretly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, less than 2 weeks. 2 weeks or so, we're reporting to spring training.
Yeah, I used to be like that, Yannick, but at this point, honestly, I need real games because like it's too damn cold. When I go outside and it's cold, I can't be thinking baseball. Sorry.
I'm not necessarily
like
I'm not necessarily watching or anything, but like at least it's getting there. Like
I need the games to at least count. If the games count, then we can start doing wins or losses. There don't count. See, that's some great AI. We're getting much better. Now, if you look, you got the black curtains behind it, guys. You saw the Victor Wembanyama thing. That's where they got the curtains. Do you guys see that? Curtains. That's how they did the Tom Brady card with the Expos. Same way. Mm-hmm. I hung out with Burton Cummings in the concession line at Winnipeg Jets game. We didn't talk. Just hung out in line, waiting our turn. Thanks, Stu. Appreciate you. So we got that. I did put Royal Rumble weekend on there, but we don't have to necessarily talk about it. I know that some of the folks care about that, but most of the rest of you don't, so that's fine. Here you go. Who's that? Will Ferrell? Keep talking about this Peter Forsberg. I don't know. Not sure. It is indeed. It is indeed. So let me open it up then. What do y'all want to chat about? Like I said, I got the Royal Rumble thing on there, but I know most of you aren't too concerned about that, so I'm not gonna force it on you. We did talk about the Cards HQ, took care of that. And yeah, otherwise, news-wise, I was looking around, and news-wise, I wasn't seeing too much. I think that what comes out of the Culture Collision will be interesting. The Cards HQ, when they actually do a proper walkthrough, obviously that was Hamm did like that little visit, the influencer visit with all the influencers there. That was fine. But then I think they're going to do a little bit of a walkthrough, semi-grand opening this weekend, obviously with the Culture Collision show. That'll be interesting. Culture Collision show itself, we'll see what comes out of that. And we got this various little shows. And Yannick, is the Montreal show or the Quebec City show, whichever one it is, this weekend or next weekend? When is it? What's the detail?
9, 10th, 11th of February. That's the
okay. So a couple
Quebec
weeks
City show. But yeah,
Gotcha.
as of this week, the Toronto Expo, I guess, or what we call the Expo, basically expanding 3 more shows here in 2024. So there's gonna be a Quebec City show 2 weeks from now, and it's at the same time as the Quebec Pee Wee tournament, which is the biggest U14 tournament in the world, like 125 teams or so, and so that brings a lot of pedestrians, lots of people. Like it's literally just right across the square there by the arena. So, and then Toronto, then Montreal, and then Edmonton is in the game too. So it's getting nationwide. That the expo, yeah, the expo is going pretty big now. So 3 local shows now in the next 3 months or so, 4 months.
Nice,
so
nice.
Let me ask you a question. Is this very well-established, famous, important, dignified hockey tournament, the Pee Wee tournament, which is a prize, and all Canadians are proud of this. Will they be playing in the rinks of all rinks up in Quebec City, the Reggie Lemlin rink?
No, unfortunately.
What? Come on!
There's gonna be bus tours or something, and
I'm sure
you're supposed to be there to welcome people to give the tour. Remember?
I know you were supposed to personally be there as like a carnival barker, screaming the good word of Reggie Lemon.
I think Reggie's gonna be there signing, Eric. So
for those who don't know and don't believe a word I say, which I don't blame you, Yannick, tell them I am not joking.
Yeah, he's not joking. There's a Reggie Lemon arena this way north, that way. And
Yannick,
he's from around here. So
Yannick, I have a very important question for you. And it is a 5% more serious question. This is very important. Now, when this happened, this horrible atrocity was committed, and this occurred that Eric is speaking of. Was this around the time of the referendums? Because I would have voted fuck y'all. Get out. Because just to be clear, like, can we redo this? Because like, let him go.
He's been gone for a while, but he was born here, so
I understand. But what I'm saying is, if this had been brought to our attention at the time of the referendum, we would have let you leave. By that I mean we would have kicked you out and then invaded and then converted everything to English, as God intended.
It's been done once, didn't work.
It's like, what happened? Second language gone, finished, done, finito. So Andrew here's got Royal Rumble picks, Gunther and Bailey. Not bad picks, actually. There's good narrative reasons why those would make sense. So I appreciate that. So thank you for that.
Oh, I got
Dustin
something to talk.
Sure, yeah. Okay. Let me read these and we'll go
ahead.
through. Stuke said Dustin selling at the custom Culture Collision. That is right. Yep. He set up his Stranger Things cards. He's got a booth there set up. And I think Aoife's pitch, if some of you are familiar with that name from Instagram, he is actually set up at the Culture Collision show as well, I believe. So apparently some folks from the Instagram and YouTube worlds have decided to set up at the booth this time around. So Josh, you'll have to fill me in. I heard something about this. is it related to them not posting updates in a while, or is there something else that you want to touch on? So feel free to let me know. I heard something about this, but I wasn't paying too close attention. Card HQ and Hamm on the ground like TMZ. That's facts. Why are vintage hockey cards disappearing from Toronto Expo? Because they're getting bought and they're not being replenished. That's actually it. That's the only reason. The thing about, so we tease and we have a lot of fun with it. By the way, it's still true. Vintage isn't rare in the conventional sense of rare. However, once it goes, because there isn't the impulse buying the same way as modern, quote unquote, a lot of times I'll be like, oh, but there's so much modern. There's more modern, no doubt. But the reality is the people that want to collect vintage are the people that want to collect vintage. And if they're collecting vintage, they're not collecting vintage to flip. They're collecting vintage because they want it in their set or they want it in their collection. And then it sits there. And then the only time it becomes available is if they have to sell or if they die. So it just kind of sits. So that's it. That's the extent of it. So, and so I'm going to, so really, I want to be clear about this. Available supply is rare. It depends. There are rare things, yes, but there's a lot of stuff that's available in abundance, but it gets hoarded into a couple of hands and some folks build up their sets and their collections and then it just sits. And then in another 5 years, some people will die and suddenly a supply will appear out of nowhere. What happened? Well, the family needed to divest because they didn't collect it. So these sets suddenly became available. That's why every now and then you'll get this wave. Suddenly you're like, hey, where'd these 54 Parkers come from? Well, somebody was collecting those for years and then they died and the family sold it. And now suddenly you've got sets available or binders full or whatever the case may be. That's how it is. It's in hordes.
Every day at work. I mean, I kid you not. Every single day someone comes in to sell and they have vintage, all sports, mostly baseball. And it's, my grandfather passed away. My father passed away. He was 80. I have, so you have older adults in the like 60s who have their parents who are 80s and 90s that, have passed away and they have to clean this stuff out. And, it's amazing what walks in the door. I mean, and you never know. That's what's exciting about the job is that you walk in at 9 o'clock in the morning and everything is there from yesterday, no big deal. And you wait an hour and there's, a bunch of Mickey Mantles and Hank Aaron's and Jackie Robinson's sitting in front of you. And you're like, holy crap, man. I mean, you never saw it coming. So that's what's fun about working at a real high-end shop is you know that you're going to see something cool every day.
So Mickey Mantle, Jackie Robinson, Al Gill, Reggie Lemon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
In that order.
The goats.
It's a cycle of the hobby, man.
I have a special pile of Reggie Lemlin rookies in the in the hockey section. It's all surrounded by all these high price cards, and I got a stack of Reggie rookies right in the middle of it.
You can get them signed, and maybe you'll get a couple bucks for them.
He comes.
What's going to happen is a couple of people in the shop are going to slowly slide a paper shredder closer and closer to it and slide it towards the end of the counter. One day.
Oops.
Every time he comes in, I have to try to act, like not a fanboy. He came in with his grandson, towards the end of last year, and I had to act cool and not be.
Eric probably screams like a little girl, like, "Oh my god!"
That's the thing. I can hang out with all these other people, and I'm like,
but you'll lose the shit around Reggie.
The only time I heard Eric's girlish screams is when he talks about Brad Hartland when Brad's not here. That's the only time.
He's got like a Ned Flanders screen.
You said you weren't going to say that on the show. Come on.
Well, in fairness, Eric, I remind you about the long con, and also I'm not a good person.
Yeah,
I've been very clear on this issue. I've been quite clear.
Hey, I've been quite clear that I only found the show because I was a fan of Bobby. So if I'm a fan of anybody, it's him, because I wouldn't even be here if I didn't follow him over to this stupid ass show 3 years ago.
Don't blame me.
I am totally blaming you.
Don't blame the Burrell in the garage of knowledge. Show some respect.
Oh, it's completely his fault. My entire life has been turned upside down because I followed him over to this stupid show.
Given the sad recesses of your life, in fact, if your life has been turned upside down, frankly, it's been improved. That's a terrible argument to make. Listen, do we have to bring your fans and family back over to attest? Because they do not have glowing things to say. They've explained a lot of things. You were in a bad state before you got here. Don't try to pin this on us. Hell no.
It's gotten worse.
Josh says, has been updated site. SCR talked about it a bit, might free for sale. The cardboard connection thing. Gotcha. Bob Ozel said, cardboard connection editor left. That would explain it. They're planning to update the site again February 1st. They've been auditing content and reassessing its model. Fair. And that'd be unfortunate because cardboard connection is an excellent resource to get those checklists. And honestly, I've leaned on them in the past for some of that. Unfortunately, we don't have too many good sites for that kind of info, the compilation of this data ahead of the releases and get because basically it's the shell sheets. Basically, you're getting like the cell sheets, but they're compiled in a way that you can go through, see the images, see the different inserts and everything that is included so that you have a baseline and a general idea. So hopefully they're able to get something like that, because without that resource, then it's going to be tough, because it's like, all right, so what products are due out? What's on the product calendar? And you got to go to like each individual. By the way, I don't know if you guys seen, the company websites for these are pathetic about showing us the content calendar, like what's supposed to come up. Like sometimes they have them and sometimes they're way out of date. Leaf is a joke. Like if you go to the Leaf site, it may be 2021 something. Really? When the last time you updated this website? You've released other things. Where do I get the checklist? Like, where do I get any information on this product?
Well, now that everything's changed over there, maybe you'll see some improvements.
We can only like that website needs serious improvement, because if I'm a Leaf fan and I have Leaf cards, I will buy Leaf cards because some of them are interesting to me. Yep. But like, if I want to figure out what's actually on the checklist, half the time I'm out of luck. Like I'm guessing, like it's whatever appears on eBay. And then I'm guessing like, so they got this insert. Okay. So there's probably like 12 versions of that in different colors and stuff. Like,
it's so surprising the manufacturers don't do something for you.
It's like, it's not that hard. You have the information. You can tell me what it is so that I'm not guessing. Like, help me out here a little bit. Stuke says, new Hall of Famer Joe Mauer is taking up hockey, playing pickup games, and Justin Morneau's back in rank. Might be starting a new career. You meant to say bougie, not high end. Facts.
What up, Josh?
And anyone know anything about the 69 exhibit card, stamped CNEEX, given out at the 69 Canadian National Exhibition? They were pulled long before they were all given out. 69 exhibit for the X, huh? Interesting. No, don't know. I don't think I've heard too much about that one. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, honestly, the exhibition did a lot of interesting promotions back in the day. So that would not completely shock me, but I had not heard about that.
Goes back to the turn of the century almost, right? So they did a lot of promo stuff. There's actually people who collect exhibition stuff, early exhibition stuff.
The old X, like, if you're talking like the old X, for me, like Bobby can attest going back much further, but even in the 90s, the old, my dad would take myself and my brother, and we'd go, and it was fun. There was a lot of stuff there during the exhibition. Over the years, the exhibition became less and less interesting. But there was stuff for a long time. There was a ton of stuff to do.
Well, the food building was really interesting at one point because it was a lot of new companies coming in, bringing in their stuff and what have you. And you used to you'd stand in line and you get a 2-cent cup of Pepsi. The lineups were long, and Tiny Tim Donuts, and Primo spaghetti. You go get
ours ran for over 100 years. You should can it in the last decade.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah.
When you were a kid, that was something you were looking forward to. Like going to the fair, and as fun as it was, it kind of sucked because it meant it was the end of summer. You're back to school next week.
Yeah, I know.
Now, and I will say, and Yannick, you'll appreciate this. One of my favorite things, though, is that Carlos Senior and I, for a couple of years, got to run a fun little scam because what happened is on the side, you had a bunch of different games and things, but one of the things they had there, you had one little contest, kind of carnivalish game, but they had a radar gun little booth there. And what happened was you could pay to throw a couple of balls, and the game actually was simple. They'd have a lot of those souvenir batting helmets, little plastic batting helmets for the different teams and all that. And the game was simple. You could go and you would throw 2 balls. And the idea was to get within a small range of speed, guessing what the speed of the third ball was. So you're the one throwing it. So in theory, you have control over that. But a lot of people are terrible at guessing. They'll throw the ball too hard, or they'll try to throw it soft or whatever it is. And it'll be like, it won't work. It just doesn't work. So basically everybody loses. So I went over there with myself and Carlos Senior, and the thing is, I never had the strongest throwing arm, but when I was playing Little League, I could pitch occasionally because I had good control, and I could pretty much regulate the speed of the pitch pretty much to what I wanted it to be. So I'd max out somewhere in the mid 60s. That would be about as hard as I threw it when I was in my early teens. But what happened is, I went over there, I threw the ball 61 miles an hour, threw a ball again 61 miles an hour. So my dad said, okay, 62. So I throw it, third ball 62, boom. Give me a helmet.
Take the
Because I
helmet.
kept it right in that, almost exactly in that range. Now, as long as you locate it, it's okay. But if you throw it down the middle, that's a meatball. It's going to get crushed. But if you paint the corners a little bit, people forget you can get batters out if you paint the corners and pitch the contact. That's what the current pitchers don't do. These guys throw a hell of a lot harder. But I was like, guys, if you paint the corners and use some control, guys will swing themselves out of at bats. You can make them miss. There are ways.
And getting back to the food building, we went in there back in the, I don't know, sometime mid 2000s, and it was so commercialized. It was just like, and it was junk. Like there was no pride and there was no new companies. It was just like who got the contract kind of thing, and just shitty companies. It was just, yeah, I hate the way it went. It just, it went away from being the X to being a money grab, I guess, more than anything else. So.
By the early 2000s, I didn't pay attention to it. The last exposure of anything related to the X that I dealt with was when right after university, when I started working for one of the banks on a contract, just out of school, early job. I did corporate deposits. And one of the biggest depositors was the X Casino, because they took in tons of cash because they had the casino there. Yeah. Well, they did in the 2000s, in the early 2000s. And they had, during the exhibition, they would run a little casino, and obviously they had tons of cash. So basically what happened was, you'd get a bag full of it, and there was just bundles of $100 bills, $50 bills, $20 bills, stacks and stacks. Like one bag would have $100 grand, and you just open it up and it was all cash. And it'd be sitting there like, okay, guys, it's just, I guess the casino is going well. And it was just like bags and bags and bags of it just from running the casino for the X. It was ridiculous.
They used to have bands there. You'd go and you'd see Chicago. This back in the 70s.
Yeah. Well, they had a little amphitheater. They had a couple of places where they could play, so it helped a lot.
Oh yeah. Those my early days going. That's in the early 70s. So it was a cool place. Now it's just commercialized. It's junk.
Yeah, we'll send Eric. He'll be able to report back. Joel says Bill Wagner got snubbed. The better put it next year. Sheffield 2. No way he's not a Hall of Famer. Gotcha. I like my chicken, steak, and athletes injected with chemicals. Put all the damn juicers in. There you go, Bob. Live the dream. Live the dream. So, Yannick, you said you had a topic. What do you got?
I forgot.
Wait, Yannick, wake up.
Let me get back to it.
All right. I wanted to make sure I went through the comments, and we had to have reminisce about the
I forgot.
We were talking about the cardboard connection for a little bit there.
It's completely out of subject with that, but this morning I saw
standard for the stream. Go on.
Yeah, it's kind of related, but Prime, so Amazon is releasing the new Roadhouse remake. The whole remake thing.
I saw the trailer.
Yeah. Well, there's a UFC twist. There's a UFC twist to it.
Conor McGregor.
And the bad guy is Conor McGregor. So that's pretty neat, actually. Like it's kind of like the same plot, the story-ish.
I actually
instead of just being a bouncer, he's a UFC guy. And then in the Patrick Swayze movie, there's that rich guy who wants to buy everything and he owns everything. And he's got a bad guy working for him, right? Well, in the new version, the bad guy is Conor McGregor.
So I saw the trailer.
It's not Connor McDavid. So.
Yeah,
true. I will say though, I saw the trailer for this. So two things. Number one, and this actually, so Yannick, indirectly, this also gives me a thought for a topic for us to briefly discuss because I think it'd be kind of fun. But so they're going to put this on Amazon Prime. It's not going to theaters. You'll be able to watch it, which is to me is great. I have Amazon Prime, so that's awesome. Sounds good. I look forward to checking it out. For me, that's great. That's very convenient. But other thing that I thought of that trailer looks pretty good.
Does.
I like kind of generic action movies. So to me,
we already know the story.
This is right up my alley. So I'm good. Like the story doesn't. As long as it's not too stupid, we're good. The story is simple enough.
Good guy, bad guy fights the bad guy, wins.
Yeah, but come on.
My only question is, can you give me a good choreographed action sequence? Do we have a couple of good fights in there? Can you work the pieces in between? And that's fine.
Come up with some new stories. I hate these.
There are new stories, Eric. Stories are dead.
Then do something different. Don't call it Roadhouse. Don't have the same characters. Don't have the same story. We all know what's going to happen. Is he going to rip his throat out at the end with that special move that he makes? I mean, come on. I mean,
And who's the old guy?
There's a new move. He throws mayonnaise in his face.
That would kill me.
That's it. So who's the old guy in the movie then? Sam.
Yeah, they're gonna get Sam Shepard.
Shepard. He was.
He died in the first one.
Yeah, I know. True. Yeah. So you gotta find another Sam Shepard.
Patrick Swayze's dead. They're gonna get Don Swayze. That's who they should add as the bad guy. Is Don Swayze.
That'll work. You know, I actually looked at the Carlos. I looked at the preview too, and you know that first scene that they showed, that was so Jack Reacher, like with Tom Cruise, like standing outside, going to fight these guys and talking. I said, "Is this going to be Jack Reacher?" Because I didn't know it was Roadhouse. And I went, "Oh."
I honestly think just from the trailer, it felt a little bit better. I like I said, I didn't like the Tom Cruise Jack Reacher. But that
show
outside
move where he's with the girl in the bar and then they go outside and he's going to fight these guys and you're going to call 911. Yeah, they did that kind of thing. I went, that's like Jack Reacher.
Yeah,
it's like, can't you get original? Come on, guys. Anyways,
here's
I'm pretty critic.
The truth is though, a lot of people are like, oh, get original. Okay, cool. So you want to go back 60 years? Because I can almost guarantee, I can show you almost every original idea was a rehash of someone else.
I understand.
Yeah, like the problem, original is dead. The only thing you can do is maybe put a twist on an existing. There's a, if you go back to like the theory of like writing and everything, there's only like a handful of actual stories that exist. Like it's literally a handful. Everything is a combination of this. These stories, and that's
bad guy. Yeah, that's it.
I think, but I think it's also like you can break it up into a couple. It's like man versus himself, man versus nature, and man versus man, something like that. And it's only a handful of story archetypes. And then inside of archetypes, you can play around with that a little, but there's only a handful of real stories that exist. Everything else is like, well, okay, how do you want to do it? So it's two people against two people. Ooh, completely original.
But
like that's all it is.
I've been watching The Boys.
There you go.
Season. So there is something totally different.
That is messed up.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
But here's the thing, though: if somebody wanted to be critical for the sake of being critical, they could be like, oh, but we've had, superhero and supervillain and noir and twist on it like a million times, but they did a good job with it.
Yeah, they did.
So but you can't say, what you can say is that they took the ingredients, changed proportions, played around with it, but you can't say they completely redid the wheel with the ingredients. It's a superhero show. But they twisted who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, the layers. You did
the
played with shades of gray.
Was
exactly. But like I said though, Bobby, if somebody wanted to play like you beat just the contrarian, be like, oh, but it's a superhero thing. We've had bad guys that were good guys and good. Yes, I understand, but they did a good job with it. I think they did a good job.
Yep,
that's it.
How many
storyline was really well thought of.
Do we need? Last year, I think they just came out with another Willy Wonka movie. It's like, why do you need another one?
When the other ones the first one was so successful, you kind of don't play with those ones. You kind of take the second tier and maybe play with those ones, but it's so hard to beat Gene Wilder. And,
Then Johnny Depp, and now you got this young kid. I don't even know his name. He's got a kind of French name, so he's probably not important anyway, right, Yannick?
Yeah,
So,
just
I mean, it's just,
now Eric, when he goes down the street, he's gonna get baguettes thrown at him on top of everything else.
I mean, do you really need to make another Willy Wonka movie?
I think everybody wants to make one for their generation, and because it's a great story, another great story.
That's historically been how it's done. Yeah, like look, if you decided, we can use a bunch of examples. There's a ton of remakes where you'll remake something. But sometimes you'll remake something that is like from so long ago. So you've got we talked about the, what's it called?
I watched The Longest Yard the other day again, and it was the newer one.
Okay.
It was good. It was different. It was the new people. It was really kind of cool in a different way. The original one was cool because it's an original story. Then this one comes out, but you got a lot of different actors. It's a little funnier.
They turned The Longest Yard into a comedy. The first one wasn't a comedy.
Yeah. No,
but the thing is, if you're going, Eric, if you're going to try to remake it, then you're better off. Look, it's like the argument about somebody doing a remix of a song or doing a cover of a song. Do you want them to try to sing it exactly, key for key, note for note, like they're in that case? Might as well listen to the original. Like if somebody just tries beat for beat and copies it with no variation, no no adjustment, no different twist, then what's the point of even doing it? Just hit play.
It's like you watch those shows where they come out and they sing silent. They sing it just like them. It's just like, no, you got to add your own twist to it or something. Change it up.
And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't work, but at least you tried to give it a little bit of a variation. You make some kind of a twist, then okay. You take a folk song and turn it into a rock song. You take a rock song, turn it into a folk song. But it's the same song, but you've changed the tenor. You've changed the cadence a little bit. And even though it's the same song, it sounds different enough that you can play around with it a little bit. Bob Boozle, this is a good one. Ocean's 11. Ocean's 11 was a remake of another movie.
Fuck yeah.
But they did their own thing. They did their own thing. Yeah, they played around with it.
Or The Italian Job. Another remake.
Exactly. That's another one. Yes.
But more modern actors, then you get all the top stars, and that kind of brings a little bit more to it. So,
but just call it something else.
I don't mind when they remake it and they keep the storyline the same, but you got a lot of key actors in there. It kind of helps the movie a little bit. They change the storyline a little slightly, but who did you have in the original? You had
Rat Pack.
Yeah.
You had Sinatra, Martin.
Wasn't the
Sammy.
English guy?
Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah. So here's a couple. Mad Max, that's one they did a remake of.
Yeah,
I'll throw another one at you.
That's not an origin story. It's a continuation.
I understand, but we're talking about remakes here. We're talking about remakes for a second. But here's another one that would fall into this category as well. So they've redone the superhero movies. They've redone Superman a bunch of times. The Michael Keaton Batman versus the Batman Christopher Nolan trilogy.
Superman.
Come on, the one with Arnold DC, was the best one.
Obviously, but here's one that I would argue. Well, it's not really much of an argument, but it's an easy one. You had the Stallone Judge Dredd, cartoony, over the top silliness, and then you had Dredd, which I thought was very well done. I thought Dredd was a lot of fun, but you went the tone of Dredd was closer to the comic book. They went closer to the comic book source material with the cadence and the way that the character went. I go that, and it looked fantastic. Like the actual visuals of it were fantastic. You went completely away from the silliness. Dredd was just this, badass who went and did. He didn't crack a smile. He didn't laugh. He's just
part horror movie.
But you know what? It worked. Judge Dredd is not like a light-hearted comedy. Judge Dredd is like a very hardcore. If you go to the comic but source material, it's very dark. That's how it should be.
Yeah, but it was that time period, I think, when they were making movies. It was sort of like The Running Man, when you had Arnold. It was kind of that weird kind of era, where it was futuristic in a not so futuristic looking way. Demolition Man, another one too.
I just watched Running Man during Christmas.
Doesn't really
didn't age well. It's okay,
not
but
so good. Not so good.
Yeah. So kind of to Wes's point though here, my thing always is really, just to be clear, is that I don't care if they make remakes. I don't see any reason to ever whine about it. Why? You don't want, then watch the original. No one is stopping you from watching the original version.
You can go watch it and you pay money.
I get it, but like I'm not going out to a movie. I don't care what it is, and I don't care who's doing it.
Well, it's like when you go see a comedy and they show you all the best on the previews. They show you all the best
trailer,
comedy, all the best, funniest parts. And then you go see the movie and then it's like, it's not really funny except for those parts that they showed me in the preview. So I get kind of pissed off. So yeah.
I like this here. They should make a film of the Seahawks absolutely refusing to run the ball in the goal line of the Super Bowl. I heard this could be a thing.
What, with Marshawn Lynch? That would probably be funny movie.
I could see it. It's comedy, yeah. I would love a Running Man remake. I'll be honest, Running Man would be a good candidate if you give it the right treatment, because Running Man is a lot of fun. I like the Schwarzenegger version. I like it. It's silly, it's fun, but it is super dated. Like you watch it and it's totally 1980s.
I think the story could be changed slightly.
If you like. But the point though is that like it feels 1980s, every part of it, every visual, everything looks 1980s. You got to make sure you cast it right, get the right people in.
Casting is so important.
It's super important. But if you get it right, I think you could have some fun with it. Go ahead, Yannick.
The new goalie guy could be Reggie Lemon.
Oh
wow!
Never thought of it. Wouldn't that be something?
Reggie Lemon is the opera singer, goalie man.
Yeah, goalie. No, the goalie man was with the
It was
He had the
goalie.
blade, right? He had a
Oh,
blade.
sorry,
Blade
you're
on the
right.
end of the
Sorry,
stick.
sorry. It was the Asian guy who was the goalie man.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Fuji.
Thank you.
But
Well,
now
see,
you
they
put
could change
Reggie.
those. They don't have to be a goalie. They don't have to be an opera singer. They can change those roles to
Sure.
be a little
Come up with
something
another
more
gimmick.
modern.
Sub-Zero. Thank you, Wes. Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero, that's it.
Yeah.
Was he a wrestler? Who was
Looks
that
like
guy?
Mr. Fuji to me.
He
I
was-
always
he
call
was
him Mr.
big.
Fuji.
I don't know if he was, but Jesse Ventura was in the movie.
Yeah.
So Jesse Ventura was
Well, we know
like
him,
at the end, and Jim Brown paid Fireball. So they actually had a very star-studded cast
They did.
for your villains there. They had a really good, strong cast with some really good ones.
I just
Some
like
really good
Richard
ones.
Dawson. I thought he was the best.
Yeah,
one in the
he
whole
was
movie.
cool. He was a good bad guy.
But that's kind of Bobby's point, though. You got to cast it right.
Yeah.
You got to make again. But here's the key, though. Kind of what we just talked about a second ago. I don't want you to just necessarily do beat for beat, same jokes, same cadence, same error. No, don't do that, because then I might as well just watch the original one. You may as well just do an HD remaster then. Then what's the point? If you want to do it, yes, keep the spirit, but put your little twist on it. Come up with your own if you want to come up with a few new characters instead of just doing exactly the same characters as the previous one, that might be wise. Come up with a different gimmick. Play with that, play around with it. We have CGI. We've got so much stuff we could do now. You could have a little bit of fun with it if you want to. You could.
Well, to your point, Carlos, you were talking about Jack Reacher and you didn't like Tom Cruise. I get it, 100%. So, shifting away from him, I don't think he was the perfect guy for that. He's good for other movies, but not for that movie. And that's
Mission Impossible, I have no issue. Mission Impossible, I enjoy those movies for what they are. I enjoy them for what they are.
For what they are. It's like, when they got into the changing faces, it was gone for me. So
I understand why you don't like him and Jack Reacher, because I think you read the books or something. And
I have read the books, yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't know anything about it. I liked the movie. I thought it was well done. I liked the scenario, the whole storyline. I loved Robert Duvall's role. I loved the bad. I mean, I liked all of it. So the second one I didn't like so much. They brought like daughter thing in, and he's trying to save some Colby Smolder, the military. It was just like, no, I didn't like the second one at all, but I did like the first one.
If you read the books, you visualize in your mind, and when you go see the movie, that visualization is gone and it's changed. So you kind of don't always like the movie.
No, for sure. But I think though the problem was that the author, so Lee Child, in the description, because he writes each one because he's written so many books for Reacher now, that each one he has to pretend like it's standalone. So he's got to describe Jack Reacher in every single one, assuming you haven't read the other ones. If you have, you can kind of gloss over it. But literally every time he's a big, hulking, gigantic man. And he literally goes like 6'5" and like 250 pounds, like all muscle. He's basically describing this giant. You can't get to Tom Cruise from there. There's nothing you can do.
The series is the sound. It sounds like, 'cause I haven't seen the series yet, that the actor in the series seems more like what you're describing.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. It's Alan Richardson.
He was in Smallville. He played Aquaman.
Yeah. Yeah, but what happens is like look, this way. Everybody who's seen him in this role doing what he's doing there is like, okay, so how many steroids are you doing? No, not like are you? The question is like, so you're doing all the steroids, right? All of them
by himself.
Because he looks enormous. He literally looks gigantic during the whole thing. And it's like, oh man, what's your workout secrets? And I'm like, yes, workout secrets. That's the reason why.
And I think CGI is overrated. I know the new Marvel movies, it almost looks
Eric,
fake.
If you take your vitamins and say your prayers, that's basically you.
That's what I look like. What you guys want to see? That's what I got.
Yeah. So and basically, and he's also a pretty tall dude. So the thing is, so again, going along with the rest of it, is that the whole point of the entire, again, Lee Child literally writes it in. He describes the character so that when you're trying to figure out, all right, what is this person supposed to look? He's a military police officer. He's somebody who basically arrests, people in the army and throws them around. And if they need to fight them, he can fight them.
They don't, man. It's only a drunk patrol. It's all the MP does.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but
Been there,
I'm
done
talking about
that.
the Yannick. I'm talking about the actual the character, the point
Okay.
of the character.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's bullshit.
Yannick, 3/4 of the military is sitting at a base somewhere where the most action they get is if Eric walks by. Wait a minute, that's the chocolate stick man.
That's the
And they throw shit
maintenance
at him.
boy.
When they're deployed in Idaho or Wyoming, I'm sure they're not fighting a war, Yannick. I'm aware.
No.
And the military police doesn't need to do a lot of work over there, unless they hit the pub a little too hard.
And see,
Drunk people.
then you take the Punisher. Now, there's a great. He wasn't a big guy, wasn't tall, wasn't he was just the right guy. And it doesn't always have to be the super huge guy. I guess we're going back to the the 80s or whatever. We got Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nobody else could play the Terminator like him, but nobody else could play. What's the freaking? Anyways, move on.
I've met Thomas Jane, and he is a small man.
Who?
Thomas Jane, who played the Punisher in the movie.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Small guy.
Yeah, but he fit the role perfectly.
Yeah. No, I think he did a great job.
Now I do have a question. Now I do have a little bit of question.
If
here you go. So Card Cutter here, Card Cutter here is in the military. So you can confirm here for me. So when you're out in deployment there, you basically look like the picture I showed, right? Garrett, you basically like now you might have taken a little bit easier now as you're in your retirement, but basically you were basically jacked like that dude. Garrett can confirm for me.
I look like that, 6-pack stomach, washboard stomach.
You mean the keg, right?
I looked closer to that. I was on my way to looking like that when I met my wife when I was 19, and something happened.
Hey, bring Michelle here. We need.
Her.
She'll tell she'll tell you that I was on my way to that, and then you start going out, you start dating. And
so basically, you're saying it's her fault.
Yes, I told her that. You stop going to the gym, you stop going out for runs, and you go out to dinner instead. And next thing you're old and fat.
Yeah, hot dogs and pepper.
Wow.
Yep, pretty much.
Chocolate sticks galore.
Yeah.
By the way, Garrett, I know you just hopped in, but do you want to pop in and say hello? Let me know. I can always shoot you a link if you want, but just no pressure. But I'm just letting you know. Now, I do have a question, and I do want to kind of shift over the topic a little bit because I know we do like to go down sometimes the TV show or movie route a little bit, and there's no issue with that. But I do have a bit of a question, a topic that plays off of this a little bit, since we talked about the whole Roadhouse thing and it being on Prime. So let me touch on something here, and I can expand the question out to make it a little more broad to bring everybody in here. So one of the things that happened this past week, and it was funny because Bobby was messaging me while it was happening, talking about the other YouTube channel, where WWE announced its deal with Netflix to put WWE Raw to be on the Netflix. Now I'll explain. I'm going to expand, and you'll get kind of where I'm going with this here. For WWE, that's one thing, but the important part is not just the deal itself for WWE or whatever for wrestling, but it's the idea that Netflix is entering into the live event game. And that's important. That's why the reason why I'm touching on this. And also the other part is, no worries. Reach out for me down the road and we can make it happen. But the other piece of the puzzle is that Netflix is getting into the game. Prime got the NFL. They did the NFL deal with the Thursday night games, even though not the most amazing thing in the world. But the point is, they're doing these deals to get these live programming.
They said they did really well with that.
Oh, I'm sure they did well rating wise. Yeah. But the games are garbage. Like the NFL gave them like what are the most trash teams that are going to play this week? That's the Amazon game. Go enjoy. But from a financial perspective, I get it. And the NFL got $1 billion for that. So I understand why they took the deal. But the point is this. There are all these streaming services, kind of entering into that space and offering big dollars for the WWE. Now, here's a key piece. So a piece specific to the WWE one. I talked about it in that video that I did on the other channel, but I'm going to expand it into this piece. For the WWE deal, they did the equivalent of about $500 million a year. So it's a 10-year deal, $5 billion potential, but there's two caveats. After 5 years, they can drop it if they don't like it, or they can expand it for another 10 years and make it a 20-year deal.
Wow.
Now there might be escalators, there might be more dollars down the road.
Probably.
But here's an important piece: the Netflix deal isn't just like the normal television deal they had with USA Network and Comcast. It's different because it also covers the Canadian rights. Because Rogers Sportsnet had the rights to Raw and SmackDown and all that. So in 2025, if I'm in Canada and I want to watch WWE, I just need Netflix. I can see Raw, I can see SmackDown, I can see WrestleMania, Royal Rumble coming up this weekend.
Yes.
I can see all those on Netflix going in 2025 after Rogers had the exclusive for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got this big, long mega deal. And also, I think Britain and some in Latin America and some other. So that $500 million deal is not just one deal. It's multiple international markets through Netflix, which is international.
Yep.
And those potential eyeballs. That's interesting. That is very interesting because I'm curious how that's going to be a model. Again, the other sports leagues are going to be looking at this and going like,
So we're going Netflix going to be cable again, kind of, you know, like,
Almost.
I mean, all the,
there's an element of that.
Who's got the women hockey rights? Like, is that a thing? Like, I mean, I know they're
the new hockey league, the professional one? That's TSN.
TSN got it.
Yeah. But the reason I'm bringing this up, so I'm starting off with the WWE, the Netflix point. I'm just bringing that up as a point. However, I'm just saying that with these streaming services now vying for these big rights, we're phasing into. We were already headed that way, but we're phasing into a world where cable and satellite and a lot of the traditional television things are going to be getting less and less of these because these other competitors can come into space and do that. And if I'm international, Netflix is easier. Bob Boozle says I'm not a Netflix fan, which I totally get. The point is, though, for the one Netflix subscription, you get the movies, you get the TV shows, you get whatever. And then you can watch some live programming that they can include in this. That's going to be a little interesting down the road. Again, Amazon Prime, they put some NFL games. Who's to say that the sports leagues don't start fragmenting their package into these components? And one other thing that we're waiting on down the road that we're going to see, what about the WWE network? In the US, the WWE network's gone. It's on their Peacock, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that deal's going to end in a couple of years. Does that get rolled into Netflix? Or does it go somewhere else? Sports leagues are going to be looking at the same thing, going like, all right, so we've got a package here. How can we slice up this thing? We don't have to just sell it to one person. We can sell it to multiple suitors and get a check from you and a check from you and a check from you. And
I heard someone today compare it almost to like Spike TV, going back to like the Spike TV 20 years ago.
Well, that's the truth, right? We look at these. We get Spike TV or we get Netflix. After a while, you get bored. What else is there to see? Is there any good recommended, series or anything? And you get bored. So
when it's UFC
doing it, constantly they're going to keep buying in, and this is why they're the competition now. They're saying, hey, listen, I want that. We need that to sustain ourselves. Yeah, they're paying the big bucks, but they're getting the viewers, and they're getting, what's it now? $13-14 a month now, where it used to be what, $6, $8? Mm-hmm. It's doubled in 4 years.
It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if enough of these rights get split up amongst enough. Look, we're going to approach the level where the streaming services is going to look like your old cable bill. It's just going to be broken up into a couple of these pieces instead of having these channels. So Bob Boozle's point here is WCC exposure, not the most cash. Netflix has 260 million subscribers. There are just as many, if not more, potential people. There's a real possibility the amount of people watching the show won't change that much. Because today Monday Night Raw is getting like 1.5 million, 1.6 million per week.
Do you still need a cable box to order a pay-per-view, right? Like, it's been a while.
Yeah.
You can. You can get streaming versions of these things.
Streaming too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But that's so kind of this point. So Bob Boozle, so here's the reason I brought up the topic. There's a bunch of threads we can go down. It's what the future is going to look like. The problem that a lot of these companies are having is that cable's not going to be dead tomorrow. Satellite's not going to be dead tomorrow. They'll be here tomorrow. The sun will rise and it'll be here tomorrow. However, as years go by, the next several years, there's already an entire generation of folks that barely order television.
Yes.
Like barely. I'm 40. I will be 41 this year. I have cable through Rogers Cable, who does a lot of the country, but I have it. It's part of my condo fee with my condo corporation that negotiated a sweetheart deal. So I have a lot of channels. I have a good package. But if I did not have that package, I would not be paying for it.
No.
0% chance. I also have gigabit internet through this that they negotiated, which for me is fantastic. So I've got streaming and I've got cable, and it's rolled into my condo fee, and it's actually very reasonable for me because we've got 200 units in different condos here, and everybody's paying a cut.
Mhm.
And when we all agreed to it, you're paying a cut whether you use it or not. So you may as well use it because, hey, it's there. So you pick up the phone, you go, hey, Mr. Rogers, give me a box.
Yeah.
And you're entitled to have one. So they will set it up for you and install it, and TV comes on. You don't have to use it, but you're paying for it anyway, so you may as well. I would not pay for an independent TV cable package. I don't care which package it is. I've looked at the different ones. I wouldn't pay for any of that shit. No, I won't give you a dime.
Cancel mine, except my wife watches stuff, right?
Yeah.
I have cable. I don't want it. I've been off for over the decade or so, but since I have a multi-generation home, my parents they have their own place down there, but of course, like everybody else, I only pay one wire, then, signal goes down there. So I have cable if I want to, which I only use, as dumb as it is, because of MLB blackout regions, right? They're like, if you want to watch the Blue Jays in Canada, you pretty much need Sportsnet, Rogers.
Yeah.
So
now, kind of to Yannick's point, though, again, because of the specific scenario I'm in, because I have the condo built into it, I have cable, so I can literally be sitting in my office. I can be streaming Rogers right now. If the Jays game is on, I can watch it, and I have MLB.TV, so then I can watch everybody else. So I can watch the Jays game because I have the local cable package, quote unquote. But I can also watch. But I'm paying separate for the MLB.TV because if I want to watch somebody else out of market, those games are all available to me there, and I'm kind of grandfathered in. I have a great price. So for live sports, the reason why Netflix is paying so much money is because of live. WWE is live every week on Mondays and Fridays and all this stuff. And they're getting this content constantly. So because they're getting this content, that's what they're paying for.
Did you ever watch anything live on Netflix? I did watch last time. They had
I've never tried. I've never tried.
They had a golf thing tied to the F1 in Vegas. And I had a thing. I was like, oh, live on Netflix. I was like, I wonder what it looks like.
Yeah.
It kind of feels still pre-taped type thing. You know what I mean? Like it's got a feeling.
It's going to be interesting because here's the thing. I'm curious. So let me put it this way. In the same way with the Cards HQ thing, I'm curious to see what that 24/7 selling is going to look like. I want to see them try. I want to see what it looks like, how this is going to be designed. I don't have to worry about it until 2025. So next year. But next year, that means that if I want to watch any of the WWE programming, then I got to turn on a Netflix thing. Well, then I can do it. All right, fine. By 2025, maybe I'll turn it back on and watch Squid Game for Bobby. But then after I'm done watching some Squid Game, then I can put on the WWE thing as well because it's on the same configuration. I just click over. The question is, are we going to get archiving? Are they going to get the network rolled into it? Are they going to get, so if I want to watch WrestleMania 3 for some reason, I have a hankering for it. Is it going to be on Netflix as well? Am I going to be able to click on it and watch Hulk Hogan, Power Slam, Andre the Giant, 15,000 pounds of Andre the Giant, who also won 47 Super Bowls for Eric, in front of 5.7 trillion people at WrestleMania 3. Craziness.
That's true. I was there. I was one of them.
Yep. But the reason I bring it up, though, is that to me, the WWE deal is fascinating beyond WWE. I'm curious what that's going to do for future deals for other sports leagues, for other things that are providing this live content.
How do you transfer all
the cable? Go ahead.
How do you transfer all the advertising? Like Super Bowl, man. It's like
there are people that think that
50 seconds, right? So.
The reason why I'm curious is there are people that think again, there's a lot of theories right now because we haven't seen it in practice. We got to see what it's actually going to look like. But the theory is, you could do it, but like put commercials at the beginning. Or stick a couple commercials in between. Even though it's Netflix, you're still getting commercials throughout.
And you're seeing commercials at the bottom of the screen now and different things. So
I love when you just split the screen a little bit and you don't lose the action. You see like the 10 seconds of crap, then the screen comes back on.
Yeah.
Instead of just like out, and then you watch 30 times Tim Hortons commercial.
Now, here's the funny part. Here's the funny part, Yannick. So again, I'm merely posing a hypothetical. That's the reason why we can take this in a million directions. I think it's a fun topic because we can take it in a million directions. But here's the thought. So imagine you're watching the thing in traditional TV, you're watching WWE Raw or whatever. They're having the match, whatever. They go to commercial break. You see the commercials, whatever's going on. Netflix is paying for exclusive rights to this thing. In the show, when they're in the arena, the match is still going on. The guys are like in a headlock or like they're like playing to the crowd and like stalling for time. So your Netflix, yeah, you can put an ad in the corner if you want, but am I seeing the headlock and am I seeing it play to the crowd? Because I can still have the feed going the whole time because I'm paying for this specific thing. Why couldn't you just show me the feed?
Maybe they can do a Dusty Road dance during the commercial a little bit.
Well, Yannick, maybe we get that as part of this package. What if I pay for the fancy Netflix and instead of showing me commercials, I'm actually still watching the match? Because the match is still going on. They don't physically stop for the commercial break. They're still going. So because if you're in the crowd, you're watching this match, commercial break or not, stuff's still happening. But they understand that there's a commercial break, so they're playing it, they're timing it so that they can, when they get back from commercial, then you get the result. But it doesn't change the fact that the match is still going on. If you're in the crowd, you don't see the commercials. You're watching the match. It's still going on for you.
I think it's always going to be the problem. As long as they keep running their money with the commercial, which is, I'm not saying I have an idea how to replace it. Obviously, if you pay $1 billion, like, for TV rights, you got to sell advertising.
I just assumed that they would get Eric to do Crumble Cookie ad reads. Yeah, I'm just saying. I assume that would be a very straightforward way, I think, to resolve a lot of these issues. Just
do we have a new coupon for 2024, Eric, or the same discount?
But for 2024,
yeah,
we are in the year 2024 of our Lord.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't we?
I'll be right back. By the way, so I've opened up about 100 avenues. So I'm curious if anyone in the chat or anyone here has any thought. Again, I started with WWE as the example, but we can talk about the hockey rights because Rogers has those. We can talk about the NFL rights. We can talk about Major League Baseball right. You don't think the other leagues, even cyclocross, you don't think the official World Cyclocross League is sitting there going like, wait a minute, there's some fucking Netflix money out there. We got to get in on this shit.
Sure, I'm pretty
Eric
sure
will buy this shit all day long.
Amazon just bought somebody out too.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
The World Cyclocross League is like the UCI, and they have contracts with Eurosport over in Europe, and in the United States through Flow Sports.
There you go.
And you have to pay, a monthly fee to be able to watch cyclocross in the United States. What ends up happening though is that after a couple of days, the race passes, Flow Sports will put it on YouTube for free. So you can try to ignore your cycling websites and your Instagram, posts and all that, and not see who wins. You just have to wait like 4 days and you can watch it for free on YouTube.
Yeah, we PVR so much stuff anyways, so we're never watching commercials. So it's much more beneficial to us that, if you want to wait those few days. You used to want to watch everything right away. Now I can wait. There's so much out there now. Where before, if you haven't seen a movie and the movie's coming out and you've been looking forward to something, but now everything, you can go online, we can chat, we can see a bunch of videos, you can do whatever. There's so much to do now.
Here's the news for you.
Delayed gratification increases.
I read this week, and there you go. Amazon has acquired Bally Sports game to eventually be streamed on Prime, and Marineri's stake in Bally Sport as well. So January 17th, Amazon owns Bally Sports. So there you go. TV rights for NBA.
Now here's another kind of fun little twist to this as well, for the streaming side of things. One advantage Netflix has, or Amazon Prime or whatever, because they have their servers, because when you're connected to the account, they have your account. They can actually tell you how many people are watching. Right. Ratings are based on the boxes and guesstimations and kind of the entire industry of selling advertising for television is based on Nielsen ratings, which are based on these boxes that are in households, blah, blah, blah. And then they extrapolate.
They don't need them
well,
anymore.
Anyone can tell you down to the last person how many people clicked on and watched
how many hours you're watching. And
yes. They can tell you they clicked on for 4 seconds and clicked off. They can tell you they watched the entire thing from beginning to end. They have that data that nobody else has because it's computers.
Yeah.
Not like tag computers. I mean real ones.
Yeah. Nielsen ratings are gone now. I don't think they use them.
Yeah. But imagine though, like that they have the most accurate data possible as far. So when they're trying to sell commercial time, if the numbers are favorable, they can be like, no, we can tell you down to the second how much time people are watching. We can give you like real data to be able to say, nope, you sell your commercial space to us. We can put it in front of 8 million people because that's how many people are watching this. And that's how many people are actually watching this and sitting there watching it for an hour or the duration or whatever. Yep. You can't do that with these other ones. YouTube obviously as a streaming platform has a lot of, when you go into YouTube and you go into that section there and you pull up data, I can get demographics. As long as somebody is logged into the YouTube account, you can get demographic information. It's not perfect, but it's got a lot more data.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of bots watching with that stuff. So yeah.
But that's always going to be with anything electronic. But the point is, it's more accurate than Nielsen ratings where you're guessing based on some boxes and some people clicking on the remote.
True.
Yeah. So it's still going to be more accurate information, and you'll be able to break it down by demographics and do all kinds of stuff that you cannot do through this other medium.
Yes.
Here's a reference. I want to see how many people get that one. Eric?
What's it say? It
says, I watched Emmanuel in Space for the entire 1 hour and 35 minutes. Google that, not from your work computer.
Exactly.
No idea what that is.
Moving on. It's some good, wholesome programming. I think it was on Family Channel or something. Anyway, moving on.
Midnight. Midnight.
Yep, definitely. And make sure your wife is there while you're watching. So Paul says, cable bundles, increasing the price and adding 2 channels you don't watch is equivalent to tag raising prices, but lowering the days to get it back by a small amount. Yes. Look, I haven't even picked on the coaster makers all night because I figured we'd get to it at some point.
Someone couldn't wait. We couldn't wait.
Are they still around?
Allegedly. So okay, real quick to put a button on this. I am interested. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this because I'm fascinated by it. Because I think that is going to be a big deal with the future. I think the whole I think there'll be other folks that will follow suit. Some of the sports leagues will follow suit, and I think it's going to be fascinating. I think it's going to be interesting when the Boston Bruins decide, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put ourselves only on pay-per-view. Eric's got to pay for each individual Boston Bruins game he's going to watch. And he's going to have to pay by the minute.
I'm paying a ton. You laugh, but I got rid of Dish Satellite Network, which I had for 20 something years, because they kept getting into pissing contests with all the local channels. One of them being NESN, New England Sports Network, which is actually owned by the Red Sox. Owns the Red Sox. And
Denis Lemieux.
And the Boston Bruins and Dish couldn't come to an agreement. So they got rid of it. So I said, screw this. I'm done. They've canceled so many different networks and local TV. I'm done. I got rid of it. I have Hulu Plus now. I'm paying a lot less, but they also don't have NESN.
You're limited.
So I have to pay. And maybe it's like $40 a month or something during hockey season, so I can watch Bruins games. I have to get NESN Plus and in the app and all that, so I can then watch it on my phone and then stream it to my TV.
So I'm surprised nobody's made a move to get Hulu, and take out these small guys. There's no acquisition thing going on here. I guess because of the rights that they have, maybe it's limited, it can be pulled. I have no idea. But yeah,
well, I think it's going to be interesting because we are going to get a war. We're going to we're in the process. So like Netflix fired one shot. Amazon Prime has got its shot with the NFL thing. That's the reason I brought it up, is that it's I'm starting off with the WWE thing, but it's only the latest chapter of what is now a thing that's going to be going forward. Who else wants to play it? Because YouTube has YouTube TV. In the States, you can watch YouTube TV, and it has some channels and some stuff available. They can get into that game. They're in the game, but they can get into it. But like, we've got so many streaming services. Like, look, Yannick asked about the thing. Fight TV is a streaming available thing that can show. If I want to see some boxing, I want to see some wrestling, I want to see some different things. Fight has that, and I can get that in streaming only. Apple TV, that's a good call out as well. Apple TV has gotten some exclusives here and there. They're sprinkling them in for now.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be said they can't expand the package out as over time and add more pieces to it.
Think about it, the Thunderdome channel.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But look,
Prime Plus.
Right now, you've got the sports leagues, and baseball right now is unique because the individual teams can screw around and play their games. But what happens is, like, so for example, Blue Jays are owned by Rogers. Rogers owns Sportsnet. There's a reason why all the Blue Jay games are on Rogers Sportsnet. They own the league, they own the team, they own the team, they own the network. Okay. But if for some reason it became like a thing where somebody else came by and go, hey, we'll give you $250 million to show 10 Blue Jay games. Rogers is like, all right, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
We got 162. We'll give you a chunk. Sure. Yeah, why not? And then they compartmentalize it. But it used to be back in the day that you used to watch Blue Jays baseball. TSN had some. And I want to say CTV, I think, had some games. I forget. Like, there was a combination of different ones. Maybe even CBC might have had a couple of games or something.
I don't know about CBC.
I know that CBC used to have more things. It wasn't just Hockey Night in Canada. It used to be they would have other sports on.
We would have the Expo on CBC.
But it was curling and shit.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. But the point is, like, it used to be you broke it up into components and you broke it up into pieces. And then, like, years back when Rogers got into the NHL game and they said, oh, yeah, we're going to buy all the NHLs. Well, Hockey Night in Canada was basically owned by Rogers, even though they would let CBC borrow it. And basically, yeah, you're Hockey Night in Canada. Sure. Why not? For the sake of argument. But we own it, just to be clear. We really own it. But then they would show games on City TV or whatever it was, CTVs. They had a couple of networks. They would split it up. So we had more games on regular television, quote unquote. But Rogers owned all of it.
Remember when it happened? It was so weird. Like CBC no more, Hockey Night no more.
Yeah.
Even the intro song, we can't use it no more.
No.
They had to change the ridiculous Saturday night.
And she wanted more money or something, so she got screwed for who made up that the tune for it. Because she renegotiated and then she didn't want to. It wasn't enough money, and then boom, they forgot. It's like, oh, okay, sorry, you lost out.
That's okay. We got Nickelback. They'll write something.
There you go. Yeah, can't beat it.
Eric personally lobbied for that. I saw the letters.
Oh yeah,
Eric jumps every Saturday night when he hears the song. He's just like, woo.
So to be clear, my favorite part has been watching the Nickelback arc. Nickelback was never as bad as people made it out to be. It wasn't good, but it was never as bad as it was. It was a situation, guys. I have literally heard like objectively worse music. I assure you, there's way worse out there.
People just like hitting them for some reason, bashing them
because they were overplayed. They were overplayed. People didn't like Chad Kruger's voice, which is understandable. I get it. But then the other part of it is like they literally played the first hit song. So How You Remind Me? They played that 50 trillion times to the point that people got sick of it. That was the problem. They overplayed it. They just wouldn't stop. They just kept playing it. But it's not Nickelback's fault. People would request it, and the radio station's job is to play what you listen to, and if you're asking for it, they'll play it.
But remember, when they came out, there wasn't much rock and roll at that time, so it was kind of fading out, and we went through the grunge era and all these other era, and then we hit back to a little bit of rock and roll, but didn't really come in. So a lot
whatever
of people
Kiss is, allegedly, and whatever Kiss is allegedly.
Yeah. So we ran into, and right now, what do you have? Rock and roll? You don't even have it anymore. It's more of super heavy metal or something, That's where it's
I think you have to go heavy or you go like indie. I think you got the two.
There's no rock and roll anymore kind of in that genre. And they were right in that genre and they hit it and they did a good job. But yeah, they got overplayed because it was really missing from the marketplace. So you're getting a lot of older guys who grew up with rock and roll were listening. And then the newer people weren't. They're more into the indie and whatever. So it's definitely a different time. But I enjoyed them. I liked his voice.
Yeah. What was funny about it though is that like I'm sure they're crying into the millions of records they sold. and you know, I talked about WWE. WWE used Nickelback as one of the songs for Raw for
They
a
had
little
great
while
songs
there.
for that.
Like they used it. So clearly they did not have a problem with it, and no one cared, and life went on. But I just found it amusing that was that this. Oh my god, this the heinousness. And I'm like, in a world of Justin Bieber, you're gonna bitch to me about Nickelback.
Yeah.
That's what you're gonna bitch to me.
Started on that piece of trash. He has destroyed this year's All-Star game with those stupid jerseys that he designed.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, they do sound very similar. Yes, I agree. I can't agree. But again, that is still not it still doesn't warrant the amount of pushback they got. My point is, you don't have to like a damn song they make. I completely am okay with that. But like, look, trust me, I have heard infinitely worse music, infinitely worse.
Oh yeah.
Like there's a jazz fusion Eric yodeling album out there. Google that shit.
Okay.
No one. It's in the dark. It's in the dark web again, similar to Emmanuel in Space. Put your filters on. Put your VPNs. Protect yourselves. It's a dark place.
Huh.
Did you mute yourself, Yannick? Or you just
No. Just
remember that song, Just a Friend?
You have to watch Letterkenny to get the reference.
There you go. But
I love some Letterkenny.
Yeah. But the bottom line though, he said he loves him some Letterkenny.
I love me some Letterkenny. And you know, Yannick, the fact that you like Letterkenny also, that's what I appreciate most about you.
That's right. Because in Quebec, we love fishing, right?
Yep. Love Quebec.
Yeah. And don't you talk about Celine Dion with that tone.
He can't say that, Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
I bet, like, actually, now that I think about it, again, in the spirit of building the multiverse, I'm thinking that the Bougie Eric jazz fusion yodeling needs to be a duet with Celine Dion.
Mm-hmm. I can't sing anymore now. She's got that rare whatever now. So.
Eric's yodeling will carry the day. Don't even worry about it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take care of it. She's just stand there and look pretty. I'll take care of everything.
Yeah, she'll lip sync a little bit, you know, just for appearances, It'll be fine.
Maybe
it'll be completely fine. But yeah, so I think down the road, I think the story itself was interesting. Obviously, Vince McMahon completely stole the spotlight from the timing of the Vince McMahon thing is so good because it completely stole the spotlight out of this potentially very interesting deal kicking in next year. That's going to change the way that a lot of this consumption is going to be, and other leagues will be watching. They'll be taking notes and being like, all right, let's see how this works out because this could be interesting. If Netflix is going to be a player for more live events, more live sports, more live entertainment, whatever you want, that could get real interesting real fast. We'll have to see how that plays out. Yeah. Well, because it's going to make there's already a lot of people subscribed to Netflix anyway, so for them, they're not going to care. It's not going to change anything. But it may prompt some other people to be like, well, that in Canada, that'll be the way to get all the stuff. It'll all be under that one umbrella. It's a heck of a lot easier than being like, okay, do I have Sportsnet? Which Sportsnet channel do I need to watch this on? If it's preempted or something, like I don't have to worry about that.
So I'm almost finished the second season of the Boys. Now it's starting to get into that speed wobble time.
Okay. Yep.
So it's already three seasons.
Okay. Yeah. So we've already introduced and we've got the arc with Stormfront going on, right?
Yep.
Is that correct? Okay, gotcha. Yep. Okay.
So, but I'm starting to see it's really good for the first, and then the second one, you know, it builds into a little bit, and then you start to see where it's starting to go down. Now they're losing the story, and they're trying to make the story a little different. So it is an interesting thing, but it does get old fast.
Oh, it's going to get so more messed up. You don't even know.
Oh, it's already messed up.
Oh, it's going to get so messed up.
Oh, all right. Good. I'll keep watching then.
Here you go. Bob Boozle said, praying Amazon Prime and land USA pickleball. Man.
Pickleball.
Like I said, the streaming wars are nigh.
No. USA pickleball will be on the Ocho. Come on.
Listen, man, ESPN is losing some ground right now. You got the Netflix and Prime out there making some moves, doing some things. We're gonna see, man.
It's bring back the Ocho.
What do you guys think of that NHL expansion talk?
I think it's crap.
I think they should put in. I think they should put an expansion team over in Boston so they could have an NHL team. That'd be great.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you.
So Utah naturally would just move Phoenix up there, right?
Hey,
look, we've been trying to get rid of Phoenix for years. Gary Bettman is like, I will die first. I will never allow it.
No,
I'm not part of this, but some people would take it here. There's a brand new 21,000 seat building.
They're gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, Nick, at this point, Quebec City would literally take anything they would offer. I think Yannick. So being serious here for a moment. Being serious here for a moment.
I'm serious. They can't afford it. There's no freaking way we can afford the team.
It's not even about it. Yannick, it's not even about affording it. Quebec City basically exists as a bargaining chip for the NHL to be like, yeah, we'll offer an expansion franchise to somebody. Well, if you guys don't want it, we'll send it to Quebec City. They will never put a team in Quebec City. Ever.
No, everyone, when they pull that card, everyone starts laughing at the table.
The Canadian dollar could be 5 times more than the American dollar, and they still wouldn't do it. They refuse.
When they left in 95, like they left for $75 million, which is a whole salary cap now for a team, isn't it?
Yeah. But like I said, in the spirit of being serious, there are certain cities now, and the NHL isn't the only one that does this. There are certain cities now that are like the threat. Every time a team is like wants to hold up a place for a moment, I say, "Well, I could move to insert city name here."
Didn't Kansas City had an empty building for the last 15 years or so, and the NHL
we talked about this before, and it's only because again the Leafs have so much power. Cops Coliseum was built originally with the thought that they could get an NHL. At the time they built the building, it was NHL caliber.
Every time there's an expansion, Markham will get a team now. Oh, Markham. What about Markham?
But here's the thing: our market could handle it. Like if the Maple Leafs would be like over our dead body, they will literally throw themselves in front of a train to avoid that.
Toronto will put a second team and win the cup before the Leafs do it.
But the problem is that the Leafs will be like, no, we're holding our entire territory everywhere. If the Leafs would get rid of Buffalo just on principle, they'd be like, get rid of them. We'll take Buffalo too as a part of our territory. We will expand our borders. And the reality is, Southern Ontario could 100% have another NHL team other than the Leafs.
Yeah.
And there's enough of a fan base that could support it because some people are just so fed up with the Leafs, they would give them an alternative.
Yep.
When I grew up, I think we've talked about this before. When I grew up in my high school, and this is in Southern Ontario, clearly in the Leaf region, like we're a hop, skip, and a jump from Toronto here. Like just I hop on a train and I'm in there in 25 minutes. I'm right there beside the arena. When I went to high school, everybody was a hockey fan. It was 50-50 at best. There were Leaf fans, absolutely. It was a strong contingent, but it was 50-50. It was like 50% Leafs, 50% anybody else. Because the rest of us would be like, fuck these guys. No, thank you. I'll pass. Some people supported Detroit. Some people like Colorado. I had friends who like Colorado. I had friends who were cheering Detroit. I was one of the Dallas guys. There was a New Jersey guy. Like other teams.
Screw Colorado.
Anyone but the Leafs. Anyone but the Leafs. And then there's, of course, the Leaf fans. But like it was more like 50-50, man. It was like the demographic. It wasn't like, oh, we're all Leafs fans. No, we're not. We are not.
Screw Colorado. The minute they left Quebec City, I was done with it. Never transferred, never cared. People will try to tell, oh, they won the cup. Nah, it has nothing to do with the Nordics no more. It's long gone.
Yeah. But unfortunately, though, Yannick, the point though that I'm making with the thing is that Quebec City is now like as long as that arena is viable, it's a perfect bargaining chip. It's like every time they're like, well, we could. It's like, but you won't. We all know you won't. You will never do it. Winnipeg, I don't know what dark magic or nude photos they had to finally get that deal done. Like I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah,
I'm shocked that Winnipeg got a team.
That went fast too. Hey,
I think they were desperate. Like that had to be desperation.
You know what?
Winnipeg to actually get a team.
I'll bet you money that Atlanta will get a third team before Quebec City gets one again.
Probably.
100%. I would take that bet. 100%. And
Phoenix
it's a shame.
is not leaving. They're going to die on that hill. That Bettman has said we are not taking them out of that area.
Because he sold all those TV rights they needed there. So
they're going to die there. So the idea that they're going to pick up and move it to Utah, move it to, Western Canada, they're going to move it to Quebec, they're going to move it to Atlanta, all
Houston,
these.
That's true.
They are never, he has said, when Phoenix is staying put. But if you continue to expand professional sports leagues, the product gets watered down. If you look at, this league started with the, this current version of the league started with the original 6. You had the best players in the world on those teams. I mean, then you expanded it to 12. Okay, well, there was still plenty of talent out there, but then you had teams like, California that sucked. And then they expanded again. Next thing you know, we have like the Cleveland Barons, and we got the Kansas City Scouts and the Colorado Rockies. They all died, and the product got worse. Imagine if we actually cut sports, these sports leagues down some, and you only got the very best of the best on each and every team. How incredible the leagues would be. You want to keep expanding, you're going to get people that don't truly belong in the NHL, the NFL, the NBA. In those
21 teams like we used to have. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
Quebec was always first, but you had to take the newspaper and rotate it.
So real quick. So again, we're in the more serious conversation side of it. So let's have a legitimate discussion. Let's have a legitimate discussion here for a moment. I don't disagree with your concept, but the problem is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. That's the first thing. But the second thing also is that you got to remember, and this is important. Again, I'm being serious. The NHL is very similar to a lot of other leagues. Major League Baseball has this problem too, is that you've got very few baseball. They argue, but I don't agree. They don't have as many hockey fans as they want to pretend they do. They do not. Yeah. They have some NHL fans, a little bit. It's mostly I go here and I poll. The NHL could fold tomorrow and they would still be Leafs fans. Yeah. They just make up another league. It could be the Toronto Maple Leafs Hockey League, and they still wouldn't win the Stanley Cup, just to be clear. They still wouldn't. But the point is that they don't give a shit about the NHL. The NHL could fold tomorrow, and Maple Leaf fans don't give a shit as long as the Toronto Maple Leafs are in whatever, make up another league, and then they're in it. Great. There is not enough legitimate fans of the sport. There's people like, oh yeah, I'm a fan of sport. Really? Okay. Do you watch the World Juniors? No. Do you watch the AHL? No.
How many games?
Do you watch the CHL? No. Have you gone to any games? No. Like, the answer is no. The answer is always no. Have you bought a shirt, a hat, anything? No. Okay, well, great. Then you're not really a fan of the sport, are you? So going back to 21 teams means congratulations. Then your league will have cut off about a third of whatever fans those other teams have because they're gone. They're not going to watch anything else. They don't give a shit about your team. They don't care. They're not watching it. The same reason they're not a Boston Bruins and San Jose Sharks game. No one outside of San Jose or Boston gives a shit. No one. No one cares. No one's watching.
It stayed at 21 teams for about 20 odd years. It was kind of interesting because you did go through the timelines. You went from 12, 14, early 70s, mid 70s. You're hitting 18, 17 teams, and then you hit 21 as soon as you hit 1980. So, or 83, whichever. Yeah. And it ran well. But now the talent is so thin. You have nobodies, and they're making, $1.8 million for a guy who just barely makes the NHL. And it's just, it's really thin talent. And I think, we're fans, but we're sitting here going, okay, we're going to get this guy, and this guy trades. And it's like, this guy's a bum. That guy's a bum. Like, a league of bums. And then only certain teams are stacked. The guys who have the proper players. So we are overexpanded. Will we ever go back? Probably not, but we should. And once Garrett Bateman's gone, then we might get rid of a few teams that don't really need to be there. And if we get rid of those guys, we'll add more people because people will want to go to the games and see the stars. You know how much more it is to go to a Pittsburgh game so people can see Crosby or Edmonton because they want to watch McDavid. Yeah, those games are like my son has season tickets. Those tickets go for more. Everybody wants those tickets. Nobody wants the other ones on Wednesday games against Winnipeg before. Yeah, I got free tickets to Wednesday's game, and I said, nah, don't want them. Wasn't worth it. What are we going to see?
Winnipeg may lose their franchise again because they're not putting enough people in that building every night.
It's hard. Yep.
It's Winnipeg, man. I'm even surprised at the first place that there's people there.
Well, you got Edmonton and Winnipeg. They're 2 freaking hours away from each other. It's like, really?
What?
Yeah.
Right?
I think
like a flight, right?
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. What, 4 hours? Is it 4 hour drive?
The bottom line though is that, like
Winnipeg,
I said,
Edmonton?
Yeah.
No, sorry, man. You're more in the.
They're 2 different provinces. You got a bit of distance.
It's actually a whole province.
Calgary and Edmonton. Calgary and Edmonton.
Sorry.
Calgary and Edmonton.
Lesnar lives.
Yeah. Calgary and Edmonton.
Battle of Alberta.
Yeah. The key though is that the key
in Western Canada who are a few hours away from each other, and they can't sustain that. It's hard.
Yeah,
it's very hard.
The key though is that, like I said, you can pick the teams. The talent argument, I understand it, and I don't disagree with it. I don't. But the key though is that the league is very regional. The fan bases are largely regional. So Sean here saying Boston has fans, yeah, but compared to some other teams that travel even more, not really. Like, yes, they've got some, but again, if I literally put Hockey Night in Canada right now and I put the marquee in the main primetime matchup, I just pick Boston and the Sharks at random. It doesn't matter. Like, all right, pick Boston and Tampa. My ratings are going to be lower than some generic Leafs game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it could be Leafs against Eric with a stick and a couple of cardboard cutouts, and it'd probably outdraw Boston in that game. It would outdraw it because it's Leafs. They don't care. It doesn't matter who they're playing against.
No.
It makes no difference.
It does. It does matter who they're playing against because the tickets go exponentially fast when it's Pittsburgh, when it's Edmonton games.
No, I agree, Bobby. Bobby, I'm talking about television. On television, when I just have to push a button and click and I can just watch it on my TV,
sure,
the ratings will be fine. The ratings will be all right. So that's the thing. So and it's just because that's the Leafs game. That's the reason CBC did it for years. Generally, the main matchup would be the Leafs against whoever, and then they would do the West Coast game. It would be some configuration of a West Coast team with it, but that's how they would play this game. And it was weird. And it's like, yep, okay. But that's how it worked out. Bobby Clark said when GM said nobody in Philly wants to see teams in the South, they don't. But here's the thing: nobody in the South wants to see Philly.
No. And
here's the truth: Philadelphia's in the Stanley Cup right now. I don't give a shit, unless it's a team I have interest in. I don't care.
There's 2 teams I hate, and Philadelphia is one of them. I mean, hate. Like I thought we were gonna get into slandering the Dutch because I was into it. No. There's 2 NHL franchises that I hate.
You can mention the other one because he's not here right now.
It's the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah,
he heard that.
Yeah.
They
so the thing is though that like I said, and again, my point here isn't to be like picking on a specific franchise other than the Bruins. I always pick on the Bruins, but outside of that, my point isn't to pick on a specific franchise. My point is no, it's just regional. And again, baseball has this problem because they talk about what's baseball? Baseball's issue is that if you're a Yankee fan, you're watching Yankee games. You're a Blue Jay fan, you're watching Blue Jay games. You're a Philadelphia Philly fans, you're watching Philadelphia Phillies games. You don't necessarily care about the primetime matchup of 2 teams that are not your team. Unless it's like maybe
there's a superstar on one of those teams.
Or there's a record being chased, or there's a draw beyond the individual teams themselves. Somebody's pursuing a record. Somebody is having a season for the ages, and you want to see
something. Game.
Something. It's got to be something special. There's got to be a little extra spice on there to make it interesting.
People will want to go see Wander Franco, right? Opposed to nobody.
Right now, Wander Franco, I think they're going to see him in prison. So that's probably
there's a lot of people interested in seeing him in prison.
He's got some issues. He's going to be on Court TV. We're going to have Court TV ratings are going to be tremendous.
Better than hockey.
Oh, it's going to Court TV is going to outdraw hockey like tenfold, easy. But the problem is when you've got a league that's very regionally oriented and the fan bases are very regionally oriented. What the NFL did somehow by accident, I don't know what it is. Well, probably gambling, to be honest, probably is the most of it. They learned somehow at some point by accident. Monday Night Football in itself is a franchise. So when I say Monday Night Football, I can almost pick two teams at random and I can still get an audience because there's still some interest. Sunday Night Football, I can still get some interest. Thursday Night Football, they're really pushing this really hard. They're stretching it because these matchups are really shitty. Maybe level it out a little. But the point is, Monday Night Football and Sunday Night Football can draw strong audiences on the strength of the brand that is Sunday and Monday Night Football.
Well, if you look back at the history of football, you see so many teams have moved. Baseball too. Hockey, not so much, but baseball and football. How many teams, was, I don't know. There's so many different team name changes that, where I even get them wrong now. I go, oh yeah, they're in that state now or whatever, it's just, so they've had their problems.
Yeah.
But
I would say though, football is the only one who's been able to successfully market those key games, the marquee primetime matchups.
Oh yeah.
But Sunday Night Baseball used to be pretty good at that. I don't know. I think it's lost
Saturday Night Hockey, right?
Yeah, but they used to be good at it. Like you used to say Sunday Night Baseball. That was a premium matchup that people would fixate on. The same way that Sunday Night Football today and Monday Night Football has that cachet. So you can pick. There's a lot of matchups that will do fine because of the strength of that brand.
Sure.
In hockey, you don't have that strength. There's no night of the week Saturday night, to Bobby's point, used to be that night with real Hockey Night. Not the distilled, watered down version of Hockey Night in Canada. The real Hockey Night in Canada used to have a doubleheader every Saturday night.
Yep.
Everybody knew where it was. They knew what channel it was. They knew what time it was on.
It was East Coast, then West Coast. Yeah.
A lot of people would tune in at the beginning of game one and watch all the way through game two of the doubleheader. They would flip over to the Western game and we'd watch that. True. Because it was built in. You knew it like clockwork. Not today.
No. And people's time is thinned out. Like we have the internet, we have TV, we have cable, we have Hulu, we have Prime, we have all these different things there. So it's going to thin out. And thus should the leagues. I'm saying hockey league. I don't know about football, baseball, whatever. But hockey should thin out a bit because they're struggling. And people are getting tired of watching shitty games with subpar players.
To your point though, like I've got so much stuff that could use my time. I've got so many options. Why would I settle for something that's shitty when I can be watching the boys? I can be watching Reacher. I can be watching anything. I can stream it, hit a button and start watching it right now and probably be more entertained than some generic game I don't care about.
And then some games, so if you thin the league down, then you get more key players. You got 5 great players you're watching on one team. You had McDavid and Crosby and whoever else on the team. Like you'd be going, oh, I got to see that game. You got to bring it back, and they won't because
Well, like I said to Bobby, I think though, if you tried to retract it, there's a couple of those whatever locations you pick, those folks will go, okay, fine, fuck you NFL. Sorry, fuck you NHL. No, thanks.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, because and then the ratings drop by 40%. The ratings, they won't.
You'll get
the United States doesn't care. The United States doesn't care. You could literally have an all-star team and just have 3 teams, and no one in the U.S. would care. You could just play the all-star game and have all the best players and no one but the best players. And most of the United States will not watch. And unless it's a Maple Leaf crest on it, they won't watch either.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about, San Jose or whatever. And some states, like I don't even know how they have ice.
There are some that are expendable. Atlanta has always been expendable. Phoenix is expendable. But it would be tough to get to the point when you're talking about low 20s. That's a lot of teams that have at least some fan base that you'd be kicking out basically because they won't watch the other one.
Yeah, no, but you'll increase the fan base if you have better teams have more competition because we really have the bottom of the barrel 6 teams and we have the top 6 teams. That's it. Everything in between is kind of almost meh.
Yeah. So U.S. Sports Cars, I did want to acknowledge this comment, so I'll quickly read it just so we get into it. U.S. Sports Cars, evening guys, you talk about the Caitlin Clark 78,000 refractor set. We did not. I wonder if it brings in young women into the hobby or will be more guys chasing women's cards. So I think it will always be more guys chasing women's cards because I don't know any women that are going to be paying $7,000, $8,000 for any sports cards.
No.
Doesn't mean they can't, but I don't think they will. However, the other side of the equation, I think with some of the WNBA cards and some interest in some of those players and everything, I think there will be some young women collectors and that will get into it, which is good. There is zero wrong with that. That's completely fine. That's great. But at the top end, it's just some dude who's speculating. Like when you talk about the $78,000 one, it's some dude who's speculating, generally speaking. Again, I can speak in generalities because it's a good guess. It's an educated guess. But the Bowman U cards featuring Caitlin Clark and some of the other women's players who may end up in the WNBA or already there, that could drum up some interest, and that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a great thing. That's a great idea. And there's some good cards there they can enjoy. And I'm completely in favor of it. But the top end, it's some guy speculating.
It has to be.
You're not paying 78,000.
You got Gordie Howe rookie card that's a PSA 9. It wouldn't get 78,000. Come on.
I don't think
it's a speculation piece.
I don't think any card should be worth $78,000. That's my opinion. I think some of these prices that especially the ones we saw over the last few years during the pandemic, are just so stupid. But
that's investors, though. It's not.
It's just no piece of cardboard should be $78,000 and above. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Never mind a college player that hasn't played pro and hasn't done anything. It doesn't make any sense for a sport that even when you make pro can't put 3,000 people in a stadium to watch. They're playing to empty stadiums. It's like you're playing in the pandemic when you go to a WNBA game.
Well, start supporting Eric, you jerk.
And so
I bet you support some cyclocross bullshit.
Who is a fantastic player, absolutely fantastic player, deserves all the accolades that she gets. She's going to be the number one draft pick in a league that can't get 3,000 people into a stadium to watch.
Well, not with that.
And you're going to pay $78,000 for her card. That none of this makes any sense.
But if you take it to Cards HQ, you could probably get 70-80% comps.
It's
probably
ridiculous.
Just saying.
Okay.
So real quick, I'll read a couple quick ones here. Worst Stanley Cup ratings ever was last year. I believe it. Bring back Don Cherry. Let's not say we did. I literally muted. I muted Coach's Corner for years. I could not stand Don Cherry. Please don't speak ever. Please be quiet.
No, he's too old now. He's not somebody that
he was too old when he was a kid. He needs to get off my screen.
Don Cherry played a role. He was great.
So I think fantasy football and gambling at the viewership, 100%. I'm not saying no. That's why I made sure to emphasize. I wanted to be clear and emphasize it that I think that's a big piece. However, it doesn't matter. The results are the results. That adds and that gives people a reason to watch. The other sports haven't been able to come up with those reasons. But I do think the branding helps because people know Sunday night and Monday night. To Jeff's point, Sunday night might be a bigger draw than Monday night. Fair enough. But Monday night still does all right. Still does pretty good. And in a world, we talked about the streaming. We had the streaming conversation. In a world where streaming is dominating and, people are moving off of cable and television. And WWE for years used the excuse that, cord cutters were dropping ratings when the ratings went down 75% from the Attitude Era. Monday Night Football did not drop 75%. It dropped, yes, but it's still very strong relative to its competition in terms of television. Still, people still watching on TV. And they'll figure out a streaming version of it at some point, and they'll get some ratings on there too, because people are interested for either gambling or whatever it is, or fantasy football. It doesn't matter. The fact that they're watching means you can sell it. The fact that they're watching means they get to write blank checks from a lot of these networks that remain or streaming service that's upcoming or whatever it is. That's where the money is. The NHL wishes they had that problem. They're like, please, gambling addictions galore. Just watch our fucking product, please. We would love that. Paul says Hulu having the NHL package is a total W. Game gets to 3 goals next game. Good stuff. U.S. Sports Car says, I think the problem for hockey in America is it's so expensive for kids to play. The problem for hockey in Canada is it's so expensive for kids to play hockey. That equipment's expensive.
That's why I never played hockey. I have had a passion for this sport my entire life. I begged my parents for me to play hockey, and they sat me down and said, that's not something we can do. Here's a soccer ball. And
here's a violin.
And that helped pay for college. But I much rather have played hockey my whole life. I would have done anything but it just wasn't in the cards. And that's the majority of people cannot afford that sport. That is why you see the people that you see playing.
I watched once upon a time. I watched Eric handle a booby or a hockey stick, and I feel that we were all safer for him not handling a hockey stick.
I agree.
Like he would have killed a man. Yannick, he would have killed a man.
My office is very small.
The proximity of people on the ice to you when you've got the puck, Eric, is even smaller. So you're like high sticking in the eye.
We all know at the old Garden it was even a smaller rink. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. About the time you killed the fourth person, they'd be like, I think this is not the sport for you, sir. But get out.
I would have loved to have played hockey. It just wasn't in the cards. And I think that's the situation for the majority.
So you went from hockey to mountain bike.
Can't afford it. What'd you say, bud?
I said you went from hockey to women's sport. Sorry, bicycle.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, no
charity.
When the Peloton becomes an Olympic sport, Yannick, you will rue the day.
Yes.
I'm calling charity. You're in trouble.
Rue.
I'm telling.
Yannick, you hear me? Rue the day. You will rue the day. Zach says the WNBA isn't bad in person Summer afternoon. We had a local team. Problem is tickets were kind of pricey and still losing money. No, that's fair. So real quick, I'll make the point here. Eric's hatred of women's sports is noted, but I am going to say, hatred. Listen, you already slagged the WNBA tonight. We heard it.
My favorite sport is women's mountain biking. Are you going to?
That's because you're a creep. That's because you're creepy. That's different. That's a different issue. Go watch Emmanuel in Space, allegedly.
Like
so
the
anyway,
guys who watch women's volleyball.
I bet Emmanuel in Space was on a bicycle at some point. It'll be fine. Don't worry, you'll be okay. So anyway, what I was going to say, don't read between the lines and not safe for work and use a VPN. Anyway, so the point is that when it comes to WNBA or any of these other ones, I always kind of defer back to the idea of, look, if it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. That's subjective. That's completely fine. But the fair assessment is this. I always point to is like, what are you interested in the sport or not? Because some of those sports, like, again, I don't like basketball in general. I'm not watching the NBA either. So I'm even on this. Like, I'm not watching the NBA. However, if I'm a basketball fan and I like basketball, there's nothing wrong with the brand of basketball they're playing. It's different. It's fundamentally sound. If you like the sport, then there's elements of it that might be interesting for you to watch because they're playing a different style, but it's also fundamentally sound in a lot of ways. So the example I'll use, here's the analogy I'll use. I'm a baseball fan, which means that I'm interested in baseball. I'll go watch a minor league game and enjoy it. I love when the World Baseball Classic happens and I get to watch Team Japan. You know why? They're fundamentally sound. They're good. They're good at every aspect of the game. They study and harness it beautifully. Is it the same way as the American style where they're going to swing for the fences and hit some home runs? It's a completely different style. But guess what? It's effective. They run the bases, they bunt, they're strategically sound. Fielding wise, they're sound. There's a reason the Japanese had great success in the World Baseball Classic because top to bottom, almost every player can do all the things. If you're a fan of the sport, then you can enjoy that style of play. But if you just want the one thing, again, it goes back to the Leaf fan thing versus hockey fan. I think there's a lot less hockey fans in Canada than the Canadians would like to let people believe. It's like, that's why I ask, well, do you watch the CHL? Have you been to CHL games? Have you been to AHL games? I have. It's good hockey. It's fun. And it's reasonably affordable. It's a good time. You can go hang out and enjoy the game. If you like the sport, it's actually quite good. So that's hockey. And they're professionals. At the AHL level, they're professionals. They're getting paid to do this. And they're actually pretty darn good. It's a good program to watch if you're hanging out and watching. If you like the sport. But what happens is we've got a lot of people that are NHL fans, and most of them are Toronto Maple Leaf fans. So you're not a fan of hockey. You're a fan of one team in one league. That's it. You don't give a shit about the rest of it. So don't lie to me and tell me you're a fan of the sport. You're a liar. So if you're a fan of basketball, There's nothing wrong with the WNBA. It's another form of the sport. And if you enjoy the sport, then you watch it. Most people don't, though, because there's not as many basketball fans as they claim to be. They're NBA fans, which is fine. But then just say what you actually are. You're an NBA fan. That's what you're a fan of. Or you like the NCAA. You like March Madness. That's cool. You like to gamble. Hey, you like to play the pools. Nothing wrong with that. But you're not a fan of basketball. Don't lie to me.
Nobody is.
Gamble.
Yeah. But Eric, are you getting my point, though? Like, I separate. Are you a fan of the sport? Or are you a fan of the league? Or are you a fan of the team? Because you can be all three things, or you can be just one of them.
I understand entirely. I'm a fan of the sport. I go to local college hockey games. I, collect, and I don't just collect Bruins stuff. I collect all sorts of stuff. I'm looking around at my desk right now. Plenty of it isn't Bruins stuff.
Yep. So real quick, Sean, that's the point.
Games.
That's the Sean. So that's the point. That was the point. My entire discussion there. The point is, it looks nothing like the NBA because the NBA is a form of basketball. The sport of basketball goes beyond just the NBA. If I just want to watch the NBA, then watch the NBA. You're an NBA fan. You're not a basketball fan. NBA is one style of basketball. Women's basketball is a completely different version of the sport. Completely different variant. Do you like the sport or do you like the NBA? They're two different things.
I'll watch women's hockey. I'll watch any hockey that's on. I'll watch two teams that aren't the Bruins. I'll watch minor league, whatever's on. If I'm in the mood for hockey, whatever's on is fine with me. I just love the sport. I just love watching it. I love watching international stuff. When the Canadian women and the United States women are playing, I'm interested in that game. Because that's a big time game. I just so
now,
I
Sean,
get it. There's people.
The key point, Sean. The key point here, Sean, is that was my point. I said most people are not basketball fans. That was actually my point. I said most of the folks. The NBA's biggest problem is that there's a lot less basketball fans than there are some NBA fans, and that's actually bad for their long-term perspective. That's the struggle they're going to have because most of those folks don't watch more than just a little bubble they have. That's it. And again, you don't have to watch it. I'm not telling you have to watch it. You don't. You do not. But if you're a fan of the sport, then you enjoy it. Then you can enjoy it in its various forms. Most people aren't, and I'm not blaming them for that. But most people are not a fan of the sport. Most people are a fan of the specific league or the specific team or that, which is again fine. But but whenever they question, they say like, okay, so are you a fan of the sport or you're a fan of the league or the team? They say, oh, I'm a fan of the sport. And then as soon as I play the little game I just played, they're like, oh, okay. It's like just a different thing.
We have a local radio station, the sports station, that kind of plays this game. It's people, some people find it inappropriate and insulting, but it's more factual than anything else. If you look at the big picture, it's called Ask a Pink Hat, and they stand outside of Red Sox games, and anybody they see, and it's women that are wearing a pink hat, a Red Sox hat, will ask, "Can we interview you?" And oh, sure, because they want to be on the radio, and they'll ask them simple questions like, "Who did the Red Sox play today? Who was the starting pitcher? Can you name 3 Red Sox players?" Basic question. How many innings are there? How many outs are there in an inning? And they can't answer it. But one of the first questions they'll ask them is, "Are you a Red?" "Oh yeah, I love the Red Sox." "Woo, Red Sox, yeah." Then they'll ask them basic question. Can't answer one of them. So those are like fair weather fans. They come. They like the atmosphere. It was a fun thing to do. They can go home and tell everybody they went to the Red Sox and look how cool I am. But they couldn't tell you the first thing about it. And there's lots of those types of people. I think
Eric, most of the people are like those types of people.
Yeah, and I was about to say
that's the funny thing. I think a lot of folks don't realize is like I can do the same thing with half the guys in that stadium, and half of them would struggle with a couple of the basic.
And I was going to say, and I think that is growing because the average fan can't afford these tickets at these sports anymore, and it's all corporate and corporate seating. And there's people who just want to be seen.
Yeah,
there's people who just want to be seen at the Toronto Maple Leafs game or seen at the Bruins or the Red Sox or whatever, and they really don't care They have a box seat, so when people fly in, they can go do a business meeting at the Garden or Foxborough or Fenway and schmooze. But the corporate is taking up all the seats, and there's less seats for the average person, and the seat prices are so high we can't afford them.
Yeah.
Done. Anyways, I'm out, guys. I'm gonna
Sounds
go get
good,
warm.
Bobby.
And
I was
we'll
gonna
see you
say,
tomorrow.
Bobby, get yourself some sleep. We're gonna log off here in a couple of minutes as well, because then I got a quick turnaround. Gotta head over.
You got a busy
I'll
weekend.
see the Burrell at the CSC show. I'll try to get some pictures or some stuff.
You guys
in
are
there.
going tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to the CSC show. I'm gonna pop in for sure.
We'll do it live from the show.
Yeah, it's been a long it's been a long week. Look, the whole week, Yannick, you'll be proud of me. The whole week I woke up in the morning. The whole week. It's crazy.
I don't know how you did it.
Listen, I don't know how I did it. I'm not convinced, Eric, I did.
Can you can you sleep when it's time to sleep, or you like, damn it, like, when you see 3 a.m. knowing that you got 2 hours left? No?
Yannick, Carlos Senior and I have a bet. The first one of us that falls asleep,
True.
The other one gets
Kill the other one.
And we're both still alive.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you?
That you're a
Anyway,
vampire.
Bobby, have yourself a good night. Take it easy.
See you
We'll
guys.
talk later.
Later, Bobby.
See you guys.
Take it easy. I'll see Bobby Burrell at the Garage of Knowledge. All right, I'll read a couple of comments here. We'll go a couple more
He
minutes.
wants to be there early to pick.
Well, Bobby's going to be there. Here's the thing, my plan. So I'll quickly reveal my crazy secret plans. So what I want to do is I got a couple of things I need to do in the morning. So I'm going to do them really quick, but it means I have to give myself enough time. Go get some cash, go take care of that. I've got almost everything set up. I'm going to bring a little bit of money because you never know. Like, honestly, I've had some good luck at the last couple of CSC shows. So I'll bring a little bit of cash just to be on the safe side. Hey, you never know. We might find another Booby Or. It worked out great for me last time, so you never know. We can't say no definitively. We got to bring some cash just in case. But I want to go there, hang out for a bit, chat with Bobby. We'll probably go and, like I said, I'll try to take some images. If I can do a little video here or there, I can't. I would love to, because I think that'd be fun. I'll go say hi to Kevin, go say hi to some of the folks I know. If by the time we're still there, if Brad does come by, then great. I'll shoot him a text and see if he's coming by. But if it works out, awesome. If not, we'll catch him next time. But yeah, I want to check out a little bit of the CSC show. I think it'd be fun. And then I got to head out in the early afternoon ish, because then I got to go get a bite to eat. And then I'm going to go to my buddy's place and we're going to watch the Royal Rumble. So I got a full day. I got a full day from morning to evening. So
that sounds like boring.
Yeah, exactly. So Frank here says, evening chat. So Royal Rumble, is Punk winning or is Rhodes continuing the story? I think neither one of them, man. I got to be honest. I think it's going to be a tough road for both of those guys. We'll see. I could chat on that more extensively, but for now, I'll just say it's going to be a tough road for both of those guys, I think. Bozo said us all about the Instagram picture. Facts. Zach says, I'm going to minor league hockey in Toronto. Know nothing about hockey. Just hoping to see a fight. Enjoy it. Minor league hockey is fun. I enjoy it quite a bit. If I'm going to make some time out to go, I'd rather go to a minor league game, to be honest. It's more fun for me. Plus, the ticket prices are reasonable. You can go get beer and a hot dog or something. Go get a bite to eat. Have a good time. Frank says, asking the Red Sox question is the same like asking someone to wear a Metallica shirt to name 5 songs, and they're just wearing it. Yeah, pretty much.
Nothing else matters. Sad but true. Fuel, Fade to Black, Unforgiven. How was that? Was that good?
But you're not wearing a Metallica shirt, so you're fake.
Oh,
you are correct, sir. All of them.
Mm. I wonder how many of the casual fan connects to the card community and the hobby, or folks that just want to be seen at shows like the National or the Expo. Realistically, in my opinion, there are always going to be more casual folks. That's always part of the game. So that goes back to our Cards HQ conversation from earlier. I don't think Geoff is wrong that most people do not have the sophistication to do the negotiation, look up comps or go to Terapeak or whatever, or use market movers or card ladder or whatever they're going to use. I think most people don't do that. People forget, and it's worth reminding here, we are the minority. Those of you that are hanging out watching this or listening to this at this hour, East Coast, West Coast, wherever you are, that's the minority. The amount of people even participating on Sports Card YouTube, that's the minority. The amount of people competing on social media, participating in it, that's the minority. The average rank, when you go to the National, there's 100,000 people. 85% of them are casuals, varying degree of casuals. They just want to go out there, hang out, maybe buy a couple of cards, and call it a day. Expo, 80 to 85% casual. They're folks that'll come in for a couple hours, hang out, maybe grab a couple of things, maybe get an autograph, and then be on their way.
Bucks, been there, done that.
Not if you drove in took a day to drive in or fly in. You're not a casual. And there's lots of people that are from all over North America that go to these. Those people aren't casual.
That's still less than 20%.
If you have less an hour or less to drive, you're casual, because you could just pop in, spend the day, hang out, leave, and you're good, and you're home for dinner. But if you had to put an effort in, you have to get a hotel room. If you have to get a hotel room, you're not casual.
Great. That's still way less than 20%. Way
so
less.
You think everyone that you think 80% of the people at the expo like drove from their house?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I wouldn't have.
Eric, I've been going to the expo way, way longer than you.
I understand.
We can do a head count. Trust me, it's not even close.
Do you stand at the door and ask them where they live? Do you live in
I might have to for your purposes, and I'll be like, so. Maybe it'll turn out to be 90%. Maybe it'll turn out to be 90%.
The first Saturday in November of the show, we're gonna stand at separate doors with our.
We are not doing shit, Eric. By the time we get to the expo, we're gonna have other shit to do.
Was your travel more than an hour? Yes or no? And we will take a poll.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can go sit on one.
So, Carlos, you're casual, non-casual. You're less in the driving time, but you're so committed that you take a hotel room. So you're non-casual. So
I'm Carlos.
He's not casual. I mean, he has his own freaking YouTube channel.
I'm pretty casual about about attending the show. I get there when I get there. Does that count?
Yeah.
No, that's being a Carlos.
I cruise real easy into the show,
That's being
at the crack of noon.
Yeah, 4 p.m. Carlo walks.
Yeah,
Yannick. Before 4 p.m. is for peasants.
I know.
Peasants.
Me and Eric been walking the floor since 8 a.m.
Like fools.
We get there before it opens because we have the passes, and we're there after it closes because we have the passes.
Yep.
You're after it closes because you have no lives. That's why. Paul here says the National is a different show. You'll see stuff you won't see it everywhere, but it's not close. But if it's not close, I wouldn't go. Yep. I agree. The National is 50-50. It was 50-50 this year. I think that's generous. That was 100,000. That's very generous. I'm 45 minutes away and I'm not casual, but if you're going to Thursday or Friday, you're probably not a casual. Yeah. Saturday is the big day. That Saturday is usually the big volume day for folks.
Thursday, man, I'm walking around while people still bringing stuff in from their cars, offering them money for stuff. They're not even set up yet.
So there's casual, not casual, borderline creepy stalker. Want to guess where you are?
Yeah, we're on the last category.
Just saying. Just throwing it out there, Just want to make sure we're clear on that. But yes, I think it'll be interesting. I think bottom line though, my point is that I think folks, it goes for sports, it goes for sports cards and everything. The amount of people that are actively engaged in a lot of these conversations and arguments and whatever you want is actually a relatively small percentage of the overall. It was the same conversation we were having during the pandemic, where people were talking about the Luka Doncic and there are millions of fans in the NBA and Luka Doncic, and I said almost verbatim, go back to the tapes if you want to, knock yourself out. That's 5 trillion hours worth of footage ago, but have at it. But I remember having a conversation where I said something to the effect of, yes, there can be millions of fans in the NBA. There can be a lot of fans of Luka Doncic. Most of them are content to have a Dallas Mavericks hat, a shirt, a trinket of, their appreciation for the team or the player. And that's it. They don't need $1,000 card. They do not need that in their lives. That is not something they require for their fandom. Like, just physically owning a card that frankly was overpriced. Why? What for? Most people don't care that much, and they're not willing to go that far. They're just not.
I just read that.
And I understand it.
Doncic had a guy thrown out of the arena, a fan thrown out of the arena because the fan called him fat. That's ludicrous.
Well,
but he called.
Listen, Eric, you have people you try to get people kicked out for less. I've seen it.
Well, that's me. I'm different.
Yeah, you're soft. I know. So anyway, Zach says, I drive 6 hours to Dallas and get a hotel. There's many people comment on show's Facebook. They'd love to go, but the show is 45 minutes out of the way, and that's too far to drive.
That's ludicrous.
It's a fact. That's people don't actually interested enough to follow them on Facebook. Yep. I'd argue there's more regional shows, the casual percentage goes up. National 2023 was a good percentage of them were serious about it. If you want to believe that, I accept it, but I don't buy that. There's people actually interested enough to follow them on Facebook. Yep. Try to make wife out of the house for being fat. You do you, Bob Boozle.
I'm not commenting on that.
I'm not touching that.
If you pay attention to Bob Boozle, this is par for the course. Just accept it as it is. Accept it as it is. But I think a lot of it, though, comes down to, like, you know, what you're trying to get out of the experience. That's why I say, like, I have a lot of fun whenever we do the expo. I always have fun with it. It's like, guys, I've been to enough of these expos. It's like, I don't really give a shit half the time. I'm just there to hang out, have a little bit of fun, enjoy myself. I will get some stuff while I'm there. But I also know some folks there. Honestly, half of them will call me ahead of time and be like, hey, I'm bringing this. Would you be interested? Yeah, sure. Half my deals are done before I ever walk in the door. So I can walk in whenever the fuck I want. It doesn't matter. But yeah, occasionally you'll walk the floor. You'll see something cool. Oh, that'd be nice. Most of the stuff I'm looking for is niche enough, though, that it's like, look, if somebody wants it that badly and they catch it in the first couple hours or first couple of days, great. Congratulations. Good for you. I'm not worried about it.
I always say, do what makes you happy, collect what makes you happy, collect how it makes you happy. You know, Yannick and I are there when the janitors open the place and the security throws us out in the evening. And I just want to keep moving. I want to just see.
But again, I'm driving over 8 hours to be there. You're driving like 11 hours, right? Like it's costing me a hotel. It's costing me.
I'm not.
So I'm there from very beginning to the end. I got that show coming 2 weeks from now. I'm 10 minutes.
And you're going to be camping out starting tomorrow. And you're going to be. You were telling me earlier you're going to be camping out starting tomorrow. Yeah, the show's in 2 weeks, and you're already there. So you're going to join us live from the parking lot next week with the show a week out. That's how crazy.
Yeah. I have a 24-hour hunting camera.
That's commitment, Eric. That's commitment.
Well, he's big time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Luca got a guy thrown out for saying Luca was fat and needed to get on a treadmill. I heard about this. And I'm going to say I joked with so Eric, you can attest to this. I was joking with you guys on the podcast we were recording on Monday. It's like I was going back into the office and everything, and I was checking out some of the work clothes I had and everything, some of the suits and torch jacket and everything. It's like, I need to get on a fucking treadmill. I told that to myself. It's like, nope, I need to get on a treadmill too. So you know what, Luca, you got company. I'll meet you at the treadmills. We both need it, I guess.
I can't imagine. I mean, listen. There are things that are said by fans to players that are unacceptable, and those players should be thrown out. They're completely disgusting and inappropriate, and it's wrong. And I have no problem with tossing them out of the stadium. Yelling to a player, "You need to get on a treadmill because you're fat," is not one of those things that you should get your seat, and your ticket revoked, and you getting thrown out on the curb. That is utterly ridiculous. And this,
I think I saw an image of the guy who got kicked out for it. It would have been so much funnier if the guy had been ridiculously fat. It would have been actually way funnier, Eric. You gotta admit, it would have been really funny if the dude had been saying it while like stuffing his face with a donut.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah,
it would have been amazing.
How in the world are you that fragile? It's just I don't know if it's just the new generation. I'm getting too old, but to get
Eric, he is big boned. He is big boned.
Say something so horrible to get me actually upset with your words. I grew up with the sticks and stones. It's just like you. Most of the time, when kids were saying horrible things to me, I start laughing because I thought I'm like, that's funny. That's witty and funny. And then they stop because they're like, all right, we're not getting the reaction that we want. To be an NBA player with all the money that guy has and he's still that fragile. I mean, this guy's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame and he's that fragile.
What if someone yells at you, hey, fatty, get on the treadmill when you're ordering a chocolate stick?
I would order
Kick him out the Dunkin'
Eric would be dragged off by the
third
police a couple of minutes later, blacked out. He goes, someone was talking to me during the chocolate stick eating, and I don't remember anything after that.
Yeah.
I blacked out, officer. I blacked out. I have no idea what happened. I don't know why this blood is on me. I have no idea. This was a white shirt. I know it's red. I don't know what happened. I was insanity.
I would
Temporary
buy,
insanity.
I only buy 2 at a time because I'm a glutton. And I know that if I get 10, I'll eat 10. So I only buy 2. But what I would do in that situation is I buy a third and I gift the third one to the person saying these mean things. And I'd say, give peace a chance. Give peace a chance.
Wow. Hold on. Eric.
Eric is a lover.
Eric, this is a little, I'm vaguely sensing a little bit of man of peace is starting to rub off on you a little bit.
No, I'm just lying. I'd take the chocolate sticks, I'd shove them in his throat until he choked and died.
And then you woke up and he was still alive and he said, shut up, Eric.
Get on the treadmill.
Get on the treadmill, you fat bastard.
Yeah, well.
If that hip can hold.
Babuzo says, I sob uncontrollably each day from this cold, harsh world. Well, I'm in Canada and it's definitely cold. This is true. I can't deny it.
We had rain and snow today here. Same day.
Yeah. No bueno. No bueno.
No bueno.
No bueno. No.
I gotta go shovel that tomorrow.
Well, I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that, Yannick. I have peasants for that. They'll shovel it for me. So that part's good. Condo fee for the win. Hey. So it works.
We're supposed to be getting snow Sunday night, and I don't know how. I'm going to shovel it Monday with my back the way it is, but it's got to get done somehow. So do a little.
He's gonna send his mother. That's what's gonna happen.
Do you want me to send you a couple of feudal peasants? Because I might have a couple.
You have some extra. Can you please send them down?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. We'll talk.
I already told my mother I expected her to be out there shoveling, and then she threw something at me.
Fair. Luckily, unfortunately, with your back, you can't avoid it either. So, it could be thrown really slowly, and it'll still hit you.
Oh no, it did. She's got good aim.
Well,
you got a big driveway, my friend.
I know. I got I have a snow blower, but if the snow gets super, super, super heavy and wet, it just clogs. So you have to go out and shovel it. I don't have a plow. So
you should call Mr. Plow. I was going to say you should call Mr. Plow.
So
that's his name.
His name is Mr. Plow. My time, and my daughter, who's not a huge help when it comes to this, but does help sometimes. She's
not offering moral support from inside.
No, that'd be great. That's what she usually does.
I was gonna say she could tap the window in support.
Yeah. Shout to your daddy. Let's go, daddy.
Yeah, let's go. Get a full finger.
That's what she would do. Is that she would cheer me on, and then she'd come. I swear, and then she'd come out and while I'm shoveling, throw snowballs at me.
Mm-hmm.
Eric,
and laugh hysterically the entire time.
I'm actually surprised that everyone's not throwing snowballs at you when you walk it.
Yeah, Yannick, let's be clear about this. Let's be 100% clear about this. I'm very happy for you, Eric. I'm very happy for you. But let's be clear about this. If Carlos Sr. wasn't at the level of health that he was at, where he's got his cane and he moves around a little bit slow these days, he's still got plenty of attitude. You guys have seen he's still got plenty of attitude. But if Carlos Sr. was able to do that, I would walk over to their house because I'm down the street. I'm in a condo a couple blocks away. I would walk over to watch him shovel the snow. And then I would do that. I'm 40 and the man is near 70. And I would do that right now without hesitation. I would literally walk over just to heckle him while he shoveled snow. I would enjoy it tremendously. I am. Really,
If
I
my
am.
daughter did that now, there'd be a major issue. But it was cute when she was younger.
Well, the thing though is, Eric, you can have a major issue, but given your back, hip, all the other problems, she could just kick you in the hip, knock you down, and then laugh while you move like
but
a
I
turtle.
still fully financially support her. All I got to do is just click the click button at the bank, and then that's it.
Well, then she needs to kick you really hard so you don't get up, and then that resolve that problem.
Don't you have a little like dude neighbor?
One call to Uncle Yannick, and they don't find the body. And listen, inheritance time.
I'll come with Mr. Plow.
Problem solved, Eric. There's a reason why that snow is still around. Mr. Plow, that's my name. That's my name.
I'm just waiting until
I'm Mr. Plow.
Just saying, just throwing it out there. All right, folks. Any last thoughts or comments here? We'll wind her down here on that. Eric possibly getting murdered by his children, so that's pretty good. I think that's a good spot to end the episode. So we've always had fun. We've learned a lot tonight. We have learned a lot tonight. We've learned that Eric hates women's sports, basically. Unless he can Google them, or Emmanuel in space. Like he's into Emmanuel in space. He's cool.
Don't know what that is.
That's fine. Google search and you will. One Google safe search turned off. Safe search turned off.
Girls athletics since I was 18.
Yeah, safe search turned off.
And my favorite sport is female. So
I know you're supposed to come and watch it next door here.
My plan this year, let's hope that everyone's healthy enough in this house that I can get to Mount St. Anne and see the World Cup race this year. I hope.
I see.
Last year couldn't have done it. This year I'm hoping to. But I was supposed to be in a bike race February 3rd on a fat bike snow race that they take you up and they take you up on the ski lift to the top of the mountain. Then you race down on your bike in the snow with the big fat tire bikes.
You mean fat guy on a fat bike with fat tires?
Well, whatever. That's still gonna race.
That's fat cube, man. That's a lot of fat.
Now I can't because my back's trashed.
Terrible. You could just get a toboggan like a normal person. Just get a toboggan. You could literally slide down. It's quicker.
That's what we would do here. But if you want to do on your bike, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just get a fucking toboggan, man. Get one of the GT racers and make it happen.
The plan was to do it on my bike. I was all set to race, and now I cannot.
Sounds all like excuses to me.
Yeah, you can strap a rocket to the back of that shit. You don't even have to pedal. Fly, Eric, fly.
Patrice Bergeron would have played.
Exactly.
Probably.
Put your head down in shame now.
Think about it. So real quick, just a last thing, a question for the chat, real quick before we wind down. I did mention it quickly. I know a couple of you at least watch. I know Frank threw in a prediction. Any Royal Rumble predictions? Men or women's winner? I'm leaving that to anybody in the chat who actually knows who might be in it. So I'll just throw that out there. Last second here, if any of you want to throw in a quick guess. Just put a jar of mayo on the stick behind you, Eric. You will pedal. That's true. That is true.
That is a great idea.
That's fantastic. That's sensational. If anyone likes that bad, pay up, Eric. Exactly. Hit the like button. Eric will pay for it.
Can't afford the entrance fee to the race anyway because of this stupid crap.
Bob Jackson says Okada and Banks. Ooh, he's going with 2 new introductions. I like it, Bob Jackson. Going off the board. I dig it. All right. I like it. Fire Vincent is sun at this point. Yes. I didn't touch on this topic. I could have. I promise you I could have. I'm not going to do it. I will get demonetized from channels I didn't even know I had.
I think actually there's new news came out in the last couple of hours. So
yeah, no, I got a little bit of it.
I know nothing, but I am definitely into finding out what that son of a bitch has done now.
I will in the post show briefly. I will get you guys up to speed, but I'm not doing it on the public YouTube channel because I'll get demonetized from shit I didn't even know I was demonetized from. I'm like, nope. I'm not doing it with a 50-foot pole, a 50-meter pole, a 50-furlong pole, a 50-kilometer pole. I am on the other side of the world right now. Other side of the world.
Shocking.
Other side of the world.
Shocking.
Or if I advance into a brick wall, yep, inside 4 or 5 hours ago, yeah. I want to use the word shit. I know. I'm aware. I am aware, sir. I am aware.
Oh, I don't want to know.
A pleasure chatting with you as always. Fun time. Episode 173. Sorry, 173 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. So we got that going for us. YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. If any of you have YouTube channels, yeah, vote for me because why not? That's my campaign slogan. Vote for me because why not?
Could be worse.
It'll pick somebody else. It'll piss somebody off if it helps you. Yeah. There you go. Hope you're recovering well, Eric. Back injuries the worst. Thank you, Bob Jackson. All right. On those wonderful bastion of positivity type words, Bob Jackson, thank you. Appreciate you. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Those of you on the West Coast, you got some time left. Those of you on the East Coast, enjoy your Saturday. I'm going to be at the CSC show. Cross your fingers. I'm going to try to see if I can get a little footage. If I do, you will get a video this weekend. One way or the other, you'll get some kind of video this weekend. And check out, you're probably going to get a thumbnail, probably late Saturday or something, maybe early Sunday, for NFC Conference Championship live stream. Let's go. Hey, let's see. Do the Detroit Lions, riot in glory or in anger? One way or the other. We'll see what happens. Have yourselves a good one, and we will catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.
Good evening.